7 hours of completely free service accommodation training. Yes, you're saying that completely right. This is not clickbait. You're not about to come in here and see something different. This is the exact step-by-step process of how you can start, scale, and grow your service accommodation business, and you get all of this completely free of charge. Now, this isn't some fluffy training that doesn't really go in depth, that, we're trying to hide all the golden stuff for the students who actually decide to come and work with us. No, this is the exact same training that my students go through. My students who have paid thousands of pounds to work with me, this is the exact same training that they're going through. I've actually pulled it from our portal and uploaded it onto YouTube for you to watch. So please take this seriously. Everything that you need to become successful in service accommodation is in this training. That is from the business setup. Very, very granular. Like I said, students who have paid thousands of pounds, this is exactly what they're watching, just like yourself. So from the business setup, how to set up your business, what to be looking out for, the right structures, addresses, everything is there. Go to the psychology, the mindset you need to become successful in this space. Research. How do I know this location is going to make money? How do I not waste all my time just to find out that this location doesn't actually provide a lot of profits? You're going to find that out. Opportunities. How do you find leads? How do you find landlords? How do you find properties that you can take on, put on Airbnbs, put on booking.com, put on your own individual website, and start to make money from guests actually coming to the property? How do you find these properties? How do you find these opportunities? You're going to learn every single step of how you can make that happen yourself, all the way through to, well, I've got the properties now. How do I actually run this business? What do I need to do? I've managed to secure properties. What do I do? What is step by step? How do I implement this? How do I get a team in place? How do I make sure that my properties look appealing? How do I make sure guests are actually going to come? How do I handle the guests? How do I handle cleaning? How do I handle maintenance? All of these things are in this training, in depth, step by step of how you can actually implement all of them. So this is not some fluffy training. So I want you guys to understand that. Why am I doing this is probably what you're thinking. 2 reasons. Very recently, I came to the realization that the very people who I was called to serve, people who were like myself, from a position where they didn't really have a lot and they're just trying to make a difference in their lives. Those are the people that I really wanted to help when I started this coaching business, this coaching side of things. But the reality is, I've been turning those people away because they've not been able to afford the training. So they've been booking calls, coming to me, wanting to be trained by me, and I've been turning them away because they can't afford it. And it just dawned on me recently, maybe because of the whole cost of living crisis going on, I realized people are suffering around me. And I'm thinking, well, are you stopping people from something that they can use to change their lives just because they can't afford it? And it dawned on me like, hey, you're messing up. This is not why you started this in the first place. So that's the first reason. And then the second reason, there's an opportunity to make money, because guess what? The more people that see this, the more people that think, well, actually, you know what? I've just gone through this free stuff with this guy and it was incredible. Look at all of the things I've learned and look at the results that I've gotten so far. Imagine actually working a little bit closer with this person. What would the results look like then? You guys can also then come through and decide to work with us. And what I've decided to do is just lower the barrier of entry in general. The course itself is free because I believe information should be accessible to everyone. But then if you actually wanted to work with us closer on a group coaching basis, like, the offer is insane. This is not me trying to sell you the offer right now. This training is out there free for you to work. There's no strings attached. Go in there and implement everything, that you're going to learn in here. But the coaching offer is crazy because, again, I've lowered the barrier for people who maybe do not have all of that money to, get all this high-level coaching, thousands of pounds. There's no excuse. They can still come in, work with us, and start to get the same results that our students are getting as well. But listen, everything that you're going to get in here, you can go out there and start to implement yourself. There's nothing that's been kept back. You can start implementing this yourself without coming to the coaching and getting incredible results and put yourself in a position where you can change your life. So listen, I'm going to love and leave you all now. Go in there, fill your boots. Please, please, please implement what you learn, because ultimately information is just information. The glory from the information comes out from the implementation of it. And without implementation, none of this is going to work. So go in here, watch everything, listen to everything, take notes, but most of all, please, please, please implement everything. I'm going to love and leave you all now, and I will see you on the inside. Awesome stuff. So yeah, look, like any other business, the one thing I see that people tend to do in our industry, I just actually did, I was a guest speaker at an event today, you know, and as I was talking about this, a lot of people were nodding, you know, because I was talking about, you know, credibility and, you know, networking, and how if I am to, you know, refer someone, then that already means a lot, because my network of people, they trust me because of the relationship I've built with them over time. So if I'm going to refer someone to them, then they're not going to question that person, but I'm putting my credibility on the line, right? So I'm not going to, for example, refer a property sourcer who's not compliant. Because when I refer that to my investors, you're going to be like, Ibrahim, you're a joke, mate. I had more respect for you than this before, and you've just referred this absolute joke to me. Straight away, I'm losing my credibility because of you, right? And this is the same way that people are looking at you guys when you're out there in the marketplace. And when you're trying to present yourself and you're trying to present your business to people, this is exactly what they're looking at. So that's why it's important for us to make sure we're set up in the right structure. So that's why this is a very, very important module. So let's go through this. Now, there's a few key things that you want to do when you're setting up, that you want to focus on. The first one, which is not one that you would think about, but what you're going to notice with me is I really go deep, right? Because now you're looking at this, it's like name search, like what? We're talking about name search. Yes, everything is important. You know, you need to understand the type of name that works specifically for your industry. Now, this is kind of what people are looking to see, but also when people see this, it just triggers, oh, this is probably what this person does, right? So things like your name search, things like your company address, registering your business correctly, having the protection schemes in place, the correct ones, having the right insurances, and then of course, you know, the website, the face of the business. So let's get into all of this. So the very first one is your name search. Again, it's so important to make sure that you are picking the right name for your business, a name that represents your business, and also a name that represents you, you know, and what you stand for. So if I'll use Don as an example, like, I don't know how he came up with the name, but like Little Piggy Rentals, like I just love that name. Right? It's such a cool name, right? Little Piggy Rentals. I love that name. You know, my company name, for example, is Statera Estates. You know, Statera means balance. And that's literally what I'm all about. In life, it's about balance. It's about, you know, how do I create win-win situations between myself and my investors? How do I create win-win situations between the amount that I invest into a property to make sure that my guests get a good experience and how much profits we're actually still making? We've still got to eat, right? It's a business. I've still got to make enough money. But also, how do I do that in a way? How do I do that in a way that the guests also have a great experience, and I've been able to invest enough into that as well? So that's the key thing. So that's, you know, that's why my business is called Statera Estates, right? So it's super important. But there are some things that you do not want to include in your business name. First one is curse words. I mean, probably kind of goes without saying, but yes, you don't want to put curse words in your business name, you know, because that's going to restrict you, first of all, when it comes to company's house, right? I don't want you, you know, registering names like that, you know, but also just in terms of image, impressions, all of that sort of stuff, it just, you know, doesn't make too much sense. I think I don't really need to explain that one too much. Investments, as simple as that might sound, that is a different connotation. You know, we've got a lawyer in the house, cool, right? So she can probably tell you guys there's, you know, investments. When it comes to the FCA, your business is going to get looked at differently and regulated differently just because you've got investments in your company name, because that could be misleading people. It could make people, you know, invest with you in a different way than they would from a company that isn't an investment firm. So you're going to be regulated in a completely different way. And then also, you don't really want names that are like difficult to spell. Names that when someone's trying to look you up, they can't really remember it. It's really difficult to spell. You know, once again, that's something that you want to stay away from. Does that make sense? Yep. Awesome stuff. Okay. So the type of things that you do want to include, So things, for example, like relocations. You know, for service accommodation business, relocation is a real key thing. Everyone was speaking with agents, right? Because people may be relocating and we're housing them, or people are, not relocating as in they're moving, but they're relocating from a different town to where we are. That could be for 7 days, could be for a month, it could be for 3 months, whatever it might be. So that kind of states exactly what we do. Estates, that's generally linked to property. Right. Once again, if you're using property or properties, once again, that's linked to property. Stays, people are staying, like hotel, accommodation type of thing, that links to that. Like Don's got rentals, something like that. Again, that kind of denotes it's property. We can rent this property, right? So this is some of the things that you want to be including in your company name. Now, this is something I've actually made this mistake, so I'm literally talking from experience here. This is the worst feeling. When we're coming up with a name, we think, oh, there's no way someone else has got this name. Not possible. Like, I'm super creative. I thought of this really cool name. I've got it. And then you go onto company's house, you're like, no, surely someone else didn't think about that. That's not possible. They couldn't have, but they have. I can promise you there is almost no unique creative, even Statera. That was just one that, it depicted what we stood for. But the reality is there's other companies, there's different variations of Statera out there. I was like, what? This is madness. Do you know what I mean? But there is nothing new under the sun. You have to get really creative, like Little Piggy Rentals. Do you know what I mean? To get past company's house, right? So, but it is important, because what you don't want to do is, come up with this name, think you like this name, it's a great name, and then you go out there, type into the chat box, type into the chat box. Yeah, so you come up with this name, and then all of a sudden you then find out that name has been taken on company's house. So a very simple thing that you can do is think of a name. Company's house has, search. You can literally search for names that are already registered on company's house. So just go into Google, company's house search, and then search for names. If the names are already there, it might actually not be the exact name, but if it's a similar name, company's house will tell you there's a company that's too similar. Unless you're an umbrella of this company or you're underneath this company, then we can't accept this registration. Then at least that way, doesn't matter how good of a name it is. The reality is it's taken, so just move on. You can't use it. Think of another name, think of a name until you find one. You will always find one. You will always find one, but it's important to make sure that you're thinking about things like that. Does that make sense, yeah? Awesome, awesome. Okay. The second one is getting a business address. This is something that is, once again, like I've made this mistake. The very first business that I started was registered to my personal house, and it's you just but at the same time it's cool, because when you're just getting started, you don't want to be thinking about all these little things. But that's why you guys are getting mentorship. That's why you're getting coaching, to make sure you're not making these mistakes. The reality was I had it registered to my own house and all this sort of stuff, and yes, it's so cool, but it's not really cool, because it's not really coming across as professional. Like if someone is looking to invest with you and they look at your registered business and it's your house, trust me, it gives a different inclination. They think about it differently. Let me just check out what Don's message is before we move on. Absolutely. What a great point. What a great point Don has just made there as well. Like, the more unique your company name is, the easier it's going to be to rank on Google as well. And also great for direct bookings, because then you just kind of stand out. When they say your name, you just kind of stand out as well. So yes, I do take that point. But what I will say to you guys is, it is difficult to come out with really unique creative names. Like it really is. You have to take your time to think about it. But if you do, then it really, really is great. He's completely right. Direct bookings, rankings on Google and stuff like that. Awesome stuff. Great point, Dan. The second one is getting a business address. This is something that is, once again, like I've made this mistake. The very first business that I started was registered to my personal house, and it's you just but at the same time it's cool, because when you're just getting started, you don't want to be thinking about all these little things. But that's why you guys are getting mentorship. That's why you're getting coaching, to make sure you're not making these mistakes. The reality was I had it registered to my own house and all this sort of stuff, and yes, it's so cool, but it's not really cool, because it's not really coming across as professional. Like if someone is looking to invest with you and they look at your registered business and it's your house, trust me, it gives a different inclination. They think about it differently. Let me just check out what Don's message is before we move on. Absolutely. What a great point. What a great point Don has just made there as well. Like, the more unique your company name is, the easier it's going to be to rank on Google as well. And also great for direct bookings, because then you just kind of stand out when they say your name, you just kind of stand out as well. So yes, I do take that point, but what I will say to you guys is, it is difficult to come out with really unique creative names. Like, it really is. You have to take your time to think about it. But if you do, then it really, really is great. You know, he's completely right. You know, direct bookings, rankings on Google and stuff like that. Awesome stuff. Great point, Dan. Okay. So yeah, getting the business address is super important for a few reasons. Hold on. There we go. So number one is it shows professionalism. So if you show me your business address and I say, oh, here's my business address, here's the location, and it's an office space, straight away you're looked at as a professional. It's already different. You're already standing up from the crowd. Now, what we've got to understand is this service accommodation space that we're on, over the last couple of years, it has absolutely exploded. And that has its pros and its cons. You know, the pros is a lot of these agents are now used to it. The cons are a lot of these agents are now used to it, right? And I've seen so many people coming through acting like, oh yeah, I've got it, because it was so easy to make money from this stuff a couple of years ago. It was completely fresh, right? And people were, you know, going to agents and making all of these promises. And then when the agents were checking them out, they just weren't checking out. Like, you're just a cowboy, this is a joke, right? And obviously, some of those agents overlooked that, did deals with these people, and then realized they actually were cowboys, and we should have never done a deal with them. And as a result of that, a lot of them are a lot more guarded now. You know, but little things like this actually shows professionalism. Okay, so this is the next one. A company image. Again, it shows that, okay, cool, this is a proper company. This isn't just some guy that just registered a company yesterday and they're trying to, like, you're a proper company. Like, when people check you out on Google and they see what business kind of, what the address looks like, it makes a huge difference. It's like when you check out a company and they're registered like in the city of London, you're like, oh, this looks like a proper firm. So it gives you a really, really good company image. So that's also super important as well. And it actually protects your personal address. Then there's a lot of weird people out there. Like, this is the truth, right? You might not want these people knowing your business address because you're just trying to do business. You never know. Not everyone is going to like you or like what you do. It could even be a competitor. But now these people have your personal address. You know, they can send all sort of nasty letters. They can do also. You never know, right? It's just not the safest thing to do. So it actually does protect your personal address, which is, you know, really, really important. And the key thing with this is you can get affordable meeting rooms. Now, this is a game changer. It really is a game changer, because if you're registered with certain, well, it depends on, you know, which addresses you use, but with certain ones of them, you're able to get meeting rooms in there at an affordable price because you're registered there. So if you've got an investor meeting or you've got a meeting with a client, a potential landlord, you say, yeah, just come to my office. And then you take them into this swanky boardroom and you're having a meeting in there. Like, all of a sudden, your image is elevated in the eyes of that landlord. And like, okay, this person is serious. This is a serious business person, right? So that takes your business image to another level again. Now, there are many different types of registered offices that you can choose from, and it's important for you to look out for which one is going to suit you the best. And I'm gonna, just outline a couple of services that they do offer, right? That you wanna make sure you're looking out for. First one is a local address. So if your business is operating locally, look, having a local address means something. It means you're local. It means you're a bit more trustworthy. When you're speaking to these landlords and investors locally, and they're checking you out, okay, you've got a local address. That makes sense. Sometimes people make this mistake of trying to register like this really high up-end location. If your business is in geography based, then that's fine. That's okay. Oftentimes having like a postcode in Mayfair or something, or somewhere in the city, like, it's cool. Like, it looks great. But if you're operating locally, then have a local as long as you've got one, have a local address, because that means your local business. Because a lot of times, especially what we're doing with landlords, a lot of people like to deal with localities. They like to know that you know that area, you know what you're talking about. Because when you're telling them you're an expert, when you're telling them you know this area very well, and this is what you can generate from these areas, it's kind of important for them to understand that, okay, do you know what? This is a local business. They know what they're talking about. No, oh, I'm in blimmin' Manchester. This guy's registered in London and he's telling me he knows about Manchester. What are you talking about? You haven't got a clue about Manchester, mate. Do you know what I mean? It's not, that's just what's going to trigger in their minds. What kind of services do they provide? So when I was talking about things like affordable office spaces and affordable meeting rooms, what type of services do they provide? It's important for you to know that. So, for example, we've got our space where they can scan our letters or they can send our letters to us, or we can choose to actually go and pick up the letter. That's completely up to us. They've got all of these different options. Again, it gives you, if they don't have those options, it's difficult because you're going to get your letters, your professional business letters being sent there. How do they actually sort those letters? Is there a service where they can just send those letters to you, or do you have to go over there? Once again, if you have to go over there, then it depends on distance, and you're thinking about what your normal day-to-day looks like. Do you really want to be having to travel all the way over there? So having what type of services they provide, you understanding that is important. And then the cost. That, for me, this is not really something that you want to hemorrhage your money on. It really isn't. Now, it is also geography based. So it depends on where you are. I'm so lucky. We're so lucky. We're based in Essex and we've literally got one that's like £45 for the year. So that's like really good, right? So for us, it's like tick, 45 quid. Yeah, don't even think about that. Just do that, right? And I know there are other places where, it is slightly more expensive. I do get that, but even if it was £200 for the year, it's something that's definitely worth it, right? Because of the image that it gives your business. Once again, you got to think about cost versus return. For £200, it's not really something that's going to blow the bank, but the image that is going to give your business is huge. And then also, a lot of them, especially the ones we use as well, have a discount of, business essentials, like your phone numbers, for example. A lot of them are plugged in because of what they do. They're plugged into all of these different other service providers that then give them a discount for bringing customers to them. So things like your phone numbers, even accountancy, things of that nature. You're able to get discounts if you're going through these service offices. So that's really, really some 4 key things to look out for there. Do they provide local addresses? What services do they provide? How expensive is it? Okay, and what sort of discounts are you able to get from other services that your business needs as well? Okay. Okay, so number 3, registering your business. Now, there are 2 ways that you can do this. 2 ways you can do this. The first one is using a company formation service. Very, very simple. There are services right now that will just completely set up your company for you. Hands off, you don't have to do anything. Now, of course, they're going to charge you a fee for this privilege. Nothing is free, right? There's something to it. So they're going to charge you for that. But what they will do, normally you have to pay £12 registration fee to register your company or company's house. So that £12 would usually be included in the registration fee. Prices range from, I've seen them for like £10. To £100, depending on, the services that you require them to do, how much of that work you actually need them to do. But the main thing is they do absolutely everything for you. So that's the key thing. And the second option is just do it yourself, right? This, trust me, it's not that hard. I'm sure most people here have probably done that themselves in terms of registering the company. It's not that hard. But there are 6 steps. Nonetheless, I'm going to go through every single step. So that way, you know exactly what you need to be doing. So the first step is to actually choose a company structure. Do you want to operate as a sole trader, a private limited company, or as a partnership? Look, I can't give advice on this, but what I would say is that we're registered as a private limited company because that comes with, some certain benefits in its own, even when it comes to taxes, advantages, and as the company kind of grows, certainly we feel like it's something that works for us. So that's what we do. But yes, there's also the option of just going as a sole trader when you're starting off. You don't want to go through the hassle of registering a limited company or whatever it might be. Just work as a sole trader until you get up to where you want to get to, and then you can move on to even limited company or partnership. But for sure, for us, even starting out, we felt like the limited company structure was going to be the best for us, really moving forward. So yeah, that's the one that we go for. But look, I can't give you the advice as to which one you should go for. Speak to your accountant, all that sort of stuff that we have to say to cover ourselves. You know how it is. But yeah, essentially, that's what that is. Okay, so it's very, very simple. Once you've picked whether you're going to go for, sole trader, limited company, or partnership, the second one is to just register your company name on Companies House. You just go into Companies House, you type in, the company name that you want to use, and they will let you know if that's available. So the simple thing you have to do is, the registered office. So what's the address of your business? They're going to ask you for that. So once again, you can see what I've gone through this in the structure that I've done, because when you are registering on Companies House, they are going to ask you for your address. Companies House doesn't mind. They will let you use your personal address. It doesn't matter to them. But obviously, you want to be using the registered office. So they are going to ask you for that. So it's important to sign up to that service first, because it's illegal to use that address if you're not already with that service. So that's the registered office service. So sign up to that first, and then use, register on Companies House. You can't get around it anyway, because Companies House are going to send all your letters, your certificate, everything to that address once you've registered it. So you need to make sure you're paying for the service. Who are the company directors? They're going to need to know this. If it's just yourself, then obviously it's just you. If you've got partners and those are directors, then you need to know who those are, and as well as their details, because you will be asked to enter their personal details, things like, mother's maiden name, their passport numbers, all of this sort of thing. So you need to have all of that information to hand. And then who are the shareholders? Just because someone is a director of the business doesn't mean that they are a shareholder of that business. So if those things differ, generally at this stage, it doesn't. The directors tend to also be the shareholders. But just in case you go a more complicated structure, then whoever the shareholders are, then you need to include that as well, have that information. Share allocations, they're going to ask you for the share allocation. So share allocations means, who owns how many shares. So is it 50-50? Do you own 100% of the company? The easiest way is usually just one share to each shareholder. So that means the company will have 2 shares, and then, one share obviously equates to 50%, the other share equates to 50%, because there's only 2 shares in the business. Once again, that depends on how big or how scale, what sort of vision you've got for the company, because if you are going to start allocating shares, at different stages, maybe you're going to start selling some shares in the future, you want to start giving away parts of the company in the future, then it's normally easier if you've got more shares in that business. But again, that is something you can always restructure at a later stage. So that's not something that you have to do now. The easiest way to do it now is just allocate 1 share to each shareholder. And then complete the memorandum of articles of association. I've never ever done this. I don't know anyone who's ever done it. If you have, fair play to you. But generally, there's one on Companies House, and you literally just accept it. So this documents formalize how your company will run. They need to be agreed on and signed by the company directors, shareholders, and secretary before you register a limited company. But Companies House literally have, they even know how complicated this stuff is. So they've got one there for you. They just ask you if you want to accept that one, or if you want to write a completely separate one for yourself. Cool, as a lawyer is probably going, no, call a lawyer, get one drafted up. These lawyers are trying to take our money, right? But the Companies House one, just normally accept it, and then you can move on. That's it. You pay your fee, you submit the application to the Companies House, and the job's done. Your business company is registered. Normally they will tell you it's going to take up to 4 to 8 hours for them to, confirm your company. I was going to say, it normally happens pretty quickly, normally probably within a couple hours or whatever, but sometimes it has actually taken like about a day, but it never really takes more than a day, really. But obviously they just protect themselves and say, up to 40 hours or whatever it is. But that's it. Company signed. Once that happens, they're going to send you your company registration number. You're going to get your certificate sent out in the post, all of that sort of good stuff. It actually feels pretty cool. I remember the first time I registered the business, I was like, wow, I'm a business owner. This is cool. Do you know what I mean? So it is actually pretty cool when you get the certificate, it's got the company name. You got to think about the journey like you thought about this name. It was just a concept, and now it's like, it's formal, it's on a certificate, Companies House, all of that sort of stuff. So yeah, it is actually pretty cool. And there you go. So now in terms of, as a business, professional property company registration, there are other factors when it comes to really kind of being compliant, right? So what we'll just talk about is just registering your company. That's really the process for any business, irrespective of, what business you are in. But there are some things that we need to understand in terms of the legal requirements as a property business. The first one is, data protection, which is the ICO. That's probably any business in the UK. GDPR laws have come in. I can't remember what year it was, but now obviously everyone is absolutely hot on data protection. The redress scheme, client money protection. What sort of insurances do we want to be getting? Obviously, you got to make sure you have the right contracts in place, the right business structure. We've spoken about that already in terms of, do you want to go for, sole trader, limited company, partnership, wherever it might be. And then also bank accounts and bookkeeping as well. These are things that we have to be looking into. Okay. And you really want to create a professional image. Again, these little things are important. So in terms of your telephone number, you can have, instead of having a mobile phone as a telephone number, again, you just look like, Bob from down the road. You've got your mobile phone. It's like, it doesn't give that professional image. All of these things matter. When you pull out your business card and you hand it over to someone and they have a look at it, it's that kind of split second. Oh, okay, cool. But if you've just got your mobile number there, that's fine. But if you've got a national number or your local number, it just gives a different impression. Just the way they look at you is just going to be different, right? So all these things matter. Your online presence, we're going to come on to, your websites and stuff like that. Your social media, you have to create this online presence that is professional. People check these things out. A professional email. I don't know about you guys, but when someone sends me an email and it's like @gmail.com, I judge them. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like, I can't take you seriously because I know how much it costs to register a professional email. It's like £6. It's £6 a month. So for me, it's like, if you can't get a .co.uk or like your company name, you're not taking your business seriously. Why should I take you seriously? Do you know what I mean? Like, this is the way that I view it. This is the way that most people view it. Once they say that @gmail.com, like, you're written off. You're not really a professional. So it's important to get a professional email. Business cards. I even thought at one point I wasn't going to need business cards because I had this new Vice card and they are actually pretty cool. And when you pull them on networking event, they are pretty cool. But the more networking events I went to, the more I realized it's like you just need that physical card to put in people's hands and for them to go away, because they might have your details in your phone, but they need to get home and be like, oh, I remember that guy. I remember that lady, right? Yeah, once it's in their phone, they're never really going to pull it up again unless something happens, right? So it's still important to have that physical business card and put it into their hands. And then a call answering service, again, depending on, I mean, I'm kind of 50-50 on this. Like, don't get me wrong, a lot of people, it's easy for me to say, yeah, get a call answering service because it sounds great, it sounds smart, all of this kind of stuff. But I would also be honest with you and say, look, when you're starting out, and I'm saying this from experience because I've got this crap and I've never used it. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's the truth. Is that we're not getting this huge volume of phone calls coming in where we're missing all of these calls, and there's this call answering service that's just saving us, hundreds of deals every single month. That's just the honest truth, but nonetheless, it is an option. What a call answering service is if you can't answer the call for whatever reason, it diverts to a call answering service. And what they would then do is take that call in the image of your business. So they'll answer it like, hey, you're through to Gemma at Little Piggy Rentals. I keep using your company, for example, today for everything, right? This is literally free marketing. This is going to be on the portal forever. This is free marketing forever. They will answer in your company name as your company image and say, hey, unfortunately, Don's in a meeting right now. Can I, take a message for him? So it is a great service. If it's something that you're really going to use, a great service, because even the other person, straight away, they're like, oh, bloody hell. This dumb geezer's got a blimmin' assistant answering his calls and all this sort of stuff, right? So straight away, again, the image of that business, that brand is elevated again. So it is definitely good in that regard if you're getting that volume of phone calls. But if you're not, then it's probably just about, 10 quid every single month going out, and you're never actually really using that service. So it's probably a judgment call to make. I would probably say leave it off And then when you get to a stage, you can tell, okay, you know what, I've missed a couple of calls now. Like, I don't want to be doing this. Let me get the service. Then you can do that at that stage. But yeah, I think just kind of weigh up and see how it goes on that one. Okay, business bank account and a client bank account. Again, I'm going to tell you from my personal experience. Obviously, the business bank account, you want to get the business bank account because that's going to be compliant with your limited company. That's super, super important. Not too difficult to get unless you've got some credit issues, all right? Which means you're just probably going to have to just get one of these online banks. Like, once again, it is what it is. You know, people don't care that your bank account is not Lloyds or Barclays when they're doing business with you. They don't care about that. You know, they never really know. I mean, I guess they could know when they type in the sort code and it comes up with what bank it is, but no one is not going to do business with you because, you know, with Barclays. So if you've got credit issues and stuff like that, don't worry about that. Get a Monzo, get a Tide. It is all good. No problems at all. The client bank account is one that, you know, everyone is saying you need a client. If you haven't got a client bank account, then your company is not like, you know, look, the reality is, this is meant to stop you from getting your, we're going to come on to that now, the redress schemes, but it doesn't stop you from getting the redress scheme if you haven't got a client bank account. You can get around that. It doesn't actually stop you from getting the redress scheme. So, you know, for us, yes, we've got a client bank account, that's cool. But also before that, because I wanted to, everything I was doing is in how do I, you know, educate people who haven't quite got the same privileges, who won't be able to get these bank accounts. How did they get around this? So these are things that I looked at. And quite simply, you could actually just have, because you do, what you do definitely want to do is you want to separate your personal banking funds from your client funds. Definitely want to do that. So whether it's two separate banks or not, doesn't matter, but you definitely want to have a separate account where you've got client funds going into. So you can do that in two ways. You can either open two separate accounts and you just manually label one as client account, because there is an actual process for going through to getting a client account with the bank where it's actually a client account. But that's a stringent process and not everyone can qualify for that. That's just the reality. Not everyone can qualify for it. But what you can do is open two separate accounts and you just label one as a client account, or you can have one bank account. And a lot of bank accounts now, especially the online ones, actually allows you to have a separate pot with its own individual sort code and account number within that bank account. So you can then separate that, which is also really good for banking because it's kind of all one, but it's separate. So you can see that's the client account and that's your own personal business account as well. Does that make sense? With thumbs up if that makes sense. Yep. Okay. Awesome stuff. There we go. And then now we're going to get into the protection scheme. As I mentioned, we are a professional company and we are governed, you know, by certain bodies. There's no getting around that. So there's something that we want to register with. So there used to be one called the Ombudsman Service. You know, that's no longer there. We've now got just two. So two, you decide which one you want to register with. You've got the Property Redress Scheme and we've got the Property Ombudsman. They are like the governing bodies for property businesses. They give a safe space for us as well as they do for our guests, our clients, our investors, or wherever it is. So if anyone has got a problem with our service, they can actually go to the Ombudsman and say, hey, here's the problem. This company have acted unscrupulously, but we can also protect ourselves by also going to the Ombudsman and saying, hey, here's the situation. Here are all of the facts, because they're literally a governing body, but they sit in the middle. They're not for you, and they're also not for the guests or the tenants or the investors, whoever it might be. They're almost there to be like, I'm trying to look for the right words now. Basically like the middleman. If there's any conflicts, then they're the ones who gather all of the facts and then make a decision and make a calling on it. So it's super important. Well, it's not super important. We have to register with one of these bodies. There's no getting around it. So we have to pick one and register with them. And then of course we've got the ICO, Information Commissioner's Office. That is to do with GDPR, you know, data protection. There's no getting around it. If we're collecting data in any capacity, like for example, we're collecting our guest information, which we obviously want to do, because then we can, you know, market back to them and, you know, in terms of direct bookings through them. So we are collecting data. So in that regards, we have to be registered with ICO. There's no getting around that either. Okay, and then number 5 is insurances. There are insurances as a business that you have to get, and there are also insurances, that you have to get specifically as a property business owner as well. So let's look at the business owners first. So we want to be getting public liability insurance. So that's the PL, professional indemnity, employer's liability. That's kind of up to you. But it's normally, for me, once again, if you're starting something, start with how you mean to go on, right? We intend to be a huge business. So are we going to get to a stage when we're going to employ people? Yes. No, we already do, to be fair, right? But obviously when we opened the business, we weren't employing anyone, but we got this anyway because we had the intention to employ people. And when you look at how much it increases the premium by, so let's say your premium is going to be 250 quid. The employer's liability might take it to 300 or 320 or something like that, right? So for me, for the sake of just getting an employer's liability, then, because you never know, it could be 3 months, 5 months, 6 months before you get to employ someone. You never know. Or it could be a year, and at which point, okay, it's fine, then we've got to renew that insurance anyway. But for me, I feel, we just got it, but it's completely up to you. You get to make that judgment call, but yeah, they're not that expensive. And then we've got the content insurance as well. And that's for us as business owners, as service accommodation providers. Now, for the landlord, especially when we're doing management, we want to be telling them to get this insurance because it protects them, it protects their business. But of course, we've also got a stake in this, because if that property goes to crap, then we're also not going to have, a source of income coming from that particular property. So you want them to get buildings insurance for the property. You want them to get contents. So the buildings insurance, if the property burns down, if there's flood, the roof blows off, all of these sort of things, then the building itself is insured. Contents insurance is all of the content within the property, your TVs, your sofas, all this kind of stuff, mobile phones, etc., they're going to be insured. And then the business interruption, this is one that no one really talks about and no one really understands, but this is the one that completes the service accommodation insurances, because this is the one that actually really protects you and makes sure you're still getting paid. Because the business interruption means the roof is blown off this property, so the landlord's going to get that fixed. That's all well and good. The sofas and all of that stuff that got wet is also going to get replaced. That's all well and good. But we can't run this property as a service accommodation with the property in this state, right? So we're losing income from that property every single day. Business interruption kicks in when that happens and actually starts to pay you as if your business was still running. So this is why it's a key insurance that we need to understand, and we need to speak to our brokers to get that insured, because it's a incredible benefit if we're ever to be in that position. Yes, it's going to be a monthly cost to the landlord, but with what we do and the uplift that we're able to actually present to the landlord, the reality is that is a cost that they're able to actually swallow. Okay, so that is an extra insurance there in terms of the insurances for the landlords and for us. And then, I just spoke about client money protection, so CMP. So that's really talking about, the deposit account with your bank. And then also just registering with one of those insurance schemes as well. So just making sure that you are actually insured. So this is client money protection. It's just like a scheme to make sure that the client's funds are actually secure and you're not just spending client funds like it is your fund. So that's why it is important to have those two separate accounts, and you're separating your account from the client's account as well. Okay. And then we're almost to the end. Websites. I can see people yawning, people rubbing their eyes. This is one of those boring topics. It's boring, but it's got to be done. It's got to be done. Okay. Websites. This one is sort of like a bitter pill to swallow, because no one ever really looks at it. I'm sure Don can corroborate this. We've got a pretty decent looking website as well. Traffic is near on zero. Now, don't get me wrong, we've definitely got plans to start, running ads and driving traffic to the website, all of that, which in that case, obviously you need that presence and it's going to help. But when you're starting off, literally nobody's gone on your website, but you need it, right? So it's one of those situations. You need it because what do we do when we're looking for a company? Or if someone tells us this is their business, we go onto their website to try and check them out. It's just that simple. Like, it's important. It is your image. It's your company image. So if you're telling the landlord, this is what I do. If you're speaking to an agent, this is what I do. They're going to want to check you out. They are going to want to check out your website. If you haven't got a website, you're dead on arrival. Dead on arrival. I've literally had an agent say to me for a networking event, someone else connected me to them. They've said, okay, can you send us a website? I sent them my website. They had a look and they said, okay, yeah, boom, let's book a meeting. Imagine I didn't have a website. Do you know what I mean? Like that relationship would have been dead on arrival, right? But it's important to create an image for yourself and your business and make sure that website, reflects who you truly are, who your business is. That's when you talk about your values, what you've done, the things that you hope to accomplish in the future as well, and how you can actually help them, right? So it is super, super kind of important to have that website. Now, people talk about, working with agents on the website or working with landlords. That's fine. Personally, I don't really have a preference because for us, with what we're doing management, we're not typically doing rent to rent. But with what we're doing, our value proposition is best placed when we are face to face with the agents and we're telling them. Now, yes, they're going to go and do their due diligence afterwards. That's fine. But our best chance is to present our value proposition when we are in front of them. So when they go onto our website and they see what we do, how we work with landlords, that's perfectly fine. They're not going to start thinking, oh, you want to steal our business, because we've already told them what we do and how we're going to work collaboratively with them. But they're just seeing what our business actually does. So it's not really conflicting, in all honesty. But again, personal preferences. If you want to have on there, how you work with agents and all this kind of stuff, that's perfectly fine. But it's not as if you've got all these agents who are looking you up to try and work with service accommodation providers. It's not like that. So that's my personal thing. But again, it's all personal preference. But the most important thing is to make sure we've got a website and a logo as well. It's your logo representing you. Again, kind of going back to Little Piggy Rentals, like, I love Don's logo. I don't know who's done it for him, but it's amazing. It's really, really good looking. It represents what the brand is, So all of these things are important because, again, people judge you based on that. There you go, guys. You see, it's kind of fading into your blurry. There we go. Yeah, we got it. Awesome. So yeah, it's really beautiful, really, really beautiful. But again, I was saying that this speech I did today, you can't make a good first impression twice. And what someone see of you is how they're going to pretty much judge you moving forward. Now, you can try and claw that back, but it's like that energy you're using to claw that back, you could be using that to actually strengthen your relationship if you just done the right things on the front end, right? And you've also got to remember this, like how you do, for me anyway, this is what I think, and this is perhaps how you're also going to be perceived by a lot of investors, agents, and potential landlords that want to work with you. I would say how you do anything is how you do everything. So if you haven't put attention into sorting out the front face of your business, your logos and your website and stuff like that, then how much care and attention you're going to put into my property. Now, I will caveat that because there's also people that go on the other side and spend 10 weeks working on their logo. Now, this is not that important. The website is also not that important in the grand scheme of things. Please, let me make that clear. That is not what is going to win you business. I cannot stress that enough. The relationships, the networking, picking up the phone, speaking to agents, nurturing those relationships, income generating activities. That's what I call them. The website and your logo are not one of those. Income generating activities are things like finding deals and finding money. If you're doing something towards those, then you're moving your business forward, even if you're not getting the response that you're wishing for today. As long as you're doing something towards one of those two things, then you're moving your business forward. But the website is not one of them. But with that being said, it is obviously important that you get the website up running as quickly as possible so your business actually has a face. So a few little bits of resources here for you. to get you going really, really quickly, again, if you're not focused on SEO and things like that, because look, if you're focused on SEO, growing organically, you know, I've been told by, well, actually, you know, this guy who owns a web design agency that, you know, he said I wouldn't recommend GoDaddy to my worst enemy, right? But then, but obviously he's a professional. He builds websites. You know, one of his clients is, you know, WorldPay and HubSpot and all of that. So we're talking real high level here, right? So of course he's not going to use this, but for us, that will it's just an image. It's just a front. You're just starting your business. You don't want to be going spending literally thousands a month on your website, right? That's crazy. You're going to burn your money. So I will recommend GoDaddy to you guys. Yeah, I will happily do that. It's like 10 quid a month. You got your website. It's got some great designs on there as well. You can make it look nice. So by all means, you know, there's GoDaddy, there's web.com, there's Ionos, there's Wix, there's one.com. You pick one. You can get your domains on there. Here's another quick thing I forgot to mention when I was talking about names. And this can absolutely burn you, all right? You need to make sure once you found the name and it's on company's house, make sure that you get that domain secured as quickly as possible. Secure that domain. When I say domain, I mean your web, www.littlepigrentals.co.uk or wherever it might be. Make sure you secure that straight away, because again, if you've got a company name and you haven't got the domain for it, I would go faster, change the name. You need to own your space. You can't have someone else having your domain for your business. That is a recipe for disaster, because the reality is at some point in the future, that is going to become a problem and you're going to need to reach out to them. And the point it becomes a problem, you're already a bigger company, a bigger brand. They check you out, see how much money you're making, and they're going to ask you about tens of thousands for that website. That's what I would do. You know what I mean? It's a commercial move. Why would you not? So it's definitely important to make sure you're securing and getting that domain for your company name. And if you can't find one, then I would argue that you change the company name. Okay. That is, how long did that take me? Oh, almost an hour. I'm surprised. I thought I was gonna do that quicker. Yes. So yeah, we've pretty much come. Yes, there you go. The end of that very. It's not actually the first module. It isn't the first module, but it's just one of those. Is the business setup. It's one that needs to be done because it is, you know, super important that we're setting up in the right structures. Oh, someone sent me a message and I missed it. Let's have a look here. There you go. There you go. So you looked on Upwork. Don't just say you looked on Upwork, found an artist, you know, who's working like, pay £10 for a logo and brand package. £10. That's what you paid for that. Blimey, no, I was gonna say, mate, that's a bank job you've done there, mate. Done an absolute bank job on them. £100, okay, yeah. I think it was a typo. It says £10, and I said, what? Oh, no, I did say £100. Actually, I missed it. Yeah, £100. Okay, cool. But £100 is still great value, like, you know, for the logo and the brand design, because, you know, branding and logo are two different things. Because I can see your whole brand there, which is pretty cool. So yeah, well done on that, mate. So there you go. That's a massive tip for you guys there. Upwork. And there's so many resources like Upwork, Fiverr. You can go on there and get really good deals. And I was speaking to someone at the event today, and I said, look, I can either try to learn this new skill, which there's nothing wrong with that, but how much do I value my time in terms of learning it and then designing something that is going to be up to the standard of someone who does this on a day-to-day? So if I just pay that person, leverage the skill, they're going to be better than whatever I can come up with anyway. They come up with it, and now I've got that time back to focus on a high income generating task that's going to cover what I've paid that person. Now, I would rather the latter instead of just wasting my time and stressing myself out on something I really don't enjoy doing. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, that's definitely what I'd recommend. Okay, awesome. So let's get started, right? So just to kind of give you guys some context, you know, I've got a 6-step formula, right, to really get people scaling when it comes to the service accommodation management. And it's called the profit formula. And the reality is, as you all probably know, there's really nothing is possible, nothing at all, without getting this right first. And that's why it's literally the first part of the module. And going through this, hopefully by the time we finish this and we're implementing this all the way through this week, it's going to really give us the right foundations for everything else that we're going to be going through. And we'll start talking about, the technical element and things of that nature, because, from next week, the second part, which is the R of the profit, is research. So that's going to be a bit more intense, yeah? And giving you, but what it's also going to do is it's also going to give you something that you cannot go away. And irrespective of whatever happens, that every single day there's something that you can be doing. But again, if you don't have the psychology right, I promise you, it can come across as laborious. It can come across as, I don't really want to be doing this part. But every single part of the 6-step process is important. But I would probably say this is the most important part, right? And it is the psychology. And it's not the sexiest one, depending on who you are. I love this stuff. If you've ever heard me, talk, I'm always talking motivation, mindset, inspiration. I love this stuff because I know the power of what is done for me, right? That was the first thing, my teacher, Mr. Adams, this is the first thing he started working on with me when it was like, okay, cool, let's get you out of this situation that you're in. So I know the power of this. And once we get this right, really everything will start to change. Okay, so really what I've done, so in terms of the psychology, this is also broken down into 6 different segments. Again, as you guys are probably going to learn something about me, when people are talking about all of these things, I like to quantify things and break them down. Like, that's probably why I talk a lot, because I just love explaining stuff. Yeah, it's probably part a Nigerian thing as well. I would just like to explain stuff. So it's coming in handy for this new field that I'm going into. So that's cool. But it's really about breaking things down into bite sizes so we can understand. So it's not just a buzzword of, you got to take your psychology, right? It's like, what do I actually do? What different parts of my life do I need to actually sort out, and how do I do that? So it's broken down into 6 steps. Now, the very first one, it's not going to surprise anyone, is goal setting, right? It's really difficult. I've got a podcast coming out next week. I don't want to do the spoiler, but I was listening to it this morning because I've got to go through the podcast and really send my editor clips for what clips, to use for the teasers. And, this guest was talking about, the power of just visualization and goal setting and things that he did at the age of 9 years old, and now living that life now because of things that he just saw at the age of 9, which is incredible. But if you're not goal setting, you're not setting the course, then how are you going to get there? It's like just getting in your car, sticking the engine on, and then you just start driving. Like, you're moving, but where are you going? Do you know what I mean? Like, where are you going? Where's the destination? And that's really what goal setting is, right? So we're really going to break down goal setting and, the most effective ways of goal setting, but actually making sure that you get moving and you actually achieve something at the end of that goal setting. Because again, it's all about the results. It's all about getting something at the end of it. If nothing comes at the end of it, it actually does the opposite, which is demotivate you. And this is why what tends to happen is, January the 1st or the 2nd, all of these New Year's resolutions have been written out, right? And it is insane because I did a live about this on January 12th because I read something which says 12 days into the year, people have given up on a New Year's resolution, right? And that's because they're looking at it as, it's not something I can actually achieve anymore because they've not kind of seen themselves moving forward. And that's what tends to happen. So we're going to really look at how to set goals effectively so you do get results at the end of them. So there are 5 steps to effective goal setting. And we are going to break each individual one of these steps down, but 5 steps. Making a decision, writing it down, breaking it down, planning the first step. That is so crucial for me. And then working on it. So let's get into it. The very, very first thing that everyone here has got to do today, right now, is to make a decision. And that decision really is, are you going to fully commit to this new thing that you're doing? Or maybe it's not new, so I know a couple of you are actually already in this and you've already secured properties, but are you making a commitment that this is something that you're going to focus on and really make the sole income driver in your life to transform your life? And transformation for different people could mean different things. You know, I'm not going to reveal everyone's personal situation because I've spoken to everyone, but you know, for some people it could literally be just replacing that income so they've got the freedom to do the things that they want to do with their loved ones. You know, for others, it could be just building an absolutely massive business so they can then actually go and do, you know, the things that they're passionate about in life, you know, put their imprint into this world. That means something different to everyone, but you've got to make a decision right now that thing that you want to achieve and you want to use service accommodation as a vehicle for it, make a decision right now that you are actually going to commit to this. Because I'll be honest with every single one of you here, you don't have to use service accommodation as the vehicle to achieve those goals. It can be deal packaging. It can be commercial conversions. It can be buy, refurbish, refinance. It could be loads of different strategies you can do. The reality is every single one of those strategies is also going to need you to make this decision. None of it is going to happen without taking this first step, making a decision. Now, I haven't read this, so don't quote me on this, but if you're going to blame anyone, blame Tony Robbins because I heard it from him, right? but he said, making a decision, I think it's actually like a Latin word, decision. It's to cut away from. It's to cut away from. That means burn the freaking boats. He actually used an example of a Spanish. To be fair, I've heard this story different times. Some people said it was Spanish, some said it was Turkish, some said it was bloody Chinese. I don't know, right? But there was this, you know, army general that brought his troops, right, by water. And when they got to the shore, they didn't have all of the advantages, but they got to the shore and he literally turned around and burned all the boats. And he said to them, if you want to see your family again, we're going to win this battle or we all die here. Now that's making a decision. That is like, we're either all dying here or we're giving every single ounce of what we've got to get back because there is no other options. That's what making a decision really means. And you've got to be literally willing to burn the boats, willing to make all of the sacrifices, saying, it doesn't matter what happens, this is what I'm going to do for the next year, the next 2 years. Because I promise you right now, especially with the education I'm going to be giving, that's the promise that I can give you, that I'm going to give you my heart and soul. That's the promise that I can give. But with everything that you're going to learn over these next few weeks and with the coaching and mentoring you're going to get from me, if you just implement, if you just say, okay, I'm just going to implement, I'm going to take his word for it, I'm going to implement. If you do that, I have absolute certainty that you can achieve the things that you want to achieve. But you need to make that decision that you're going to make that happen. Does that make sense? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, brilliant. Well, I'm seeing a lot of nodding head, so that's a good sign. Cool. So that's the first step, making a decision. Number 2 is writing it down. So number 2 is write it down. I didn't actually understand the power of this. By a raise of hand, actually, and be very, very honest, by a raise of hand, how many times have you heard to write your goal down but actually never do it? Raise your hand if you've done that. Yep, we've all done it. I've done it. Like in fact, I was listening to all of these people. Yeah, Kadun's got like the little thing here. Raised hand. For years, I was listening to all of the best motivational speakers, people who I rated, people who I loved, and people who I believed in everything that was coming out of their mouth. But yet they're telling me to write down my goals and I'm not doing it. Mental. Do you know what I mean? Because it's just like, now I know it. But like, I'm the worst for that because I've always known that my memory has not been the best historically. So it's almost like, bro, you know you're going to forget this stuff tomorrow, right? Like you know that, right? Why don't you just write it down? You trust this guy, you believe, why don't you just write it down? It's just almost like, and I truly feel it's because of the psychology of why we should write it down. It's actually why we don't write it down. Because writing it down is almost like you're making that commitment. You're saying like, this is what I want. And you don't want to disappoint yourself or let yourself down. So you're like, I'll write it down next week when I'm actually ready, when I know like I'm actually going to do it. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's crazy. Sorry, say that again? Oh, I thought someone said something. That's cool. But like that's the very reason why we should write it down. Because these are our goals. These are the things that we want to achieve. And writing something down, it reinforces in your head. It's like you're telling yourself twice again. And because you're doing it slowly and you're reading it, that when you're writing, you're reading, right? So you've said it to yourself internally, and now you're writing it down physically. You're looking at the words you're writing, but you're also reciting it to yourself. So it's just imprinting in your mind. Like that's the whole purpose of it. But once you put pen to paper, it becomes real. It's not in the physical, right? You've taken it from the metaphysical, which is in your mind, which you can't really see, and now it's in the physical, right? And that's the power of visualization. That's the power of being able to see things. You know, if you can see it, you can believe it, you can achieve it, right? And that's why you need to be writing down your goals. But also it gives you visual cues. You know, you write down your goals, you put them all around different places. So it's a visual cue. You can see, because we all forget. Life gets in the way. I was speaking to my best friend today, and this might sound strange to you guys, but we're family here, so I'm going to be honest with you. And it was like, yeah, how you getting on, bro? And I'm like, do you know what? Like, I'm just getting on. I'm just moving sort of thing. But it's like even my missus said to me yesterday, we've just picked up a beautiful property today. Incredible property. Literally just picked up the keys today. But there's just this, because I'm just doing so much, I'm just active and just moving. Sometimes you need to just take a step back and realign with your goals again, right? But if they're not written down, how's that going to happen? So that's even something that I'm going to do today. So this is like, trust me, I'm not perfect, yeah? And this is something that you're going to continuously have to keep working on, like throughout your life. You know, but the reality is doing these things, writing it down, I can just go back in the morning. I've already got it set now. In the morning, I'm going to go back and I'm just going to read through my goals again and just realign, right? And understand why I'm doing the things I'm doing, the impact that I actually want to make. And, you know, that's going to reinvigorate me again. Because at the moment, it's just, yes, I'm having success, but it's just almost having success for the sake of having success because I haven't realigned back with those goals. But I know I can easily because I've got them written down. Yeah, so that's the power of writing these things down. We're also going to give you visual cues, right? And then number 3 is break it down. Break it down. Now, this one is what makes it tangible. It's what really makes it tangible. And only you can really know this because it depends on your goal. First of all, this is also the beauty of mentorship, right? Because if you had these goals that you wanted to achieve something in a particular field, but you don't really understand the mechanisms in which to achieve that, it's actually pretty difficult to break it down because you don't know the actual steps that's going to take you to succeed. You know you want to achieve that thing, but you don't know the steps to take you to that's going to take you to succeed. But the beauty of mentorship is now you know the steps. So when you're sitting there by yourself and you're trying to write down these goals and you need to break it down, because you're aware of the steps, you know what you need to do. So you want to break it down, like chunk it down. What's going to be my first step? What's going to be the second step? What's going to be the things that I need to prioritize? What are the things that I need to do first, right? And then before I do all of these things. And this is really interesting because I'm recruiting right now for an executive assistant. And I've been interviewing since Friday. And it's weird where you're interviewing these people. Obviously, they're better at this stuff than I am. I'm terrible. But that's why I'm trying to recruit for one, right? I need someone to sort my life out. So when I'm but here's what I did. I know, Don, you're going to love this, right? Actually, you're all probably going to love it if you know about this too. Because I know I need my life sorted out, but I don't actually know exactly what these people do. This I'm learning. This is the first. I've never had an executive assistant before. So I'm like, what do I do? Guess what I did? I went into ChatGPT and I was like, said, you know, write a job description for an executive assistant and everything like I swear to God, no one ever lie. And it's giving me this banging description. I've added a couple little bits, bang. Like, it's insane. And then even for the interviews, I was like, what are the best questions to ask an executive assistant before you hire them? Bam, 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 bam. And I'm asking them the questions, right? And they're giving me the answers. And I'm kind of learning, okay, cool. So this is what I need to be looking for. So in the next interview, I know how to ask even better quality questions because now I'm starting to understand, you know, exactly how that works. But a lot of them talk about kind of prioritizing, you know. So, you know, one of the questions is, you know, how do you manage your to-do list and stuff like something like that anyway, right? And it's about, you know, here's the things that needs to get done. What's the most important one? What's the one that's going to get me fired if I don't get it done? Right? What's the one that's probably not that bad? And then you kind of prioritize in that way. But that's because they understand their role. If you'd ask me that question, I would probably just say it based on, you know, how I would do it. But that's probably not the most efficient way. That's why I'm looking for an executive assistant. But because they understand their roles, they know exactly how to break it down. So where you know exactly what you're doing as well, it's not just about setting the goal. Now it's about breaking it down to bite-sized chunks so you can actually start today. Because if you said, what's the goal? I want to get 3 properties in the next 6 weeks. And that's just the goal. That's just that's what you just written down. That's going to be difficult to achieve because you don't know what the next steps are. But if you're saying, you know, like Don would know, you know, so Don's been filling this accountability shit every week. You know, where I'm saying, okay, here's what you need to do every single week. Here's the amount of people you need to speak to. Here's the amount of messages you need to send to agents. Here's the amount of one-to-ones you need to have. So now it's like, okay, cool. Here's the breakdown of exactly what I need to be achieving. And then you can go and make it happen. So that's breaking it down. And then the next one is to plan the first step. I can't say how important this is. And maybe there's been a time in your life where you've actually experienced this. Like Tony Robbins says, I mean, I'm quoting the hell out of it. This is just plagiarism at this stage. I'm just taking everything from it. But you never leave the site of a decision without taking the first step towards its attainment. And I think that is so powerful. So it's like, don't write your goals down today and then go to bed. I'm going to come crack on tomorrow. Right? It's like the excitement. And I know we've all been there before. You know, when you've set yourself a target and then you do the first thing, you tell yourself, I'm just going to do this thing. But then before you know it, you're deep. You're deep in. You're doing everything now, right? Because you're now super excited because you're achieving something. But that first step is so crucial because it gets you going. It gets you it's showing commitment, but psychologically it's telling your mind like, okay, cool, we're committed to this. This is what we're doing. If you write down your goals or you say, I'm going to achieve this, and then you go to bed, your mind is like, we've done this before. We're not, you know, we're not going to prioritize that stuff. Let's just see what happens tomorrow, right? But if you've started on it, you're getting excited about it, you go to bed, you're excited, you wake up, you're like, yeah, let's crack on, let's do this again. That's how you gain momentum. So never, ever, ever leave the sight of certain goals without doing the first step, right? So even if you say, even if it's something like, you know, I'm going to be looking on Rightmove every single day, I'm going to try and make sure I find at least 1 or 2 properties, or I'm going to reach out to, you know, at least 1 or 2 landlords and open, whatever it might be. You open up your laptop, you jump on, have a little search for 5 minutes. In that 5 minutes, you're going to, oh, here's some couple exciting opportunities. Right? And then you can go to bed and do whatever you need to do. But you've got to plan that first step. What am I going to do? What is the first step to help me attain these goals that I'm looking for? And then number 5 is work on it. I'm a big, anyone who's been listening to my content over the past, you know, few months, you just know I'm a huge believer in this. This knowledge is power nonsense is a nonsense. You know, there is no power in knowledge without action. You have to take the action. It's the only way. There is no other way to achieve what you want to achieve without taking the action. Do you know what I mean? Einstein, people say, yeah, the way Einstein used to, you know, come up with his formulas is he just used to sit on his chair and just stare outside his window. But imagine that's all he did, though. Imagine he just sat on his chair and just stared all day for like 40 years. and then get off that chair, where would we be today? It's not really going to work out. It's not going to work out for anyone. So you can sit on that chair, think about all this stuff. You know, you can read your books, audio books, you get all of this knowledge, mentorship, all of that. But until you get up and go out there and actually put the work in, nothing is going to happen, right? Nothing is going to happen. Applied intelligent pressure. So always go apply intelligent pressure, which is, you know what you need to do. So you've got the intelligence, and then you just keep consistently applying it, consistently doing it, consistently taking the action. And when you go through these 5 steps and you do things in the correct way, like we've just described, I promise you, you're just going to see things start falling into place. Just slowly start falling. You won't realize it, but before you know, you're like, what's going on? I'm starting to achieve things. I'm starting to move forward. I can see the momentum is happening. And it will be one day. I promise you, it will just be one day. You just be like, oh my God, what's happened? But that's because you've just been doing this thing. So please, guys, I'll say to you, this is what I do. It's on a Sunday, that's really where I review my goals. And that's where I write down my goals for the week. Like that one is something that is, for me anyway, is not really negotiable. Like, I have to plan my week, right? You've got to plan your week. What are my targets for this week? What do I need to achieve? Otherwise, you're walking aimlessly. That you don't. It's the same thing about not setting a goal at all. You're just getting into that car. You're driving for the week. You don't know where you're going. And trust me, what I think the Bible says this, right? For you Christians out there, the devil makes work for idle hands. Yeah, if you've got nothing to do, trust me, someone else will find something for you to do, and it might not be anything that's going to benefit you. But you're going to do it because you haven't got plans. You know, when someone calls you, oh, do you want to just pop out for a drink? Can we just pop into town quickly? Or can we just do this? You're going to be doing all of this crazy stuff because you haven't got plans. Whereas if you got plans and you got goals, you know, I have to achieve these things for this week. When people are calling you to do this, you're like, I can't. I'm busy. Do you know what I mean? Like me and my friends now, we have to plan way in advance when we're doing stuff. And that's not like, I'm really, really, really happy about this. It's not just because, oh, Ibs is doing this amazing. All my friends, my 3 core friends who, you know, I think I've kind of told you guys before, you know, when I was on the streets, you know, they would come look after me. And it's not like they were well of themselves. You know, we all kind of grew up pretty much, you know, without privileges, right? Every single one of us is doing amazing things, which is what I'm really, really happy about. So it's not just a me thing. We've all don't have that much time. That's because we're filling our time with stuff that we're actually doing for our businesses, for our families, and we're growing. So we have to plan ahead, and we all understand that. And everyone's on the same page. You know, but if you haven't got stuff to do and people call you, they're going to take your time away. So just make sure that you're planning your week, you're working on your goals, you're following these 5 steps and implementing every single step of the way. So that's the very first one, which is goal setting, right? So remember, prepare, plan, execute, constantly learning, right? So for me, this is some of the things that I do, right? This is some of the things that I do personally. Exercise and rest. Now, they say go in the gym every single day. I don't know. I go gym pretty frequently, but I need my day's rest. For me personally, I need my day's rest. You know, some people, I don't understand the reason why they do it, because once you take that break, it's messing up your pattern. It's messing up the routine. Like, so I do understand it. But what I try to do is, for every single morning, regardless, even if I'm going to the gym, I do 100 push-ups, even if I'm going to the gym. So if I'm not going to the gym, I still got that routine in the morning where I'm doing push-ups. So I still feel like I'm exercising my body and my mind. So that's what I do. But exercise is just, it really is a must. And I know it's difficult, but there's a direct correlation between a lot of these successful people, you know, and actually exercising. I mean, I say that, I've seen some pretty, you know, I'm like, you don't exercise, bro. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know. But there you go anyway. Generally, it's good for the mind and soul. The next one for me is wake up early. This is one, Look, I'm going to be real with you guys. I'm going to be real with you. I'm not here to talk nonsense. I'm just here to talk from my personal experience. Me, I'm an early bird. Wake up at 5 o'clock every single morning, no questions, alarm goes off, that's me. Here's the thing, I had arguments with my missus for years. Not even just like for years, because I'm just like, I could not quantify, understand why are you waking up at 10 8? Like, how can you do this? Like, you're wasting your day. Like, what? And I just couldn't get it. But the thing is, she'll be up at night to like 2 a.m. and all that stuff. And to me, it didn't make sense until I listened to a podcast, which literally says scientifically proven some people are early birds and some people are night owls. Fact. And I was like, oh, you've been a prick for a long time, right? You've been giving your missus smoke for no reason, right? But it's actually scientific. So for me, again, yes, I'm an early bird. That's me. But it depends on how you work. If you prefer to do things at night, then just make sure you are very, very effective. But obviously the issue is about, how other people, some people we have to relate with who are, external, they're working the normal 9 to 5. Those are their hours, so there's still things that we're going to need to do during the day. For me, for example, like what with the service accommodation thing, it's waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning. If I'm focusing on acquisition that day, then I'm looking on Rightmove during the time when I can't speak to the agents, but I'm maximizing my time. I'm not doing that at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock when the agents are up. I'm doing that at 9 o'clock, at 6 a.m. in the morning. But they don't list their new properties, in the morning. They list it the night before. So the new properties are already on there when I go on there at 6 o'clock in the morning. I have a look, put them into the spreadsheet, right? The name of the agency, the property, I put the link, all of that sort of stuff, right? And then when I'm calling them, I'm just calling them, looking at the spreadsheet. I'm saying, okay, cool. That's the person I've got to speak to. Here's the property. I just click on the link, bring the link up, put them up, have a chat with them about that one. But it's about effectively using your time. So if you're a night owl, there's things that you can do during those out of working hours that can still allow you to be effective. And then the next one is minimize distractions. This is probably the biggest distraction. Let's be honest, there's probably not really anything else that we need in terms of distraction. This has got everything. It's got your emails, it's got games, it's got Netflix, it's got like you only need this. And it's very easy, it's just your hand. It could just be sitting there. You don't even know, before you know it, your hand just says, I need to pick this up. And then you pick it up, and then 2 hours later, you're still deep into it. But you got to be able to minimize this stuff, whether you literally put the phone in the other room, if you're that bad and you can't control it. And that's never like a negative, thing to say about anyone. It's difficult. Like, these people make trillions of pounds, and they've got the best engineers in the world working to make sure that they take your attention. So people being almost addicted to this stuff, it's not like a negative on people. This is how they've designed it. But we have to try and be conscious about this stuff and just, whatever. If it means you got to put in another room, you put in another room, right? Or if you're going to be that disciplined, then you just that disciplined, like for the next hour, for the next 2 hours, I am not looking at this stuff, right? And we're all guilty of it, but this is how you have to do it to really focus and get the most out of those times that you're spending. Set daily goals. That goes without saying again. If you're setting weekly goals on a Sunday, then every single day you're breaking those down to daily goals, right? So the Sunday goals are not daily goals. That's like, this is what I want to achieve for the week. And then again, remember when we're talking about goal setting, breaking things down, you do the exact same thing for your weekly goals. And then Monday's like, okay, cool, here are the things I'm going to do on Monday. Tuesday, here are the things I'm going to do on Tuesday. Some of those things might overlap because you're chunking them into bite sizes throughout the week. But nonetheless, you need to be chunking them down on a daily basis. And then just be a self-motivator. You've got your goals. You know what you want to achieve. That is good. Maybe you're listening to me, the lives I do in the Facebook group, you listen to podcasts, or you listen to, motivational talks in the morning. Like I do that stuff. Don't get me wrong. I listen to podcasts pretty much every day. Not every day. And I listen to motivational content every morning. So I do it, but also there is this within me, the things that I want to achieve, the impact I want to have. Like, that's just there, right? So you got to be a self-motivator, and it's got to be strong enough to wake up every single day and just go and achieve the things that you want to achieve. Okay? So I hope that makes sense. So now we're going to move on to planning, right? So, down here. So it says, let us discover the behaviors and habits that you need to start, stop, and continue in order to become the person that you need to be to achieve your goals, right? Because there are things that we all do that are just little habits that are taking us further away from what we really want to achieve. So I want you guys to think about this now. So if you're watching this back on replay and recording, think about new habits and behaviors that you need to start. What are the new habits, whether it's drinking water, whether it's, going to the gym, exercising more? Is it meditating? Is it doing yoga? Is it being more, just being more present? Is it reading more? Is it listening to more motivational podcasts? Like, what are new habits and behaviors? Is it writing goals, setting goals? What are the new habits and behaviors that you need to implement in your life today that is going to help you move forward? Because we know the things that we should and shouldn't be doing, really, like we know it. So what are those things? Write them down. Remember, when you write it down, it becomes powerful. So write down those things, new habits and behaviors that you need to start today to start moving you forward. Next one. So if you're recording, if you're watching this on a recording or in the portal, pause this. Take some time. This ain't going anywhere. Pause it. Take some time. Really write this down and then come back to it. Okay? And then move on. Next one. What old habits and behaviors do I need to stop? What old habits and behaviors do you need to stop? This is something that, again, we all know, we're all aware of. We know the things that are not really great about us, things that we could change and do better. Like, there's no bigger critic than ourselves. We know these things. Doesn't matter how everyone else perceives or sees us out there. The reality is we know ourselves. So what are the old habits and behaviors that I need to stop? Is it eating sweets? Is it too much caffeine? I think this is like self-therapy for myself at the moment. I've just come out with the two things that I'm really bad at. What else? What else? What are the old habits and behaviors that you need to stop? Is it going to bed late? Is it watching TV before we go to bed? Because we know how bad the blue light is for us, right? I was listening to a lady the other day. I went to her event, Dr. Alicia Damani. If you guys don't know her, definitely check her out. I know cool, you know her. Incredible. I learned a lot of things from her. Watching TV before you go into bed is not the one. It's just not the one. 2 hours before we go to bed. Just the way our body and our systems work. It's not the one. So are these, habits, bad habits and behaviors? Is it eating late at night before going to bed? Is it not going to the gym? Not exercising? What are those old habits and behaviors? So behaviors could be things like lying to yourself. And when I say lying to yourself, it's not like you're lying to yourself, but you do understand that every time you tell your mind that you're going to do something and you don't do it, you're telling your mind that you can't be trusted. And then it's going to allow you to behave as such because the mind is very powerful. It's trying to protect us. So if you're saying, I know I said this stuff, but it's difficult, I don't really want to do that. Other things that you say, even if you're saying you want to do great, you're going to be, nah, you don't want to do that. That's going to be difficult. I know you don't like difficult stuff. Right? And then it's going to trick you and play these little games to stop you from moving forward. So is it not committing to the words that you tell yourself? What are those old habits and behaviors that you need to stop? And then the next one, and what good habits and behaviors do you need to continue? Because there's also a lot of things that we do good. And then what tends to happen is sometimes maybe we're stressed, maybe we're not at our optimum self, and we stop doing those things for a while. Gym is one of those things. And you banging out, and then you go for maybe a stressful period, you stop, and then it's just so difficult to get back into it. And when you're doing it, you don't think you're ever gonna stop. Right? You're like, I love this stuff, this is great. And then all of a sudden you can't get yourself back up to get back in there. The gym is such a weird one. But is it good habits and behaviors that you need to continue? Something like the gym, you know is good. Maybe you drink a lot of water. And that's something that you need to continue because you know it's going to be positive for you. Do you write down your goals all the time? I tell you another incredible thing that has changed my life. This is I'm not gonna say the one thing, there's so many things, but this, I've seen a marked difference. And this is, some people call it scribing, some people call it journaling. It is so powerful, man. So powerful. Like journaling for me is almost like self-therapy. It's so powerful. Just coming down every single day, being able to like process your thoughts and just writing down. Like today, for example, I'm going to be doing that this evening. Why did I feel, I felt like this, when I was speaking to Nick, he was asking how I was feeling. I don't know why I felt like that because things are good. Why did I feel this way? I don't really understand. I need to think about it. So tomorrow, during my meditation, it's going to be something I'm going to work on, right? But because I'm processing this information every single day, it's not something that lingers. It's something that happens. I pour it out, have a conversation with myself as I'm writing it down. I'm kind of almost like self-dealing with it because compound. So let's say I don't deal with this today. And then tomorrow, 3 days, a week, 2 weeks, bro, you're depressed and you don't know what's going on. You just feel down, right? That's what happens. But when you're dealing with these things, day to day, it's a lot easier. It helps you. It's almost like self-therapy. It's incredible. So is it things like that you're doing already? Maybe you're already journaling. It's like, I'm just going to keep doing that. Maybe you're already setting goals every day. I'm just going to keep doing that, right? Maybe I'm always looking at, there's no day that I don't look at Rightmove. There's no day that I'm not sending out, invitations to potential landlords or investors on open rent. There's no that like all of these things that we're already doing good, then let's just continue to do them as well. Okay. Brilliant. So these are the 4 steps to creating a plan to actually achieve your goals. Okay. The first one is to first understand your goals, understand what it is that you want to achieve. That's the very first one. What do you really want to achieve? Then the next one is to plan it. We'll plan it out. We're going to write it down. We're going to break it down. We're going to take our first step, towards actually implementing it. And then step 3 is we're going to do it. Action, action, action. Without action, nothing else matters, right? And then the 4th step, of course, is review. Because at the same time, we can't be silly. You can't be doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different result. So if you're doing something that isn't quite working, once again, as long as you've got the right guidance, because if you haven't got the right guidance and you keep moving from here and then moving over there and then moving over there and then moving over there again, then you're just going back and forth. You might not really know. You might have been on the right track, but because it was difficult, you decided to just stop and do something else. But if you've got the right mentorship and the right guidance, then it's always important to review what I'm doing, really getting results. Am I doing it correctly? And if you are, you keep going. If you're not, then you divert slightly. You're still doing the same thing, but you're just taking a little bit of a pivot with some guidance and making the right decisions. So this is really how you go about setting your goals and then achieving your goals as well. So now we're going to move on. Visualization. Just give me a little raise of your hand if you've done visualization before. Yep. Well, I can't see the ladies' screen because they're blank. So we don't know whether they got their hands raised or not. Could they not get there? Could have done that again. You've done the big hand raise. Awesome. Okay. Honestly, visualization is so powerful. And I was, one of those people who, I've been doing this for a few years now in terms of actually meditation. But if we take it back even way before that, I just thought this stuff was a joke. I'm not going to lie. I was like, this don't make no sense. What are these people talking about? It's nonsense, right? It's nonsense. But it's weird how we look at things that we don't do or we don't really know a lot about, and we just tend to, make these snap judgments about it. But visualization is so powerful. And one thing that I've come to realize is nothing on this planet has ever been created without first being visualized. Nothing. Everything starts with a thought. Even before it was created, before someone created this Mac, they had to think about, what do I want this Mac? This is what I want it to look like. Steve Jobs was very clear. People thought it was crazy. But that came in his mind first before this was created. This blimmin' screwdriver, I don't know what this is doing on my desk, by the way. I think my daughter must have been in here. But this screwdriver, it was first thought about in someone's mind before it was created. Like, visualization is so powerful. For me, every morning, meditation and visualization. And I actually class them as separate. I know sometimes people do them as, as one. I class them separate. Meditation, I try to have a clear mind. I've been doing meditation for like 3 years now. I still haven't cracked it. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I still feel good. So that's all that matters. Do you know what I mean? My mind drifts, and I'm like, oh God, well, how long have I been gone for? But we just try to catch it. That's what we can do. But visualization, I love it because my mind is allowed to drift, and I've got clear goals. So that means I'm always having the same dream every single morning. Do you know how powerful that is? How much is just drawing you towards, like, I know once I go into that mode, I know where I'm starting. I know the house. I know the sound on the ground. I know where I'm walking. I know, the businesses that I've had set up, all the things I'm doing in Nigeria. I'm literally looking at it right now because I do this every single morning, right? Do you know how much of a pull that's going to give you? Like, this is something you're seeing every day. It's so real. Every time I close my eyes, it is so real. There is no doubt these things are going to happen. It's already mine. Like, that is the thing, right? It is already mine. And that's the power of visualization. Like, the way that I see law of attraction is, there's a lot. Once again, I actually spoke about this on the podcast that's going to become now Monday. People look at law of attraction, it's like, oh, this like woo-woo stuff, right? But that's how some people have sold in the past, if I'm honest, to be fair. But it's not that. For me, the way I see it is you've got a vision and it sticks in your mind. And because it is so present in the forefront of your mind every single day in conversations, when you're meeting people, you're speaking to people, this is the stuff I talk about. When I tell people about this strategy, I mean, every single one of you have been on a call with me. How passionate do I sound about this stuff? Because like I think about the impact that this stuff is going to have on so many people's lives. I'm fully devoted and committed to this. I know how many lives this stuff can change. And that's why I'm so passionate when I speak about it, right? That's what visualization is. And what that does is it rubs off on other people. So now when people are thinking about, the things that you've spoken to them about, they're going to think about you. And then they're going to attract people towards you. So you're going to be able to get to your goals and what you want to achieve quicker. But that's taking action. That's not just sitting there visualizing and then just, things are going to come to you. That's not what it means. It allows you to bring the people and the resources that you need to achieve your goals because you're consumed by it. So everything you do every single day is towards the attainment of it. That's what visualization is. Does that make sense? Raise your hand if that makes sense. Yeah, brilliant. Okay. So look, you've got to cultivate a multi-view around challenges. Because this is one of the things that, it's really difficult for people to do sometimes is the way you view things. Because with visualization, sometimes when you're going through a tough time, you're trying to visualize all of these, amazing things, the life that you truly want. But you start saying, but. Because you've got stuff going on in your life that isn't quite a reflection of where you're trying to get to or the visions that you're trying to have. But you really have to be able to have a multi-view around challenges. Again, Tony Robbins speaks about just a switch in that mindset. If you start thinking about things are happening for you and not to you, because to you is almost like a victim mindset. And I do understand that sometimes, right? But if you can just change that and say, well, this is happening for me. I don't know why yet, but I'm sure something is going to come of this. So I was doing a presentation the other day. I mastermind event. And I was talking about the power of networking. I think, Don, you've actually heard this presentation before. I think I did it at an event that Asset for Life had. And I was saying, the one thing that you don't realize when you are homeless is you become a master at networking without knowing it. Because it's like, yo, how am I going to eat today? Where am I sleeping tonight? And my job today is to try and create relationships that can feed me or put a roof over my head. Now, in those moments, it's difficult to understand that, oh, this is happening for me. But those skills that I've developed during those moments is what's allowed me to achieve anything that I've achieved in my life today. Because that's who I am. I'm a people person. I love people. I build relationships with people. These are the things that I do. But in those moments, it would not, I'm not thinking, oh yeah, this is happening for me. But I wish I could have seen it then. Right? Because maybe things would have happened quicker. So just got to be able to have a multi-view around challenges, even though things are difficult, being able to look at them from different angles. And the next one is see where things are heading and act as if it's happening. That one is so, so powerful. It almost kind of goes back to what I was saying, where because you're thinking it, you start to embody it and you start to take the necessary actions, towards the attainment of it. And as a result of that, you start pulling everything towards you because you're acting like, this is my dream, this is my goal, this is what's going to happen. And people just buy into that. Right? It's, a lot of people kind of talk about, listen to a guy called Patrick Bet-David the other day. He's got this podcast on Value Tainment Podcast. If you don't listen to it, you really should. Well, I love him anyway. I think he's phenomenal. But he talks about when he was poor, he's now worth hundreds of millions. When he was poor and broke, he would go to the Ferrari dealership and he would go and drive the cars and smell it and sit in them and drive them. And he would go to this like multi-million-pound houses and just walk around in them. And he said, and this is the thing that he said that really got me, right? He goes, the agents, when he came to this property, would just be looking at him like, like this guy. Or when he went to the Ferrari dealership, they'd be looking at who's this guy, and he goes, it was the day when he walked into the dealership and they looked at him like he belonged there. That's when he knew he'd cracked it. Because he now embodied the person that he wanted to become. And when he walked into this environment, he no longer looked as if he did not belong there. Now that is just powerful. Huh? And as a result of that, you're going to get to those environments because now these people that you want to be hanging around, your network is your net worth. These people are not going to look at you as equals. They're not going to look at you like you belong in this environment because you've shown and you carry yourself in a certain way. But that only really comes with practice. That only really comes if you put yourself in those environments. It comes with you carrying yourself as if you're already in those positions that you want to be. And naturally, you're just going to start behaving in that way. Next one is embrace frustration and failure. These are all part of the journey. Like to me, it's genuinely, excuse my French, fucking mental. The way we look at failure. It baffles me. Like how can there be such an obvious correlation between the most successful people on the planet and they're the ones that have had the most failures? Do you know how many companies Richard Branson has started? Like, these people are the ones that have had the most failures, and they're always saying, fail, just fail. Just do stuff it doesn't matter, just fail. But yet, we're listening to people who are broke, and they're saying failure is bad. Oh, you don't want to fail, or you want to play safe. Oh, that's too big a risk. And all of this verbiage, but you're like, bro, I don't want your life. I don't want your life. But this seems to be the overriding message. If you look at the press, if you look at schools, if you look at, everyone's always scared to fail. It's so weird, man. It's so weird. Like I don't know. I mean, Jesus, so many times I failed. So many times I failed. But I don't care. I don't care. You should be just like pick yourself back up and do it again. For me, my mindset is just crazy. Once again, things happening for you or not to you. Being homeless, I've been to the pits. What can anyone like? What failure? Oh, I didn't close a deal. Oh, I lost the business. What? We'll start another one tomorrow. Like, there is, honestly, failure is, it's mental. Failure is actually education. That's what, like, look, you don't want to go around failing all the time and keep doing it again. You're doing the same thing. You're not learning and progressing. You got to be failing and progressing and learning from it. That's what failure is. Failure is learned progression. You've learned how not to do it. You've learned from the mistakes you've made, and now you've moved on. Now you're a little bit better. You go again. You might fail again, but now you go a little bit better, and then bang, you've cracked it. That's what failure is. Failure isn't this thing that happens and it defines you and then it means you're done and you can never achieve what you want to achieve anymore. That's not what failure is. That's mental. And then that goes on to the next point, which is reflect and learn from the past. You've got to be able to reflect, learn from the past. What are the things that I've done incorrectly before in the past? Or what are the things that I've done correctly? And how do I make sure I'm implementing the things I've done correctly, take it to the next level, and the things that I've done incorrectly, I eradicate those. This is the key things that we'll go and start thinking about, when we're sitting there, we're trying to, visualize our future and who we are and who we actually want to become. Super, super important. Okay. So what is it that you really want to achieve? Again, just take a moment and think about this. Like, don't think about all of these typical buzzwords that you hear in the industry, the financial freedom. What does that even mean? Don't get me wrong, like, I'm guilty of it. I use that as well because it's just the language that people understand. But like, what does it actually mean? Do people really understand it? What does financial freedom mean? Because it's different to a lot of different people. What does it mean for you? What is it that you truly want to achieve? Again, I was on a podcast the other day. I think it's coming out next week with a guy called Robbie Duncho. And he asked me that question. I said, bro, honestly, I have to think about it. Not in terms of what I want to achieve. I'm very clear on that. But in terms of like my ambition, like, is it really money? Do I really want to make that much money? I thought about, do I really want to make that much money? And I was conflicted because I'm very ambitious, hugely ambitious. But like, that question threw me because I'm like, because I don't really care about money. I said, I've been homeless. As long as my family is cool, I'm good. I don't really care. The impact that I want to make, the things that I want to do back in Nigeria, those things need capital. So, okay, cool. Maybe I'm not driven by money, but actually I know I'm going to need money to achieve the things that I want to achieve. So that's what's going to be my focus. So that's what I want to achieve, and I'm going to need money for it. So I'm going to have to focus on money to achieve that. But I'm clear on that, right? So what is it that you want to achieve? Not what we hear out there and people saying this, that, and all of these numbers have been. What do you want to achieve? Really, really think about it, right? So here's the thing. Always set your intentions for the week ahead. People who plan, achieve. I know we've spoken about it already, but people who plan, achieve. It very, very much goes back to the power of visualization. Plan that week ahead in your mind. Visualize that week ahead in your mind. Make it very, very clear. And if you've done the first step, which is writing out your goals for the week, the visualization part becomes very, very simple. You're just now visualizing you having achieved that, going through the process. And visualization doesn't mean everything is just easy and hunky-dory. Visualize the problems or the difficulties that you might have in trying to achieve what it is that you're achieving, and solve those problems while you're visualizing. That's what true visualization is. It's not just, I'm just going to, yeah, I've already achieved all these things and everything's all great. You know what it was likely to be the roadblocks. Visualize that you're dealing with it, and that's where the power comes. Because when those scenarios happen, you've lived through this, and it's weird because you're not thinking, oh yeah, I remember I solved this in my head during my visualization. You don't, but it's just a calmness about you because there is something inside you that knows you can go beyond this. I can't explain it. That's the truth. I can't quantify it, but it just happened so many times now. I just know that's what it is. And that's from the power of visualization. So set your intentions for the week ahead and understand what you're trying to achieve. The problems and the objective, as I said. Where are you now? Where have you been? Understanding what you want to achieve. These are the things that go into your visualization, because without knowing this, you can't really move forward. But it's such a key part of everything I've kind of spoken about this already, but it's such a key part of everything I'm speaking about. But these things have to be very, very clear in your mind, and you don't want to skirt around them or you want to face them forward. Okay, so the very next step is protecting your bubble. Protecting your bubble. Now, I do appreciate, if you're doing the 9 to 5, this might be a little bit more difficult, but you need to put steps in place to protect your bubble, because on this journey where you could set your goals, you could do all this visualization, meditation, and someone could just piss you off at work. You know what I mean? Like, these things can happen. That's just the truth. But we've got to be able to protect our bubble. If there's someone at work who really kind of rubs you off the wrong way, maybe perhaps what we do is don't sit next to that person. Try to avoid that person as much as possible. During the lunch breaks, you don't really kind of go near them. They're negative. There's really nothing positive they're going to be saying. But that also comes in your personal life, right? Words are powerful. I remember saying to my missus one time, I can't remember what it is that she said, but it was like a negative thing. She's not negative at all, but it was a negative thing. And I just said, don't say that again. Because here's the thing, your mind can't unhear what it's already heard. So now I've got to work to clear that negative phrase out of my head, right? Because it just sips in. So you got to have people around you who are always positive, who there's not going to be any negative energy, who when you say, this is what I want to achieve. I'm telling you right now, my mom is one of these, but also my friends. There's nothing I tell my friends I want to achieve that they're going to say, oh, I don't know, bro. Are you sure about that? Oh, cool. How are you going to do it? How are you going to do it? Those are the sort of people you want around you, because even if you didn't have the answer to that question, now you're thinking about it. Because you could have just said it, but now they've asked you, how are you going to do it? Now you're going to start thinking about solutions. That's a powerful question. How? But if you've got people around you who you're saying, I want to achieve this, and they're saying, oh, yeah, but it's a bit difficult, isn't that a bit? Why don't you just start smaller? Why don't you just do it? Why don't you just, no, I don't need that. So you got to protect your bubble. And it says there, your network is your net worth. So build a network of inspirational peers. Build a network of people who are going to build you up. A network of people who are going to tell you, nah, man. Nah, Kudun. Nah, cool. You're playing too small. Let's step it up. You can do more. I believe in you. I've seen your abilities. I know what you're truly capable of. Don't play small. Go beyond. People that are going to inspire you, people who are going to motivate you, those are the sort of people that you want to have around you. And we're going to touch on that, a little bit further on. We're talking about accountability as well. But it's so, so powerful to have the right people around you. Okay. Accountability partner, leading me very nicely onto that one. First of all, you got to have someone who you're accountable to. You have to. My accountability partner, I've mentioned him a few times, is my friend Nick. All right. This is every single Sunday. We, as I'm writing down my goals, again, this is why I can't not write goals for the week, because he's expecting to hear my goals. I'm expecting to hear his goals. No fail. Every single Sunday. Like, imagine that. So there's no getting away from it. What are your goals this week? What do you want to achieve this week? Okay, here we go. And then we make it happen, but you've got to pick one person. One person. And here's how you break down the criteria for that person. First of all, is this person knowledgeable in what you are doing? And you don't have to be an expert in it. They just got to be competent, right? They've got to be a smart person where you've explained it to them and they've got some base, they've got some, some understanding of it. Are they knowledgeable? Are they themselves motivated to achieve more? The last thing you want is to have someone who you're accountable to, who Next week is going to let you down. They're going to tell you some excuse about why they can't turn up to the accountability meeting, or this happened and that happened. And that leads on to the next one. They have to have a positive mental attitude. You don't want someone that every week is like, oh, this happened this week, and oh, my week was crap, and we don't need that stuff. We talk about this, the difficulties we've had in our week. Don't get me wrong, of course, like we're business owners, things happen. But we talk about in a constructive manner. Okay, cool. What are you going to do about that next week? Here's something similar that happened to me. It might be, this is what I had to do. This is what I did to deal with it. Someone who you can get value from, who if you do actually have some problems, you told them, maybe they can offer you some advice as to how they've dealt with it. But you need this person to have a positive mental attitude. You can't just pick anyone. But we do all have to pick one person. So if this is the one thing that we're taking away from this today, every single one of you, and if you want to do it within yourselves, that's also perfectly fine. But we have to pick one person. Next week, I'm going to be, forget next week, Wednesday. We've got a call on Wednesday. Yeah, so in a couple of days' time, I'm going to be asking every single one, who is your accountability partner? I need to write that down so I remember. All right. Yeah. Who is your accountability partner? Because I promise you, it's going to change the game for you. Who is your accountability partner? Who's that person that every single week you're going to be catching up with? And then here's what you do. You set very clear expectations. How often do you want feedback on key points? And you got to know that. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's like, is it going to be every couple of days? So what me and Nick do is we catch up midweek as well. So we'll catch up on like a Wednesday. Or how you getting on? Wednesday evening. How you getting on, bro? How you getting on with the goals that we've set? Just to recalibrate in case someone is like, slacking back a little bit. Just to recalibrate. So we do that. So you need to decide between the both of you. If it's going to be once a week, that's fine. But set very clear expectations. How often do we want the key feedbacks on? The second one is how to give the feedback. Do you want it soft or do you want it hard? Wow, that sounded really weird. That was really weird. But, how do you want the feedback? I've known Nick now over 18 years. Like I said, literally, this guy was with me, everything. So there's nothing soft. It's just bang, 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 bang. Like this is That's just how it is between us. But we understand that we didn't even have to set this. We just knew we've been together. We've grown up together. We've fought each other together. We've done everything. We've fought other people together. There's nothing, right? There's nothing to hide. It's just tell me how it is, bro. Do you know what I mean? So this is feedback. How do you want it? Do you want it soft or do you want it hard, right? So you have to set these agendas because you don't want someone to be giving you feedback and you start thinking, oh, this person's a bit of an a-hole. Or like, why are they going so, and that's fine because there are different personalities. Some people like it to be different, maybe a little bit more constructive and a little bit more gentler and things like that. That's also fine if that's how you receive feedback. Maybe you can read between the lines and say, okay, cool. I know they were trying to be nice there. Maybe that's fine. It depends on individually, but you guys need to decide that when you start. How do you want it? Okay. And then the third one to decide is how to take feedback. This is very important. How to take feedback. Again, myself and Nick gives me feedback. I will question him on it. I'll say, I'm not sure if I agree with you on that. Why do you think that way? And, like we kind of go back and forth because look, I'm also trying to understand, is what you're telling me actually the right thing? How are you processing this information I've just given you? You're giving me this feedback, but how are you processing it? So we know it's actually the right feedback that you're giving me, right? Based on the information that I have and everything I've told you. Or is it just a case of, listen, all I want is, when you say something, I just take it and we say no, then I say thank you. As I'm sure some of you have been at the speaker training, it's like, thank you for the feedback. And that's it. And then we keep it moving. We don't want to hear your opinions on the feedback or nothing like that. Here's my thoughts, take it or leave it, move on. All right. So again, you guys need to decide on that because if these things are not clear, This is when people could get offended, people could get hurt, right? And then the relationship, could actually, I don't want to do this with you anymore, right? So we have to set these very, very clear expectations around that as well. And then you've got to analyze the effectiveness of this accountability partnership. Because is this actually working? Are they constant touch points? So we said, we're going to do this twice a week, once on a Wednesday and once on a Sunday. Is this happening? Always be constantly analyzing. Is it actually happening? The targets that we're setting ourselves, are they actually being hit? Or we just come in there every Sunday, you say, yeah, I want to do 100 calls. You say, yeah, I want to do 1,000. And then you both do 2, and then you both come back the next week and the same again. Is that what's happening? Right? Because then everyone's just wasting everyone's time. Accountability partners, we are hitting our goals. We're making it happen. I'm going to make sure you make your goals happen. You need to make sure I make my goals happen. So if that's not happening, then that's obviously a conversation to be had. Is the motivation still high? Are both people still buzzing? Are both people still energetic, still excited, still motivated to make this happen? Again, if your motivation is still up here and your accountability partners is down here, you got to start, obviously it's kind of your job to try to bring them up, but only up to a certain level. Because there's a point where now you're just zapping your energy, and then it's just this negative environment where they don't really want to be in, and you're like, I don't want to be here either, right? Then that's potentially time to cut loose. But you've also got to be effectively analyzing the situation all of the time to make sure that, this partnership is still productive. Okay, and then on to time management. Time management. So this is the next one, time management. This one's super cool. I love this stuff. Why? Because I'm terrible at this stuff. Really bad at this stuff. Like time management. I told you guys earlier on, I'm getting an executive assistant coming in. So that's all you need to know, right? It's not my thing. But I remember learning this from Jamie York, and it was absolutely incredible. Implementing, I was like, oh my God, I've now learned a skill that can actually help me move forward. So there are actually time management techniques. Well, 2 of them. There's a bunch of different ones, but these are the 2 that I know for me have worked. So again, I'm only going to teach you stuff that I know that's worked for me. So the first one is the RPM method, which is the rapid planning method. So the RPM rapid planning method. And then the next one is the Pomodoro technique. The Pomodoro technique, okay? So the RPM method. The first step of the RPM method, surprise, surprise, write down. Write down all the tasks that you need to accomplish this week. That's the first thing. You've got to get things out of your head and onto paper. Make it visual, make it physical, right? So that's the first step, capturing. The second step is chunking. You can see how similar this is to when I'm talking about goal setting, right? You can tell I've been through this stuff. So chunking this is where you chunk your tasks together by commonalities. So like which items are personal, which ones are school related, which ones are career focused, because now you're able to, work on them at the same time instead of doing one thing personal and then do another career one and it's all just kind of, you're just going around messy. You put them all into the categories. Oh, this one, I've got to go to the bank today. Oh, that's personal. I've got to, oh yeah, that's personal. We put those all in those categories. And it actually helps you prioritize, but helps you chunk down exactly how you're going to achieve the goals as well. And then what you want to do is create your own RPM blocks, okay? So on top of a new sheet of paper, you're going to make 3 columns. One column is going to have the task. The next column is going to have the results that you want from completing the task. And then the third column, which is very, very important, is your purpose for actually completing the task. Why is it that you want to or that you need to complete this task? Okay. And then next is you just list the actions that you can actually take to get there. So I'll show you an example of this. So very simple task task results, and the purpose, right? What is the tasks? What are the results you're looking from the task, and why are you doing this? What is the purpose? Super, super powerful. So that's the rapid planning method. Cool's back. She's back. Okay. And then you want to create an empowering role. This is very, very powerful. Once again, it's about playing with the mind. So for example, let's say if you're a student, you might call yourself like the study queen. Like anything that's going to get you jazzed up about completing that goal. I'm a warrior. Do you know what I mean? I'm the king of the castle. I'm like king of the jungle, whatever it is, right? That's going to get you jazzed up. Create that role for yourself. Like, this is who I am. Because it's powerful to tell your mind who you are. Because that's how your mind is going to allow you to behave, right? And then the next one is the Pomodoro technique. Has anyone actually heard of the Pomodoro technique? Yep, perfect stuff. It's so good. So good. If you lack a bit of focus, as we talked earlier on about, keeping the mobile phone away, all these things, it's actually weird because it says keep the mobile phone away, but then actually, I actually use my phone as a timer. So it's like I could end up getting in trouble there. But I have a little sneak peek, but no, I don't tend to do it because, again, when you know you're doing the Pomodoro technique, it's almost like a switch in your mind that just says like, nah, we're doing this now. But I'll go through and tell you exactly what it is. But, these are all of the steps in there. There are 6 steps, but then obviously you can repeat it again. And I'm going to go through them one by one. So the first step is to choose a task that you need to get done. So that's the very first thing. What is it that I'm trying to get done right now? For the next hour, what am I trying to get done? Okay. You then set a timer for 25 minutes. Get your phone out, set the timer for 25 minutes. And to help you stay away from distractions, just so you know, to help you stay away from distractions, there are actually the Pomodoro technique apps, right? That almost kind of blocks your phone, and the timer is actually in the app. So you haven't got, it kind of blocks your notification, so your phone's not popping off, right? So set a timer for 25 minutes. Focus on the task at hand. That's it. For those 25 minutes, this is what I'm doing for the 25 minutes, and that's the only thing I'm doing. All your tabs, if you see, I'm terrible at this stuff. I've got blimmin' 70 tabs and all that sort of stuff up, right? But you've got all your tabs, cancel all of them. Again, there's an extension, Pomodoro technique extension on your computer that you can use that does that for you, essentially, right? When the timer rings, you put a check mark on a piece of paper. So that's 1, tick. Because there are different steps in this, right? So this is the first block of your 25 minutes. You put a check on a piece of paper. Number 5, take a short break. 3 to 5 minutes, take a little break, do what you want. Whether you want to, but you really, when I say take a break, you want to walk away from your computer. If you're working your computer, you want to walk away. You want to have a clear demarcation between your work and like, this is a break. Whether you go for a walk, wherever you go, some people like to say they'll do exercises or have a quick walk or do some stretches, make yourself a drink. It could be like it could be a glass of water, but just you're physically doing something that's distracting you away from work for those 3 to 5 minutes, right? There you go. So you go for a walk, grab a cup of coffee, do something that is non-work related to give your brain an actual break. And then the next step is simply you repeat steps 2 to 5. And once you've completed this process 4 times, you can then begin to take longer breaks. And now that's basically like an hour, right? So you can then take like a 20 to 30 minute break, if you want to. Not so much if you want to, just in terms of how long you take. Do you want to take 20 minutes? Do you want to take 30 minutes? I would say 20 minutes because, it's a long break. If you're doing this every hour, when you think about it, it all adds up. But, again, that's completely up to yourself. But this technique, I find if you find it difficult to focus, this technique is actually really, really, really good because it's just 25 minutes. 25 minutes to complete a task. And you'll be surprised how effective you are in those 25 minutes when you haven't got other distractions. Let's say I'm going to reply to emails. It could be a task like that. This doesn't have to be something big. It could just be a task like I'm going to read through my emails and reply to my emails in these 25 minutes. All right. And we know how distracting that in itself could be, because no one really wants to reply to bloody emails. So something just pops up, normally it would be like a Facebook notification, bang, you look at it, and before you know it, you're on the deep dark web of Facebook and Instagram and all this sort of crazy stuff. But with this technique, you can just focus on that for that duration of time. Okay. So just kind of going back through everything that we've just spoken about here. Number 1, goal setting. Number 2, it's your habits. Number 3, visualization. Number 4, protect your bubble. Don't let negative people through that bubble. Number 5, an accountability partner. Honestly, that is so key. And then number 6, time management. For me, once you get all of this right, like your mind is going to be in such a formidable place, it's going to be difficult for you not to really achieve the things that you want to achieve, because you're going to have a clear plan. You're going to have habits that actually aid you to achieve those plans. Visualization is so powerful, so powerful, because that's how you've already achieved the things you want to achieve. But having that accountability partner for me, is huge. For me anyway, it's really huge, because you've got someone who's like dragging. I'm kind of your accountability partner, right? Because we're coming here every single week, and if I don't do the things I've kind of said and filled out those forms and not really hitting the targets, then it's just probably going to have something to say. That's cool. But you also want someone there, like your colleague, who you can really be going back and forth with, every single week. So for sure, that one's important. And then the time management as well. So I just noticed that there's something that I forgot to tell you guys at the start. So I'm just telling you right here, right now. As you're going through the training, there's going to be some tools that I'm mentioning. So first of all, I talk about things like setting up your website. I talk about things like, landing pages that we use, for our clients, for our guests. When it comes to the implementation side of things, I talk about CRMs. Now, just so you are aware, for the students in our academy, they actually get all of these things. They get a marketing tool that we use completely free of charge, which can host your website, it can host your landing pages, you can also use it as a CRM. What you're also going to hear me talking about is things like, scripts and templates and contracts and presentation packs. All of these things, again, are within the academy for our students. So if that's something that you're interested in, that you just want to get access to all of that, then just click the link down below. Just have a look at the offer. I promise you, you're going to be pleasantly surprised, and it is absolutely going to blow your mind. But that's it. This is not a way to try, and I'm not trying to convince you guys to, to come and join the academy. But I just wanted you guys to know, if those things are something that you actually want access to, then you're able to get access to that within the community. I'll let you get back to the training now. Awesome stuff. So yeah, like I said, module 2, this is all about research. And I always say to people whenever I do presentations, you cannot be lazy in research, because the truth is, especially in this business, you live and die by the research. We've got a lot of advantage in our business because we can pre-analyze the location. There isn't that many businesses that you start and you can have a rough idea of how much money you're actually going to make at the end of the month. Now, this is a massive privilege, right? But that only works in our favor if we truly understand that area. We've done the research up front, so we can really go into conversations with confidence. So when we're speaking to landlords and saying, hey, we want to manage a property, here are the benefits, we can really say with confidence, here's exactly, what we can look at. And if we're in that situation where, okay, it's going to be a rent-to-rent deal, even more so to really understand that these numbers, are solid and this area is going to work. So that's exactly what we're going to be going through in this module. Okay. So there are 2 things really that you want to focus on when it comes to research. The first one, of course, like any other property strategy, anything to do with property, location, location, location. I'm sure we've probably heard that buzzword many times. Well, if you've been watching, what is it, Homes and the Hammer, was it like Homes in the Sun or some stuff like that Channel 4 one where they go abroad, and it's all location, location, location anyway, right? So super important. That's the first one. But then for service accommodation as well, what we then focus on is the property. So those are the 2 key things that we need to understand when it comes to research: the location and then the actual property itself. So let's get into it. So the first one is location, right? Now, I've got a 6-step system because if you haven't noticed yet, I really like to break things down, not just high level, but really break it down. So when you're having a look around and you're trying to do the research, you can also break them down and understand exactly what it is that you're looking for. So it's the demand formula. Okay, so we're going to go through each one of them now. And obviously each one stands for something, right? So the first D actually stands for developments. Developments. Now, when I used to work for the investment firm in the city, there were certain things that we were looking for when we were presenting opportunities to our investors, which is what is driving this market? Why should I invest with you guys in this market, in this location? Because you just telling me that this is a great investment, it's not going to work for someone that's looking to spend $1 million, $2 million, $5 million. They really need to understand that that money is going somewhere and they're going to get a return on this money. So this was the sort of information, this is the sort of research that we had to do. And the truth is, a lot of people are not going to do this in the marketplace. First of all, people don't even understand to do this. I was quite surprised myself, actually, how easy these things were. Because I really thought these things were like really high level in depth. These guys are like really smart. They didn't like. It's not at all. This is all information that's already out there on Google. You just need to know that this is what I'm looking for, and you type it into Google. And I promise you guys now, you're going to go away from this and you're going to be like, all of this information is out there, right? And the first one is regeneration projects. Regeneration projects. Now, the government have spent or pledged billions of pounds in regeneration projects across the UK. And the way that I used to really explain this to my investors is like, just imagine this, right? Just imagine you're a property investor and you're invested in a location, right? No, you're buying a house and the government says, okay, you know what? You're buying a house here, but I'm gonna buy you a new kitchen. I'm gonna buy you a new bathroom. I'm gonna do your garden. I'm gonna pave the front yard, right? All you've got to do is buy this house, and they're gonna put the money into the rest. So it's like, oh my God. So if I do that, the value of my property is gonna go up. Of course it is. Yes, that is exactly what regeneration projects are. Essentially, I always say follow the money. So if you've got the government, for example, putting in, let's say, £100 million into a location, you're buying the property in that location, and the government is saying, okay, we're going to build roads, we're going to fix the transportation system, we're going to build schools, we're going to build, houses in this location. So it's like, okay, cool. If you're already sticking 100 million in there, I'm just going to stick my little 100 grand in there, and I know it's going to go up because you're creating the infrastructure that's going to allow for appreciation, that's going to attract, commerce into this location. It's going to attract more people coming here, which inadvertently is going to mean the value of my property is going to increase. So how does this actually work for, when you're doing research in terms of service accommodation? Well, when they're doing regeneration projects, it is bringing economy into that location, and it's bringing a whole bunch of different skills into that location. So it's bringing in IT technicians, it's bringing in engineers, it's bringing in contractors, it's bringing in managers of different fields. But they're also building, they're building hotels, they're building infrastructure in that location that's going to start creating other businesses as well. Obviously hotels are a big one, but other businesses that's going to attract more people. So for example, it could be airports that they're building there. So now there's another form of traffic that even after the development is still going to bring you custom. So when you understand what's happening in that location, it gives you more confidence to, okay, cool. So there's a regeneration project happening in so one of my investment locations, for example, Brentwood. There is nothing in Brentwood. When I tell people that it's one of my key locations, the people in Essex, they're like, what? What's happening in Brentwood? I'm like, listen, trust me, I just follow the numbers. But the reality in Brentwood is a very, very high performing location because it's £1 billion of investments pledged to Brentwood in regeneration projects. So I understand that's happening. I understand how long that project is going to be for. So I understand, okay, cool. There's going to be demand in this location, not just right now, but over a long period of time. But also what that allows you to do is, within every city you go to, right, there are microeconomies that people don't understand. So you can't just go, oh yeah, all you got to do is invest in London and you're all right, mate. Well, nah, there's parts of London that you probably don't want to put money into. Do you know what I mean? Because it's just not going to appreciate. It hasn't appreciated in decades. So those areas, just don't really tend to appreciate. And you also get all those areas across the country as well. So those microeconomies, the people who understand the microeconomies are the ones who are going to be really able to scale, but target the right location. So if you know they've got a development program right here, the closer I am to that project, the likelihood is I'm going to dominate that marketplace, because everyone who's coming to work there, they want to be as close to where they're going to be working as possible. So now I understand this. Now I don't just understand this. The proposal that I'm now putting towards my landlord when I'm having the conversation with them is like, hey, here's the reason why we're going to make a bucket load of money. Like all of a sudden it changes the game. But people don't do this because people are lazy in research. But it's that research in itself that allows you to dominate the game. So that's the first thing. Just literally type in regeneration projects and then put your town or a close by town or the location that you're thinking of actually investing in. And if the closest one to you doesn't work, put the next town that you're thinking of, put the next town that you're thinking of, and you're going to start to realize, there's a lot of little projects happening here. It could be £10 million project. It could be 100 million. You never know. It could be $1 billion, which is incredible. And then local plans. So if there are no regeneration projects, these two things tend to go hand in hand, to be honest with you. But again, if the local plans, if they're planning on, so for example, Cambridge, where I say I grew up in Cambridge, but I didn't really. But born in Nigeria, moved to London, and then I spent, probably about 8 years in Cambridge. But Cambridge has just been expanding and expanding and expanding and expanding over the last 10 years. Like, it just keeps growing. Like, Cambridge is huge now. When I first got to Cambridge in 2003, Cambridge was, it wasn't small, but yeah, it was like, this was Cambridge, but now it's just expanded. They keep connecting the cities, keep connecting the little towns, moving into the villages, connecting all the villages now. So if you understand this is happening and you understand where is the geography, where is the map of this local plan, which areas they're looking to expand into, you can also now follow the money and understand where the traffic, not just, there's traffic coming into Cambridge, but you're going to be one of the smart ones that actually understands where in those plans, is the traffic actually coming to, and that's where you need to be. And next one is the construction. This kind of goes without saying. So is that construction happening? But generally, if you got local plans and you're looking to grow and build, and you've got regeneration projects, then, obviously construction needs to happen, right? So, looking at the amount and the volume of construction happening in a location, again, gives you an idea of demand. Let's be real. Summertime is great if you're in the right location, right? Where, there's a natural tourist attraction anyway. But when you take that away, then a huge amount of our client base, is corporates, right? These are the people that are really filling up our calendars a lot of the times, because if they've got projects there, then they've got projects there and they need somewhere to stay. And the reality is you can't always get local staff. 9 times out of 10, you can't get local staff to fulfill the work that needs to be done. So you need to draft people in. And the estate agents aren't going to give you a 3-month, tenancy agreement. They're going to give you a 2-month tenancy agreement. So it's always about just keep continuously booking. So, wherever there's this construction and you understand, it's not just because sometimes you say, oh God, there's construction work over here. So let me just, this is a great location. No, you need to understand, what is this construction? Is this part of a bigger project? Is this construction going to be done in 2 months? Because then, I've just secured the property. 2 months later, there's no other traffic coming to this location. Or is this actually just tiny part of a huge project, regeneration project that's going around in this town? So it's really important to understand that, right? Does that make sense, by the way? Just give me a thumbs up if that makes sense. Yep. Okay. Awesome. The two ladies have gone the blip sign. Okay, next one, employers. This is huge. And I know some of us have actually tried to tackle these. But again, it goes with regeneration projects. Like, employers tend to follow. It's like what happened in Manchester. Manchester was like a real core market for us when I was working in the city, right? It was a core market. But what happened in Manchester is regeneration projects came into Manchester, and then all of these big firms started going, actually, we're going to move to Manchester. Coronation Street, we're going to move our head office to Manchester. BBC, we're going to move our head office to Manchester. Because they're starting to understand there's a lot of money being put into this area. This was the northern powerhouse that the government wanted to create, these northern powerhouses. So there was a lot of money being pumped in there, which means a lot of talent is now going to that location because there's money in that location. You know, they're getting big contracts and they're living up north, which is cheaper, but they're getting a good income, right? So all of a sudden, these locations, Manchester, Liverpool became, you know, Birmingham became very, very popular. So you start again, these head offices, these headquarters moving into these locations. So again, when you start looking at what employers are moving to these locations, are these big players? You know, have these guys got money? You know, how long is it actually going to take for them to transit over? Are these people, are they employers? What type of people are they bringing in? So if we're looking at hospitals, for example, you know, we already understand that hospitals are going to have a constant flow of nurses and doctors coming in. There's a massive pressure on the NHS. You know, once again, all these little things like politics, you know, sometimes we're not interested in politics, and I'm not telling you to become interested in politics, right? But what I am saying is, you know, having an understanding of general knowledge anyway, you know, definitely helps in business in general, right? So me understanding the politics of, you know, of the NHS right now allows me to know that we've got a lot of doctors coming in, you know, from Europe. Like the ones coming in from Africa, they're cool. They're pretty much coming in on a visa to stay on a longer term. So they're probably going to be looking for ASTs. But the ones coming in from Europe, especially the doctors, is typically on a short-term contract. They're typically low coming. So they're going to be here for, you know, tend to have 3-month contracts. That's what tends to happen. Now, the contracts could get extended, but they tend to be 3 months, which means, again, they're not going to rent out a property. They're always looking for short term. So I know if there's hospitals coming in that area, if there's a hospital close to that area, you know, this could be great. Same with airports. You know, again, very, very similar things. Even if you're looking at airports and you're looking, because a lot of the airports tend to have hotels next to them, which is another big marker, but that's something we're going to come on to as well. But that's for a reason, because you've got these people flying in and flying out, staying on a short term. It could be, you know, business people who are just literally coming in for a meeting for a couple of days, and they want to be as close to that, you know, to that airport as possible so they can fly back out. So if you've got this type of employers in this location, that typically means there's traffic coming through. Construction firms, you know, these people always hiring from literally across the country. Like when they need staff, they just need staff, and they try and find them from anywhere, and they will house them. They're happy to house them because these guys are on, you know, hundreds of millions of pounds worth of contracts. So they're also bringing people in. So you know that's going to be a source of, you know, of leads, should we say, of guests actually coming to that location. IT companies, like care companies, you know, similar to the NHS, they're always drafting in, you know, care workers. There's a massive shortage of care workers right now. So people are getting them where they can. So like I know care workers that go from London and they go and work in Wales because their company are going to pay them a bucket load to go to Wales, because people in Wales, they need care, or a particular care company in Wales is offering, you know, a shit ton of money. Pardon my French. Yeah. So they're going to go there. And this happens same way. It could be from Wales coming to London or whatever it might be. So again, when these people are coming to these locations, these care providers, these care companies are happy to pay for them to stay in short-term accommodation. And then all the business hubs as well. Again, there's different businesses happening there. There's, you know, it could be IT companies in there. It could be care companies in there. It could be construction firms in there. You never know. But with business hubs, you know, they tend to need people, again, need places for, you know, their guests to become. When I say guests, I'm talking about their, you know, their employees that are coming on a consultancy basis, so to say. So this, again, these are the sort of things that we're looking for. So like, cool, what's going to be driving traffic into this area? How do I know that there's going to be demand in this area? And these are things, again, that we can very simply Google. So, you know, the whole purpose of this is not having a high level, say, oh yeah, this is probably things, but now you know specifically what you should be looking at when it comes to employers. And then this third one, I've probably slipped it in a couple of times, major hotels. Now, this is one that we should all just be looking out for, because just think about this, right? These businesses are multi-million pound businesses, huge businesses. They can't really afford to be investing millions of pounds into a building and then not have the traffic. So if they're there, they've already spent tens of thousands of pounds on the research. They have the data. They know that there's traffic coming to that location. They have to have that number. So that normally gives you a huge indication that, okay, cool, there's traffic in this area. But like I always say, again, it comes down to not being lazy in research. So if you just see a Premier, you say, okay, there's a Premier, and I'm not going to do my research. I'm just going to go like that. That's also very silly, right? But generally, they've done a lot of the research for you because they can't afford not to do it. Like, these guys are talking, typically you're looking at minimum of like 100 units in these hotels. So they can't afford not to do the numbers, but the beauty of this is we know that we're more competitive. We know that we're offering a better product, than them. So if they're there and they've done the research and they believe they're going to get numbers, then we know for sure that we can take some of that market share, right? So that's the beauty of this. But the hotels are pretty obvious. So we'll move on from that one. And then amenities. Does this place have retail outlets? Like, what's going to attract people into this location, apart from all the construction and all that stuff we're talking about? So these are more traditional things, retail outlets, transportation links. Because if an area has got bad transportation links, people don't want to come there. This is actually one that surprises me. And this is why, again, you always have to back all of this up with concrete data. And I'm going to show you what I mean by that at the end of this. So somewhere like Romford, which is where I am, I'm in Romford right now. Like, all these markers tells me that Romford is going to be good. I've literally got a hospital. I can walk to the hospital in 5 minutes. Hospital's there. I can walk to the train station in 7 minutes. Train station is literally right there. We've got the Elizabeth line. So I can go jump on the train right now and just sit on that train all the way into the city. Phenomenal location. But guess what? The numbers don't work here. It just baffles me. I'm like, what do you mean the numbers don't work? This is crazy. I would love the numbers to work because it's right on my doorstep, but the numbers don't work, right? So a lot of these things I'm saying, it's guidelines to understand, but you need to get the concrete data as well. But this just kind of gives you confidence that, okay, cool, I've seen the data and I also understand why the data is saying this because I can see where the traffic is coming from. So that's why you have to do them combined. Restaurants and bars, again, it's an attraction. People are going to come, probably going to be your weekend guests, probably the ones you want to be careful of. But it is an attraction, right? It is an attraction as well. And then, of course, the tourist attractions. That's why, London is a phenomenal market because people literally travel to London for a whole bunch of different reasons, right? There's a huge amount of tourism. It doesn't matter whether they're going north, west, east. There is something for people to see in London, hence why there's a huge amount of traffic that going into London because it's got huge tourist attractions. At the same time, you've got a huge amount of developments consistently happening in different parts of London. So again, that's also driving its own traffic as well. Okay, and now the numbers. Again, this is probably one that people don't look enough into, but what are the numbers in that area? Like what's the rent? Because if I'm looking at an area and the rent is something like 4K, 5K, and your per night, what you can get from a guest is like £140 per night. I'm like, this is probably not going to work. Do you know what I mean? It's probably not going to work because it's not going to add up. It doesn't matter how much I try to math it. As the kids say these days, the math is not mathing. Yeah, it's not adding up. So these are things that you've got to look at. So what are properties renting out for in this location? And what can the guest actually pay? Or what is the guest price in that location? Because typically you're going to get a price. This is the average price that guests pay per night in that location. So it's really, really important to look at those numbers as well. And the key thing to understand with this is there's a lot of people tend to get this wrong. And this is a really, really key piece of information. Like search on Airbnb booking.com. It's actually done by a number of people. That's how people search. Because it's like, how many of us are coming to this property? Can this property take us? So if there's 5 of us, if it's a hotel, you might be looking at 4 or 5 bedrooms. But with Airbnbs, that could be 2 bedrooms, right? So what you're really searching for is, okay, cool. We'll look how many of you are going to come in. There's going to be 5 adults, right? And that's how the search is done. So this is actually more important when it comes to listing that, people tend to get wrong. But it's important to know that the search is done by numbers. And then, of course, looking at the bed configuration. So when you start looking, so this is how we're able to go in look at a listing that's already on Airbnb and Booking.com and say to the landlord, listen, we can optimize this and generate more of an income. Because it depends on, let's look at the bed configurations. How are they doing it? Because if they haven't got the option of zip link beds, and I've been looking at some, it baffles me how some people they play it's a cheating card, right? Because they've got double beds that doesn't split into two, but yeah, they would say like that bed, that property sits, let's say 5, for example. But does it though? Like, yes, the beds are big enough, they're double beds, but I'm a grown man. If I'm going to property with my friends, I don't want to sleep in the same bed as my friends. So it's like, yes, it's a double, you can sleep 2, but it's not really designed to sleep 2, right? So, these are the little things that we can do to really tweak and say, okay, well, you know what, we can actually give them options for bed configurations. So if they are a couple, we can say, hey, how would you like to configure this bed? Would you like us to make it a king, or would you like us to separate them into 2 singles? So that's a way that we can optimize. And then, of course, if we do that, then we're able to obviously charge a little bit more of a premium, depending on how many people are coming to the property. So now we can look at the numbers and say, actually, you know what, if we did this and if we did that, actually, we can increase our price a little bit and we can probably get a little bit of a bigger margin. That's going to be the difference between you understanding that you can secure a deal and someone else not really seeing how they're going to be able to optimize that listing and win, the favor of that landlord. So that's a really, really key one as well. And obviously that comes into the pricing differences. How are people pricing differently based on the types of properties? So you can then say, okay, here's what this property looks like. Here's what people are charging, but this property doesn't quite look like that. So can I really get that price, based on what the market is? Maybe I can get it at this price, but at this price, does it work or does it not work? Right. So these are all of the type of things to be looking at when it comes to numbers. And then the final one is quite simply doing the demand stress test. And the only way to do that is by getting into the portals, which is your Booking.com, your AirDNA, and having a look at the raw data. Like there isn't really much better than that. Like I said, everything else I've shown you up to now is just really to understand, where is this traffic coming from? Why is there this traffic? Because it takes away some of that anxiety. So if I use Brentwood for an example, if I didn't know where the traffic is coming from, but the numbers were showing me that there is traffic here, it would be cool. I'll probably still want to do it, but I will be a bit anxious because I'm like, what happens if that drives up tomorrow? I don't understand if that traffic is going to be there tomorrow, next week, next month, or next year. But when I understand all of these other things, then it gives me confidence to move forward with confidence, because now I know, this is where the traffic is coming from, and this is probably going to be here for the next 10 years. So I don't really have anything to worry about. Does that make sense? Just give me a thumbs up if that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. So yeah, real-time demand from paying guests. Now, like I mentioned, we're going to do this in a separate video where we're literally going to be analyzing on Booking.com and AirDNA and showing you exactly how to use those tools. But the key thing here is you must go into those platforms. You must actually have a look at the data and see what are they saying is the demand in that area. And that, again, very, very cool. This is something that most businesses cannot do, but we're lucky that we can get this data up front and really able to understand exactly, what our businesses can be generating as well. Okay. So in terms of going to Booking.com, you really want to be, searching for property using a set criteria. Your property. Is it a 1-bed? Is it a 2-bed? Is it a 3-bed? Is it a 4-bed? You need to understand exactly what it is, right? So you can search for that particular type of property. Now, of course, if you're just analyzing a location, then you can do all the different types. In fact, you should do all the different types, understand, what's going to be the most profitable type of property in this location. Again, you can then be targeted in terms of when you're looking for properties or when you're speaking to landlords, and you can, get really excited when you're like, and you can tell them, this is why I'm excited, because we've done analysis and, this type of bed in this location, this is what you're going to generate. This is an incredible opportunity. Mr. Landlord, Mrs. Landlord, let's make it happen, right? I think I'll go a little bit too excited then, but there you go. Now, and then what you want to do is you want to search over a variety of weeks. Now, it's up to you how long you do this, but again, the longer you do this, probably the less accurate the data is going to be, because with the way people book holidays, you're really booking, maybe next week, maybe a couple of weeks, maybe a month. Like 2 months is even a little bit of a stretch, but typically people won't really be booking for more than 2 months. I say that we've got bookings for July and stuff already, right? But even with that being said, we're really looking about 2 weeks to give us some data. Again, we have to be careful with this, because if let's say we were looking in November, and we were looking 2 months, and we saw, December and January, and that would give some people a heart attack. But like, no, these areas, this is terrible. These numbers don't work. But obviously, you have to factor in that these are downtimes, and this is where tools like AirDNA come into their own, right? Because they're able to give you historical data, across a longer period of time, like 12 months, right? So you can actually see historically how do these properties actually perform over the year, and that would take away, that anxiety. But yeah, typically when you're searching on booking.com, you want to look at what would the occupancy look like next week, what does it look like in 2 weeks' time, in 4 weeks' time, in 8 weeks' time, and then that would give you a rough understanding. But also in terms of pricing, what are people charging, so you can get an idea of how to actually price your property accordingly as well. So as it says on there, when you scroll, when you're doing this analysis, now there are certain, so for example, you want to click on apartments, depending, I would probably also click on, no more than a mile from that location, because trust me, again, I go back to the microeconomies. If you start looking at 2 miles and 3 miles, that's different data. That is different data from where you are. And you can be like, oh my God, this is an incredible deal. But those people in that location are not coming to your area. They're not coming to your property. So there could be 2 different pieces of information. Again, you could make the wrong decision. So it's about keeping it as close to your property as possible. So I would say under a mile, so you really get that clear data. But sometimes you can't do that. So sometimes you have to, broaden it a little bit, because there isn't as much information there. But that's in the area that starts to become gray. And that's why I don't like this whole, just have a course. That's why I do the coaching thing, because that's where you can really come on the coaching call and have a conversation and say, hey, have a look at this though. There isn't too much properties around here, but here's what the numbers looking like. What do you think I should do, right? Because there are nuances in everything. Everything isn't just black and white, right? But if you scroll to the top of the page of booking.com, it actually gives you a percentage, which is really cool. So it tells you, for example, the percentage of availability. So it will say something like 80% of the properties in this location are already booked, right? For this time that you're looking. So that gives you an idea, okay, cool. So that's an 80% occupancy in that location for that time. And then when you do it for 2 weeks, for 4 weeks, for 8 weeks, you then kind of take an average of that. So, okay, cool. Well, this is, typically the average occupancy I can expect to get in this location over that period of time that I've looked at. So that will give you your average occupancy as well. Again, there's a spreadsheet, which I'm going to share with you all, that you can put all of this data into, and it gives you an idea of what the profit is actually going to be at the bottom. So it's really, really cool. You put in the input and it just tells you what the profit is going to be, right? So as I mentioned, you can then use that average availability to be used for the analysis. But booking.com is really, really key. Like I said, on Wednesday, we're going to go into that and really show you exactly what I'm talking about here. We're going to get the spreadsheet open, go into it, put the numbers in, calculate them so everyone can see exactly what I'm talking about. But yes, this is super, super important, because now you're getting clear data to back up the research that we've done. Okay, here's where all this traffic is coming from. That's cool. But let's actually have a look at the data and see how much traffic is actually coming. What is the percentages, and can I make money from this location? Yes or no? So that's really, really cool. That's what this information is going to give you. So that's the location. Now we're going to move on to the property side of things, the second bit of research that needs to be done, which is the property. So, I mean, really, you've got to be looking at these 3 things. As I mentioned, the size, how many bedrooms, and how many people can it host. It's super, super important, because this is how people do their research. There's 5 of us going here, and it literally is 5 people. You type into the box. And if you haven't managed your listing correctly to say you can actually take 5 people, your property is just not going to show up. And, you're going to be missing out on those, on the SEOs, on the search algorithm, which is obviously not cool. So it's super important to do that. But also you're looking at the size of the property. Based on the size of the property, how many beds, you also still wanted to feel homely, because sometimes I see people just squeeze a double bed into this double room and it's like the guests come and, or they have to sleep, right? There's nothing else they can do in that room. They just have to just jump on the bed. Like, this is it, which is, it's crazy. That's not really going to give them the experience that they're looking for, which you're probably going to get marked down negatively for that. In that one, you just stick a single bed in there. It is just what it is. But you've got to understand sizes, understand spaces, and you always want to maximize. Don't get me wrong, but also common sense has to prevail at some point. So just, okay, cool. What's the balance between me trying to maximize on this and actually the guest experience? Because this is all about, this is a service-based business. We're providing a service here. So if someone hasn't had a good service, the likelihood of them coming back for that is slim to none. So it's super important to think about that as well. Okay. And then the aesthetics. How does this property look? And it's really important with the aesthetics because, especially when we're doing management, landlords don't really want to be, pumping money, right? That's just the reality. So we want to keep down their spend as much as possible. It's okay, cool. Well, look, you've got invest, but you got to keep it down. So looking at the aesthetics is important for you to understand, okay, how can I use this space, maximize this space to the best of its ability? Now, look, don't ever shy away from if the landlord needs to put money in here, because you're going to be the one managing it. You understand what the market demands and you understand what is actually going to sell. So you need to be able to exude that confidence and actually, you're the professional. So you need to be able to show them you're the professional. But at the same time, you don't want to spend more than what you need to spend. The beauty of what we do is, this cost isn't actually coming from us, all right, which is pretty cool. But at the same time, you still have to have that human effect to say, okay, well, if it was coming from us, we would want to make this really, really cost effective. So you always got to be looking at the space as well and feel like, how does it look aesthetically? And, how much do you need to do to actually bring it to life to be appealing to the end user? Again, kind of goes to the conditions, like what are the conditions of things in that property? And so, for example, if you've got a beat down microwave, okay, yes, it's got a microwave, but do we really want to use that microwave? Do you know what I mean? If it's got a sofa in there, but the sofa is still looking good, it's still tip top, then you've got a decision to make. Because if it's not a sofa bed, I will always want to get a sofa bed in there all day, every day. But if it's not a sofa bed, then you've still got to make a decision. We've just taken on the property. Beautiful. I think I mentioned it last week. It is so beautiful, stunning. But it hasn't actually got a sofa bed in there. It's got two L-shaped sofas. Now, one of them is not L-shaped, actually. It's got two sofas in there. No, but I'm like, there's no point of removing these sofas just to bring in a sofa bed in there. And it looks good. Like, they look good. They belong in this space. So you know what? Because of the luxurious feel of this property, we're just going to leave it as it is. So that's a decision that you get to make. But those sofas were in good enough condition for us not to have to worry about that. Okay? And then the next one is what needs work versus what is ready to be listed. So when you're looking at the condition, you're looking at it and saying, okay, cool. Does this need work? Yeah. And is this actually ready to be listed? So just kind of going back over the things that I've just said, like, this is something to be looking at for at all times. How much work, if this needs any work, do I need to be looking at? And if it's ready to be listed, do I just list it without having to, worry about actually spending this landlord's money as well? And then is it old, versus new? If it's old, then you got to be looking at different things. So for example, is there maybe some, damp issues that you got to be looking at? Is there some, some noise issues in terms of, is it hollow? That actually tends to happen with more newer properties. Is there a little bit more, more noise around that property? And is there a way to mitigate that? So you want to be looking at these sort of things. What value can we add to this property? Because again, that's the expertise that we bring. Now, the value could just be based on your interior design skills, right? Your ability to to just add value in that property. You can really make it look stylish. You can really make it look great. That could be how you add value. But always look for ways like, how can I really add value to bring this property to a level that's really going to appeal to the market? or to bring this property to a level that is palatable to the market, depending on, which spectrum we're starting from, right? So that's it. And then upgrade the facilities as well. As I mentioned, I talked about the microwave jokingly, but yeah, little things like that. The microwave is not to scratch, this is the things that you bring in. It could be something as little as the kettle, it just doesn't look great. Like all these type of things we have to replace, because yes, we have to juggle how much investment we're getting people to bring in at the front, but at the same time, we know this business, and we know if it's not up to par with the others, people are going to pick the others. And if people start leaving reviews that are not so good, then it's going to harm our business anyway. So we've always got to think, okay, cool, make this investment up front so we can reap the rewards in the back end. So it's always an investment. Like it's not a cost, but obviously at the same time, we have to be sensitive to, the amount of cost that we're looking to incur on the landlords as well. Does that make sense? Yep. Okay. Awesome. So yes, furnishings. I think I've pretty much just kind of touched on that. But yeah, for me, there's a lot of furnishings that people get rid of, but there's a lot that we've used in different properties. We just like this works. Right, you know what I'm saying? And sometimes you've got a different design in mind. You get in there, you see the furniture. Actually, you know what? We'll just switch up. Like us, for example, typically we leave our stamp on our properties with, the branding, which is like that kind of like greenish. I don't know. There's actually a name for it, but I can't remember now. It's not actually green, but I forgot the name of the color anyway. Turquoise. Yeah. But this new property is basically black and red because of some of the artwork we saw in there. The coffee table in there, the sofas. Well, actually, what this looks nice, right? So we're just gonna roll from this and then just make everything look a little bit better and just make it pop a little bit, right? So instead of getting rid of stuff that's actually really good, and you're getting rid of stuff to invest even more money to basically replace them. Which doesn't make sense. So you got to be flexible with the furnishings and just see how you're able to make them stretch as best as you can. But at the same time, you've got to be really strong on if this furnishing is just not going to work. If the sofas have got scratches on them, or they've got and this is like a hotel is not going to have this. Do you know what I mean? And we can't have this in a property. Someone's coming in, someone has paid money to come here. They've probably got scratched up sofas in their house. Do you know what I mean? And I don't want to pay money to go somewhere else and have some scratched up sofas and all this crazy stuff here as well. Like, it's got to be a great experience. So you got to be able to balance the both. If it's something that's good that can be used, brilliant, make the most of it. But if it's something that you like this just has to go, then it just has to go, because it will come back to bite you in the ass on the back end. And, none of us want that. But this is one that a lot of people tend to actually forget about as well. In the excitement of trying to get the deal, we forget about this stuff. Like, you've always got to be careful when you're viewing to look around the environment. Like, this has killed so many Airbnb businesses, and even Airbnb themselves are actually getting pretty strict on this, right? Like, you got to understand the environment. What is around that could potentially just cause you harm? And this is not something that you've done. It's got nothing to do with the property. Property just happens to be in an area that you don't want to be for the type of business that we're on, right? So just think about what might affect the quality of stay, and obviously might affect the reviews, because if the quality of stay has been affected, then it's naturally going to affect the reviews. So when you're walking around that area, before you even get into the house, look around the area. When you get into the house, start listening out for things. How noisy does it sound in here? What are the neighbors like? Am I hearing a lot of commotion? There you go. What's the noise around here? How hollow are those walls? If people are screaming and shouting, in the other house, would I be able to hear this? Would it disturb me? Is there trains just going past at the moment? Can I just hear these train noises? Is that going to do my guest head in? Most likely, right? Like, these are all of the things that you want to be listening out for. Like nightclubs. Imagine you got Airbnb, there's a nightclub downstairs. Now, this is probably going to cause problems if you're on a work trip. Yeah, and on a Wednesday night, it's just bang, 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 bang from 10 p.m. all the way through to like 3 a.m. It's not going to be great. The reviews are going to be terrible, and that property is not going to last long, right? So these are the sort of things you want to be looking out for. Again, mechanics. If you're staying in a nice little property and there's literally like a mechanic's garage just there, there's cars being revved every second, smoke is coming into the property, even though it's hot, you can't open your windows, you're trapped in there because you got like, you know, all of these little things that people tend to miss. Like these are things that a lot of people have complained to Airbnb in the past and have literally caused the host problems. And it probably isn't something that the host could have done anything about. That's just where the property happened to be, you know, but the truth is we can't be desperate to take on any property because in the end, they might just come back to bite us anyway. So it's like, okay, cool. Well, I know this is not an ideal location for this, and this reason. Is it really worth still going ahead with this? Now, look, it's always going to come down to your personal choice and the personal decision. And maybe you feel there's ways that you can mitigate that. And you should always try to find ways in which you can mitigate it. But, you know, sometimes it's just not worth it. Again, same thing, industrial estate, you know, and I've seen this, I've literally been to a viewing and I got there, this was in Colchester, and I was just like, I can't take on this property. Like, what is this? Is literally in an industrial estate. Like, what is this? Do you know what I mean? Like, I can't take on this madness, but that was my fault. We should have definitely done a bit of Google Earth before going down there. Okay. And then essentially, you want to do a viewing checklist. You want to have a viewing checklist. Again, this is a resource, you know, that's going to be there in the portal, you know, when we get all of this uploaded. Having a viewing checklist for when you're at the property, what should you be looking out for? Does it have a microwave? Does it have a kettle? Does it have a washing machine? Right? Does it have a dishwasher? Is there any damp issues in there? You know, where's the meters? You know, where the meter located? What's the reading at the moment? Like, there's just so many things that you want to be taking off while you're in there, because then when you go away, you've got enough information for you to be able to do your analysis accurately and perfectly, because you understand what's missing, what is to be there, and then you can factor those costs into when you're doing your full final analysis, right? So it's super. Like, this is one that most people just don't do because you just don't. I don't know whether people don't like printing out the checklist but again, this is something you can have on your phone. I know, Don, you've just downloaded Podio, and there's a way that you can pretty much kind of create like Podio so sick. You can pretty much create like a checklist in there when you're doing a viewing, and you can just tick get out on your phone, right? So there's ways that we can make this digitized now as well. But yeah, it's super important. You know, the memory doesn't remember everything, even though we think it's that great, it doesn't remember everything. So if you've got this with you while you're doing the viewing and you've got a list of everything you need to check, it's just easy while you're in there to just be checking and ticking it off. Okay. And that is the end of the analysis for today. Here's what we do. Here's the parameters that we're going to be looking at. Now, what I'll probably do, if you guys got your pens and papers, obviously this is going to be on the portal anyway, once we eventually get it all uploaded. But definitely for now, especially for Angeline and Kudun, where you haven't done this before, and Ian, is to really get your pen and papers out and just, you know, write down the parameters that I'm putting in, you know, so you can remember this when it comes to you doing it as well. So let's look at, I was actually just jumping on with Angeline, I think it was yesterday. That's why we still got Manchester on here. And we were looking at particular location in Manchester. Now, the key things that you want to be looking for is making sure you actually put the right number of people there, because that's how a lot of people search. So let's say you're contractors now and you're looking to book a property. The company doesn't care if it's a 1-bedroom. I mean, obviously they care up to an extent, but they're looking to see how many people does this property actually fit. So that is a real key criteria. And you could be losing out on properties by not typing in the amount of people, by not putting into, when you're listing a property, by not putting in the amount of people that your property can actually take. So let's say, for example, you've got a 3-bed and you've put this bed, this property sleeps 4. Now, even though your property can sleep 6, those people who are looking to sleep 6 people, they're not going to click on your property. Not that they're not going to click on it, your property is just not going to show up. So if I type into this section here where it says adults, and I put 6 in, if your property doesn't say sleep 6, your property is not listed, even though your property can sleep 6. So this is almost like an SEO little hack, right? So it's very, very important that we understand, you know, the way people search typically is by the amount of beds in the property. So we're just going to use 4. We're going to analyze, let's say, a 2-bedroom. Now there are 4 bits of analysis that we're trying to get, because look, here's the reality. We're gonna be looking at 2 tools now. Booking.com is a really, really good one because they actually gives you the amount of occupancy in that area, and that's the numbers that we're looking for. But we're gonna look at different timelines, right? So different timelines. So the first one we're gonna be looking at is where's the next week. Nice one, bro. So the first one we're gonna be looking at is different timelines. So next week, what does the occupancy look like in this area next week? Is it actually busy? So let's go into the calendar. What's next week? So March. So this is this week. So we can see next week, 20th. And we always want to look at 2 days. Right? We always want to look at 2 days minimum, because what we're going to be doing, ladies and gents, is we're always only going to be doing a minimum of 2 nights when it comes to the listing. Because if if someone booking one night could just mess up the calendar, right? Let's say someone just books a Wednesday night and you got someone that wants to book Monday to Friday, that Wednesday's messed you up. Now, obviously 2 days can also mess you up as well, but there is a lot more benefits to eradicating just the one night. So for example, if someone is coming to stay on a Friday night, let's be honest, what is the likelihood of someone coming to stay for one night and it's not going to be partying? Right? So this is the sort of thing that won't eradicate. So if you're putting the 2 night minimums, it eradicates, something like that, as well as, making your calendar more optimized. It also eradicates the potential of, people coming to party and ruining your property. So you want to make sure we're looking at a minimum of 2 nights. And the reason why we're doing Monday to Wednesday as well is because it gives a more accurate picture of that location. Weekends will typically be busier depending on locations, but generally, especially in a central location, weekends will be busy. Or in other locations, weekends might not be busy. So if it's a contractor market and they just tend them Monday to Friday, then weekends are not going to be busy. So we want to give a real accurate depiction of a location. So, midweek, during the week is a much better depiction of that in general. So we've typed in 20th to the 22nd in Manchester. We're looking at 4 adults and 1 room. 1 room. The way Booking.com does it. Now, Ian, I do appreciate you can't take notes. How about you're sitting there thinking, bloody hell, I can't take notes. So don't worry. Obviously, this recording will be in the portal as well. I just realized that. But the reason why it's 1 room, the way Booking.com does this, it's not 1 room actually means 1 whole room. It means 1 whole property. So if you put 2 rooms there, it means you're looking at 2 properties, because again, you can filter that. So for example, again, if you've got contractors and they want to put their properties, they want to put all their stuff in the same building, for example. So there could be 2 or 3 different apartments in that building and they want to keep them all together. So they will filter that by 2 rooms, right? So once again, it's only going to show those properties that have properties linked. So that maybe there's a 2-bed and a 3-bed and they will be linked. Then all the staff can stay in those 2 different apartments. So 1 room actually means 1 whole room. It could be a 1-bed, it could be a 2-bed, it could be a 3-bed. 1 room means the whole apartment. Okay. And now we're going to click search. Now you can see these blues, these are ticked here. That's exactly what I wanted to show you. Whenever you click search again, you have to enter the filters again. So you can see those 2 were ticked before, but because I've clicked search, they're now gone. So just have a look here. So at the moment, you got 525 properties found, right? Now, if I click apartments, because typically that's what we want to be looking at, it's now gone down to 313, so it's filtering it. And then if I then tick again, less than 1 mile from the location. Because the thing about this is you have to be very, very specific. Like I was talking about yesterday, there are microeconomies within every town. And those microeconomies, the numbers that each of them can demand are also going to be different. So you might think, it's just 2 miles around the corner. But 2 miles could be a completely different market. So you got to make sure that you're searching as close to that postcode where your property is as possible. So you want to go less than 1 mile. I'm just trying to think of, let me see if this is going to remember. If we actually use the postcode, was it M8? Use the postcode. I can't quite remember now what the postcode that Angeline used. We're just going to use Manchester, and that's fine. Okay.
It was
so
M1. M1 it was.
M1, yeah?
Yeah.
Let's go. Okay, let's go M1. Do you remember the rest, Angeline?
Good question.
I think it was
M1221AW.
M12AW.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. We found something. That's good enough. That is good enough. We're going to stick to that. Okay, perfect. So less than a mile from that location. There we go. We're now down to 148 properties found. So this is good, but have a look at this here. This is what we want to be getting, guys. This here is what we want to be getting. 86% of places are unavailable on our site. What does that mean? That means there is an 86% occupancy in that location for those dates that we have selected. So 86% of all the properties available on the market within the criteria that we've put in are occupied. That's a good thing, all right? That's a good thing. So depending on obviously what you've been able to secure the property for in terms of rentals and stuff like that, but where we're doing management, again, all of that doesn't matter, right? As long as these numbers make sense and the landlord's going to generate more than they're generating from a rental property, that's all that matters, right? So with this information, we're really able to say, okay, so that's an 86%. Let me move. You guys can probably see the screen, but mine is covered by my Zoom. But then here, you're also looking at prices, right? So you can see, 198. This one was a little bit tricky, I was saying with Angeline, because this one here really wouldn't look at it because this has been pushed up. This is an advert because it's right at the top there, right? So these ones are the ones that gives a more accurate depiction. If no one is sponsoring that, because when you're sponsoring something, you're trying to push it to the top. You could be charging a little bit more as well. So this one's like £198. Bear in mind that's for 2 nights. So this is something you've got to remember as well. So whatever the number is here, you've got to divide it by 2. If that was 3 nights, then you've got to divide that by 3. Does that make sense? Just give me a thumbs up if that makes sense. Well, we've got a lot of cameras off, so, I can't. Yeah, Ian's giving me the thumbs up. There you go. Okay, fantastic. So you've got 198 there. You've got 250 there. You've got, 255. You've got 314 here. Now, if you look at this is where you've got to be careful as well, right? So if you see that 314, that's 3 beds. So that's a little bit higher. Oh, what happened there? So it's clicked on it. No, let's go back. Okay, so 314. If you see this 255, only 255 is, 4 beds. So this one sleeps more than 2 beds. Sorry, it sleeps more than 4 adults. But obviously, where we've put 4 adults in the parameters, then it's still gonna show up anyway because it can sleep 4 adults, even though it sleeps more. Right, so those ones are slightly higher. You got 250 there, 314. You got 310 there. You got 183 here. This looks really good. I like the look of this stuff here. Maybe not took it on the wallpaper, but there you go. I just like the furniture, guys. 314, and you're also looking at this as well. See, 450 yards from the center. So this is pretty close to your location. This is giving you a pretty accurate numbers based on your particular location as well. Okay, that one's 0.5 miles from the center, so that's half a mile away. That's 400 yards away. So looking at this, what you want to do is you don't want to take. It's up to you. You can take 5, you can take 6, you can take 10 of the most accurate numbers. So once again, so looking at this ones now, you've got this new2booking.com. So I probably wouldn't be using those ones in my analysis, right? So I'll be looking at the other properties. So that one is a 4-bed, so I probably won't be using that one either. This one is a 2-bed, so I'll use this one. Where's this one? This one is a 2-bed as well, but it looks a little bit abnormal. It's like 381. That's not really the norm. And I mean, that 5.5 score from 2 reviews. If only got 2 reviews and they got 5.5, they must be doing something terrible. I mean, what's going on there, right? So that probably also not a fair depiction of that market. This one, 27 reviews, 8.1, 345. So it's a little bit on the high side, but nonetheless, that's that one I'll put down. I'll put this one down as well. I'll put this one down as well. Let's have a look. That one's 50 yards. So literally your property is right next to this one. Literally 50 yards from that postcode. I'm free to free. And then what you don't want to do, once you've written down all of those numbers, let's say you took 10, you would then average. So you add up all of those numbers and then divide by 10, and then your median number will be the number that you're working with. Right? Just give me a thumbs up if that makes sense. Yeah. Fantastic stuff. Awesome. Okay.
Sorry, Ibrahim, can you take that again?
Okay, that's perfect.
Yeah.
That's perfectly fine. Let's do that a bit slower because I don't understand this one. This is pretty important. So what you want to do, and it's not like an exact science, right? Because you have to use your intuition a little bit. Like I said there, this one here, 5.5 reviews, 5.5 stars, 2 reviews, 381. You know, it's not typical of that market, and it's also a new property as well. So I wouldn't take that number into consideration, right? Even this one here, actually, even looking at this one now, early 2023 deal, that's a deal, that's a discounted offer. So I also wouldn't take this one into consideration, actually. So this one, 1,782 reviews, absolutely killing it. Wow. And they've still got 8.8 stars. I mean, these guys, they probably started doing this in 2002 or something. Bloody hell. But yeah, so you would take this one, for example, you would take that one. You would take this one, you would take this one, you would take this one. So what I'm saying then is you find 10 relevant listings, right? Relevant, which means, you know, whether it's not brand new to booking.com, it hasn't got like a discount code on it. It's not one, like newer, and it's not like one that's like an abnormal price. So let's say it was like 600, you're like, well, 600 is not realistic based on what the other ones are saying. So I'm not going to put that one into the calculation. You take about 10 of those. If there is 10 in that marketplace, you know, Manchester is obviously a very popular location. Some locations you only found 5, right? But you take those 5, you add them all up, and you add the numbers. So it could be 200 plus 250 plus 255 plus 260 plus 300. You add them all up, and then you divide them by 5, and then the number you get would be your median number. So that would be the number that you're working with. Does that make sense?
Yes, so I'll be adding the price for each of them.
You're adding the price for each of them all together and then dividing them by the number of properties.
All right, okay.
Yeah?
That. Yeah.
Fantastic. Awesome stuff. So guys, by any means, if none of this makes sense, please do let me know, because this is important. And this analysis, you know, you live and die by the analysis, really. You get this wrong and, you know, you could really be, you can't make a good first impression twice. If you're presenting wrong numbers to a landlord, you know, you're telling, and then you come back, oh no, actually I made a mistake. You're going to make 300 quid less or something like that. It's not a good look, right? So it's important that we understand how to get this right. Okay. So that's the first week. And then what we want to do, so we've done 1 week from now. So now let's do 2 weeks from now. Let's have a look and see what the calendar is going to be looking like 2 weeks from now. Again, you've got to do 2 days. Now, remember this again, you've got to do this every time. As soon as I press search, those parameters are gone again, right? So we'll go click into them again to get more accurate depiction. You've got to remember that every single time, otherwise your data is going to be skewed. It's going to be showing you houses and hotels, and like data is going to be skewed, right? So you want to keep it that way. Okay. There we go. So look at that one, 1,285. I mean, I wouldn't say straight away it's unrealistic because I don't know. Again, 1 review, 9.0. So maybe they're doing, you know, some sort of optimization to the property. They don't really want you to book it yet. Something's happening, so they're just listing it for a ridiculous price because they don't also want to take the listing down or block those dates off in the calendar. So that's one way of, you know, keeping your listing alive without taking it down, just upping the price where no one's going to book it for that price, basically. But, you know, there is clearly something happening, in my opinion, around that sort of time because the prices have gone up. Can we notice that? Can you guys see that?
Yeah.
So if you see, we're looking at like 314s and, you know, 255s and all that sort of stuff before, and now we've got, you know, that's obviously ridiculous. But nonetheless, we've got one here 546, we've got another one here 406. This one's 405, 318. So they're staying pretty consistent there. 315. This one is a 657. 300, 379, 448, 416. That tells me perhaps that there's something going on in that area that's driving up the price for that particular week. Maybe there's an event. Maybe, I don't know what's going on in Manchester, but the prices have increased, you know, for a reason. And it also says on here, 94% of places are unavailable. So the occupancy's got up. So that means there's something bringing traffic into that location. See, I didn't even see that figure. but I'd already made that like analysis because the numbers have increased. And naturally, what you get is when there's more traffic, people can raise their prices because there's more competition in our favor, right? So people can raise the prices. So you can see 94%. That tells me that there is something happening in that location at that time. So again, but now what we're going to do, so the first one, we're going to write down 86%. The second time, we're going to write down 94% because, again, you probably know where this is going, but we're going to be looking at a median. We're going to be looking at a median price amongst all of them. This one probably, in all honesty, does skew the data a little bit because there is something happening there, but at the same time there's going to be something happening in our locations at some time where there's going to be peak traffic anyway. So it kind of balances itself out. So now we're going to look at a month's time. So we're going to look at a month from now. So let's say the 10th to the 11th, 10th to the 12th of April. We're going to search again. Remember again, we've always got to come back here. We've always got to come back here. Have a look at that. Click on it. Now we've got a more accurate data. So again, these people are just moving mad. These people don't want no business. I don't know what's going on with them. But that listing that they're doing there, they must be trying to. I think I'm probably correct in my initial assessment, which is they're trying to not get bookings, but they don't want to drop their listing. Hey, Angeline, I'm telling you, we're going to talk about that property in a minute, but this location is looking hot. Again, look up here. 95% of places
95
available.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Occupancy is hot, right? And that's just 150 yards away from where you are. That's 150 yards away. Again, 546, 406, 326. Okay. So the prices again are a bit higher than what they were, what they're going to be next week. So I'm not sure why that is. But there's definitely something happening in Manchester that's attracting people over that next couple of weeks. Okay, so that's that one. So 95%, we're going to write down 95%. And then the final one we're going to do is going to be 4 weeks away. Okay, so we're looking at, next week, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, and 8 weeks, right? So that's going to be in May. So we'll have a look at this. Again, same thing. We've got to remember to put in these filters, the apartment, less than a mile away. And you can also do different things, right? Just to give you some context, you can also do things like parking, right? You could also do things like how many stars. I wouldn't use how many stars in terms of trying to get, an analysis, but you can do parking if you want. Again, I wouldn't put that there to do an analysis realistically. But again, we're looking at 94%. So it's okay. So so this is 895. I'm not sure whether that's realistic again, but the prices have seemed to it's probably kind of balanced. Apart from this one, it's probably kind of balanced for the next sort of couple of months. So maybe the peak season is actually starting to come into Manchester because I guess April, May, it's not quite summer, but we are kind of moving into that area. So, prices are starting to go up, 598, 471, 514, 47. It's very obvious, that prices are starting to go up, from next week, from the next 2 weeks, prices are starting to go up in that area. So, looking really good. What you then do is you then add 86%, 95%, 94%, 94%, divided by 4, right? And then you get your median occupancy. I'll probably say that's probably around 90, 91% or whatever that might be. That's pretty cool. The difficulty with Booking.com, so when you're putting this into your spreadsheet, into your analysis, that's what you're going to be using. You're going to be using that 90, 91% occupancy, that location. The difficulty with this is if let me actually try and look at the data. Let's look at October, for example. Let's look at October 9th to October 11th. Put these parameters in there. I mean, it's saying 96%, which is crazy. I don't think that's correct. I don't think that's correct because 96% in October, it's from now. Are people really booking that far ahead? I'm not sure. But with Booking.com, typically, because you're looking at a shorter term, because people tend to book, if you're booking a holiday, you're not really going to book 5 months, 6 months. They're going to book maybe in the next couple of weeks, in the next month, in the next 2 months, and that's what people tend to do when they're going away. So that's why you're looking at over a shorter period of time. So, but Booking.com doesn't typically give you an accurate depiction of what the market is going to look like on the longer term. So what we use for that to kind of get a more balanced data is we use a tool called AirDNA. Okay, so AirDNA. Now let's go into AirDNA. So what AirDNA does is it gives you data over a longer period of time. So whether it's 12 months, 24 months, and AirDNA is directly plugged in to Airbnb. Oh, Ian's come back in. It's directly plugged into Airbnb and Vrbo. So they're literally collecting this data straight from there. But again, with AirDNA, you really want to put in the right parameters in here, okay? And the way AirDNA works, look, you're gonna figure it out, once you actually get signed onto it. But it's the pricing structure is a little bit weird because you're paying for zones. So, for example, we've got London. That's the zone that we're paying for. So if we wanted to do Manchester, we'd have to pay for Manchester as well. But then within London, the beauty about London is when you do get London, all of the microeconomies in London actually comes in that as well. Whereas somewhere like Essex is a bit different, and because you can get Chelmsford, but then you haven't got Brentwood, and then you got to get Brentwood, and then you got to get, Basildon and all that sort of stuff anyway. But London's pretty cool because you get all of London, and obviously it's a pretty vast area. But you've got to set the parameters right. So you can see all of these properties. So all of these dots are on the map, but this is just Southwark, just so you know. So because I've got Southwark in there, this is just Southwark. So we could literally, you can see how they've demarcated areas in there. You can see how they've demarcated areas. So we could literally click into any of those areas. Let's go there, for example. So now we're in Vauxhall. So now this is going to be giving data about Vauxhall. Yeah. So that's basically how I want to get back into Southwark. How do I do that now? I should have clicked it. What have I done? Well, it looks like we're going to be analyzing Vauxhall. There we go. Okay, that's cool. Actually, no, I could just type it in here. There we go. I could just sense Don was going, just type it in. Just type it in. I could sense it. Okay, here we go. So we've got Southwark. But here's what you want to do. You got the blue and you got the purples. Now, we're not really looking for data about rooms. So let's just hover over a blue, not purple, blue. There we go. As you can see, can you guys see it where it says private room? Can you see where it says private room? At the top here, private room.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. So all of the blues are private rooms, and then the purples are entire homes. I said entire home. So we want to click that, and it's going to remove all of the rooms. And now we're just looking at the actual entire homes. We can also filter that by, if we want, if we don't want to see the 5 bedrooms, or if we don't want to see the 4 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 1 bedrooms, just the studios, right? Or we can click all of those. So we're seeing all of the properties available, right? So that's just an overview. But this gives you really, really good data. I mean, this is talking about from 2019 for the 3 bedrooms, during these periods, August, December, April, is literally giving you, the average room rates across all of those years, which is really, really cool. But those are for 3 beds. We could also just go to show us the data for all of the bedrooms. You can do them for just 1 bedroom. You can do them for 2 bedrooms. You can really do the data however you want. So you can be really, really specific. If you're looking for analyzing a 2 bedroom, you can just be looking at 2 bedrooms data. Okay, so those rates. So as an overview, you can see here, that there's the entire home. It also gives you, where is most of that traffic coming from? Is it coming from Airbnb? Is it coming from Vrbo? Or is it listed on both of them? So you get all of that data in there as well. I mean, all of this stuff is not really relevant, rental growth and all that sort of stuff. It's, it is what it is. But cool. And then you get occupancy rates. What are the occupancy rates in these areas? It tends to give you all of this data. So straight away it's telling you, you're looking at about 63% occupancy rate. So this is good. Now, obviously, again, I wouldn't just look at this and not go into booking.com. I'll still go into the booking.com to look at the analysis as well, so I can see for myself in real time what are the numbers looking like in these areas for next week. Because this, the one, I guess you could say, downside of ADNA is it's giving you historical data, right? Which is obviously pretty accurate as long as things remain the same in that location. But if things, have shifted year on year, you could be looking at a different, piece of data. So you got to look at this. You got to look at booking.com, and then whatever piece of information is missing from the, let's say, for example, on an annual basis, what can this actually look like? Then you can come on here and you can look at that. So, okay, cool. How has this property actually been, performing historically over the last 12 months in this area? So this just gives you like a real good overview of how that's been, performing. So again, you're getting all of this here. So June, if you see what happened here, June of 2020, summer 2020, you can see there was a massive, downward spike there. But then it just comes back over there in July. And I remember that during that summer because people were a little bit, apprehensive what's going to happen, all of that sort of stuff. But the data is clearly showing it here, right? And there's just so much you can do with ADN. So much you can do with ADN. You just go come in here, and just play with it and just get the hang of using it. But what I also like about AirDNA is it shows you how to use the data. So let me just try and go into, is it rates, revenue? Where you can literally watch, there are parts where you can watch the videos and it actually tells you exactly how to analyze each piece of data. As you can see on there, access all global markets starting at 599. So if you got 599 to dump, then you can dump in there and get access to the whole market. But there's no real need, to be honest with you. There isn't a real need to get the whole market. Specifically, we're going to be working in our own marketplace, so we can just purchase the data for our marketplace. But really what you want to be doing with this is getting an idea of historically over a 12-month period of time, what kind of numbers can we expect? So if you're looking at here as an overview, you're looking at an average of £211. That's the average daily rate you can get in that location, or you can expect in that location. Occupancy rate, you're looking at about 81%. And typically this is the type of revenue that you're getting in that location. Again, if you want to go into occupancy, you can just click it from here. It will bring it back to where we were before. But there's just so much you can do with this. But this is something that if you want to use it, I will recommend using it. But obviously I understand that there's a financial commitment to it. But I will recommend using it just to get a more accurate depiction of the market in the long run. But generally, if you've looked at the analysis that we've done yesterday, understanding where's the traffic coming from, and then you look at booking.com and you can see the level of occupancy, that should really kind of give you confidence. As long as those two pieces of information are matching up, it should give you confidence. But, we always to use AirDNA just to get a more rounded view on what that property would look like on an annual basis. Okay. So does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay, awesome stuff. The analysis works for both rent-to-rent and management. It's just literally one simple change. If it's a rent-to-rent, then obviously you want to put the rent in there. Now, this particular one is actually a good friend of mine. He does deal sourcing, and it's for one of his investors. So he wants us to work together, basically, like build a relationship moving forward, and then he brings properties and all that sort of stuff, etc., etc., etc. This particular landlord, though, he's already had this property on the guaranteed rent for the past few years. But the people who did the guaranteed rent with him, they used it for housing. Not housing, it was a council, right? So they rented it out to the council and they just made like a few £100s on it. And he doesn't want to do that anymore because he's had to put 15 grand into the property right after the council tenants have left, right? So he doesn't want to do it. He likes the guaranteed rent side of it, but he doesn't want to do it with those guys anymore, if that makes sense, right? So so that's what we're doing that one there. So that one's actually going to be go on.
So it's a rent to rent, this deal.
This one's actually going to be a rent to rent deal. And this is what I keep saying to people, because that's what the landlord wants. So leading with management doesn't mean you're not going to
But you're not investing in, but someone else is paying the rent, or you are paying the rent.
I could make him pay the rent, but I'll just like, cool, let's just do it together.
So basically you are taking on the rent. Okay.
We're both taking it on. We're both taking it on. So I'm gonna work with him. Like, he's a friend of mine. He's already in the industry. So actually, he's gonna be very, very. He's gonna add massive value in terms of, you know, scaling my portfolio, because he does this all the time. So with his investors, I was like, okay, you know what? Let's just do it together. He wanted to take the property on himself and take on the risk. I said, nah, bro, we'll just do it together, and then we'll just, you know, kind of split everything. It's more about building a longer term relationship and etc. Yeah, and scaling it together. So that's what that is, right? Now the furniture cost, again, when we're doing management, we're not really going to have a furniture cost for ourselves, but it's obviously good to give landlord an understanding of what that could cost, right? So that's just basically what that is. One-off refurb cost, obviously that depends if it needs a refurb or not. Onboarding, that depends if you're going to charge onboarding or not. And then again, you know, these are also estimates, right? I don't know what the council tax is in any given area, right? So again, it's an estimate. Now you can pump in those numbers in once you know it. And then obviously we've removed the management fee from this one here, because we're going to be doing it ourselves. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So there's not going to be, so this kind of goes back to the whole rent, the whole, if you're doing management, if we're doing management, then we remove this fee here.
Right.
And then the management fee goes in here. And then we remove the rent because we don't have that cost. So if I remove, so let's swap that around now. So if I remove this, you see now this is now gone up to 2,200 when it was just 1,200 a second ago. So the system is automatically plugs in. Let me just do that again because you've missed it, right? So at the moment it's 3,266, right? So that means
that's what that's the what will come in from the bookings or the profit.
No, that's what's going to get that's what's going to get generated.
Gross, basically gross amount.
Now, you know what? Let me just explain it all. Let me just explain it all, so that way we've got clarity around here. Let me just explain it all. So if I put this 2,000 back in here. So if you look over here, this is cost ongoing. So these are basically fixed cost. Yeah. So this is fixed cost to manage and maintain the property. These are the expenses of the property. Right? Now, obviously, if this is a sorry, let me just what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go in here because I removed the formula in there because so I removed the formula from there because we didn't need a manager, so I deleted it. But if I put the formula back in here, so that's going to say 870 management, right? So let's say this was a management deal. This was a management deal. It's going to say 870 management. We're going to remove this fee because the management fee is a cost. It's an expense to run this whole property business we've got going on for the landlord, right? That's part of an expense to the landlord. But the rent isn't a part of an expense to the landlord. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, fantastic. So we'll remove the rent. Making sense?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. So now, this is what the property is generating.
Gross amount, okay.
That's the gross amount.
Before management or after? This is already after management, right?
Yeah, management fees in there. You can see that, yeah?
So it's already, this is what the landlord will be getting.
No. This is what this is the revenue that the property is generating.
Okay.
Yeah?
Right.
This here is the ongoing cost. So TV license, boiler insurance, council tax, utilities, management fee, all of that stuff, right? The cost of running the property. That also includes our management fee because this is the landlord's numbers. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now, once we've taken all of that into it, then that's going to be his net cash flow per month.
The landlords, right?
The landlords, yes. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, brilliant. So that's basically, so this buy to let, because I know Ian was asking me about the buy to let. So this is just the difference between what it would be on a buy-to-let compared to what it would be on a management. So you can actually see on this deal, it actually wouldn't really work on a management, because it's like it's 2,000 open market rent, 2,400. Now again, it's not that it doesn't work, it's about having that conversation with the landlord. And actually, I've been a little bit reserved on this because, you know, that area is coming in like 95%, you know, but what I also know is that there's going to be fluctuations in the market. We're not always going to be able to generate that revenue at that rate. I've reduced the nightly rate slightly because you always got to try and be, you know, realistic, right? So I've mitigated the risk a little bit with the numbers, but, you know, nonetheless, it's going to be an extra £400 for the landlord. So again, it depends on how he sees that. £400 is £400. You know, that's an extra 20%. So it's no joke, but obviously, typically, you know, landlords are going to be getting a lot more than that, right? So that's basically what that would be on a management for the landlord. Does that make sense?
Yeah. What's the ROCE?
So that's return on cash employed. So how much money they've actually put into the property. So obviously, so let's say they were doing a refurb, but they were doing obviously you've got this, right? Which is the furniture cost, and then you've also got the rent, right? But you probably also have rent and deposit there as well.
Ibrahim, why would the rent up front be in there if you're doing a management agreement?
What do you mean rent up front?
You've got rent up front stroke deposit, £2,000.
Yeah, it wouldn't be in there. It wouldn't be in there. But that's just to reflect the market rent. This doesn't matter. This doesn't change anything in the analysis.
No, that's fine, Ibrahim. But when you go to your right hand side and look at your project number summary, that adds it up onto that total cash needed. That then affects your ROCE and stuff, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, but it doesn't matter. The reason it doesn't matter, I mean, first of all, you can explain that to the landlord, but second of all, what matters is these numbers here, right? Like this is what matters. How much is coming into my pocket? Now the landlord knows he's not going to be paying rent, right?
Yeah.
Like it's his property, so he knows he's not going to be paying rent. So it's not something that he's going to be like, oh, well, I'm paying £2,000 rent. It's not going to be doing that. So it's just a case of putting that in there. So we let him know this is what the typical market rent would be, right? Because then that also then gives this figure here, right? It gives the buy-to-let rent, because once we put that in, it allows him to see the comparison between what he would get as a percentage if it was just a typical rental versus our model. Does that make sense, Ian?
Yeah, I understand all the numbers. It's just kind of, it feels as though that sheet is a little bit jumbled between management and rent to rent.
Because it's up to you how you control it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you don't have to put this number in here. That's the first one.
I think
you could also.
I think
sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, you know, the rest of the team that are sort of asking questions about this, probably it's a good idea for them to copy that template management and create a copy, and have one of them which is management and the other one which is rent to rent. And so they've got one which has actually got the numbers in that's applicable to rent, and the other one's applicable just to management. Do you know what I mean? So they don't get confused.
I hear that. I hear you. But all you've got to do, all you've literally got to do is, let me ask, is it confusing for everyone? Just raise your hand.
Now it's clear for me. I mean,
say that again, bro.
No, now it's clear for me. I was confusing yesterday when I looked at it.
Yeah.
But now you explained it, so I know it's like there's some columns I should fill in and some columns I shouldn't fill in.
Cool. I think what would be good, Ian, is I will put this video, because it's been recorded. I'll put in the analysis section for the spreadsheet, so that way anyone that's kind of going through that module would then be able to actually see this, if that makes sense. Yeah,
because when I first looked at this, I saw £100 in the management, and I was thinking, where does that come from?
Yeah,
is that a maintenance fee? And then I looked at the rest for 2,000. I was like, who's that going to? And then I saw on the right hand side divided by 0. I was like, what's going on there?
No, I hear you. I hear you.
But yeah,
No, and that's good. Yeah, we stick. Sorry, go on, mate.
it makes sense. It's fine.
Yeah, we'll stick this video. We'll stick this video in the analysis section. So yeah, that way it's actually good. It's actually good. I've gone through this actually because yeah, I can create like a complete separate tab in the portal for how to go through the analyzer. So that would be good actually. So yeah, we'll put that one in there.
Is that typical? That 25 nights, 83%. I mean, because that is an optimum, isn't it? Rather than, I mean, because normally you probably could be looking at 60 or 70% sometimes, couldn't you?
Yeah, 100%. Again, you can just change it. You can just change those numbers, right? Yeah, you can just change those numbers. But yeah, it could be like I said. This number is actually higher than 83% on my analysis. It's higher than 83% the analysis that came back for that location. But I've just done it at that just to mitigate. Look, we're going into high season, right?
Yeah. We're
going into high season. We can't be looking at analysis in a high season and using that to, aggregate the whole year.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's basically what it is. So that's why I've kind of underplayed it a little bit.
Right. Is that your average then that you think throughout the year, that 83% or what?
Yeah, I think that could be achieved because I've also slightly reduced the typically you can get 220, 230. So I've also reduced that as well. Yeah.
Okay. That's the thing as well though. When you play with those numbers and you then look at the right hand side, you see the ROCE and you see the cash flow. And like only £400 more, but you played with the numbers to underplay it. So you then have to tell him that you kind of, well, I've underestimated it. It could be a couple of £100 more than that.
I think it's always. Sometimes you don't have to say anything to them, right? Because as long as the numbers look good enough, right? Because you always want to be able to over deliver. You don't always want to oversell, the opportunity to them. You want to be able to, oh, shit, I'm making even more money than I thought I would be making, right? That's a better position to be in than for them to just be achieving what you've told them, which is also good. They're not going to complain about that. But if they were achieving more than what they thought, I've got a landlord at the moment who is literally on the hunt. Like he's sending me opportunities every week just because he can't believe what's happening with the money he's making. He can't believe it. He's genuinely shocked. So for him, it's just like, he's thinking, I need more properties. Like I've got to get these guys more properties, right? So, yeah, it's always good to be able to, undersell it a little bit. And then when they're happier, everyone's happy.
One question I was going to ask, Abraham, I can see on there, obviously, you've added VAT to the management, which is fine because we've got to recover that anyway, haven't we? But what about the income where you've got VAT as 0 there, but you've got 20% on that? How does that VAT work for your bookings?
What do you mean?
Your income, 25 nights, and then you've got your OTA fees, and you've got VAT 0.
The OTAs leave us. They leave the VAT to us.
Right.
So that's up to us to, in terms of management, that's up to us to handle the VAT and stuff like that. So we just get the income that we generate. Yeah. And then, so like I said, we're charging in the plus VAT for what we do. Again, you don't have to charge VAT, but we're just doing that. That's all up to us. That's got to do with the income coming in from them.
The OTA doesn't charge plus VAT?
Till again?
Booking.com does, like in Airbnb, doesn't charge like 10%, 50% plus the VAT.
What, to the customers?
Basically, yeah. I thought they charge plus VAT, no?
I don't believe they do.
No, could be. This was thought so. Okay.
I don't believe they do because it's like a hospitality thing. Because some industries pay less VAT than others. I'm not 100% sure on that one. I don't think
they charge. They don't charge.
Yeah,
that's what I'm going to say. Okay, good to know. I thought they do. Okay.
I think what he's saying on Airbnb, they actually ask the guest to charge like a host fee, something like that. I've seen that with few of my guests that they have to pay, like, depends how big is how much they have to pay.
Like service charge?
No. it's another. The service charge is like cleaning
Yeah,
and this other
two
stuff.
separate. Yeah.
Is service charge called?
There is two separate charges for Airbnb. Yeah, you're right.
Yes, because there is like cleaning fee, and then
Mm.
there is another one. Is like kind of a taxis way, because when I had a few clients that was like, oh, I already paid you, and I had to pay Airbnb for like certain taxes, and if they cancel, they cannot get back those taxes. So I don't.
I think it is a service charge. When I say service charge, I'm not talking about like cleaning and stuff like that. It's like it's basically like an Airbnb service charge, right? For like hosting the platform and all that sort of stuff. It's almost like a
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
that's what it is. Which obviously they're not going to get that back because they've already facilitated the arrangement, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like basically it's like, well, we're the middleman. You come in, you pay the guests, you pay the host their fee, but you pay us a fee for being the middleman. Right? You pay us a fee for being able to connect you with the host. So whether you cancel or not, doesn't matter. You're not getting that back because we've done our job. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, my friend, he booked a place to stay over the weekend, actually, on Airbnb. And he said when he come to the end of the booking, they give him like £25 charge for cleaning fee and £25 service charge fee. But I was on top of the actual figure they said on Airbnb.
Sorry, say that again, bro.
I said one of my friends from work, he booked the place for his missus, him and his missus, to stay over the weekend. And then when he paid it, they put £25 cleaning fee on top and a £25 service charge on top.
Yeah, this is what I mean. It's the service charge from Airbnb. But
Yeah,
the cleaning thing, it's up to people. It's up to people. For me,
It's basically up to us, the host.
it's up to us, the host. For me, I never liked the way it made me feel when someone asked me to pay for cleaning. Like, just add it onto the cost of what I've got to pay. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, when they ask me for cleaning until like before I knew about the Airbnb business, all of that, when I was just using Airbnb, it always left a bitter taste in my mouth.
I agree. Yeah.
So that's the advice I'll give to you guys. But again, it's completely up to everyone to to run that how they want to.
So do you think we should not put the cleaning fee?
I'm not saying don't put cleaning fee, but it's a tricky one. I understand it's obviously maximizing your income, but I'm just saying, even if you're going to add the cleaning fee, add it onto the cost of your nightly rate, as opposed to asking me to pay a cleaning fee.
instead of having a separate payment for cleaning. So you can request with Airbnb.
How did your friend feel about it, Kieran?
He was pissed off. He was pissed off because what he said is when I booked the weekend stay, I booked it on the figure that was presented on the screen. But when after I paid it, they would have already taken this off me by the time I seen that my payment was gone out.
Yeah.
So he said I was pissed off, and he said, I wasn't going to cancel it, but he said, I'd rather that be just in the figure on the screen at the time.
I agree. When I was using the service, I felt exactly the same way. So yeah, I know how it feels. So yeah, that's what I say. Even if you factor into the price, I would rather that. I just need to know what I'm paying. This is the price I'm paying. There's when people do all this hidden fee stuff. I'm not talking about the cleaning fee, by the way, but just typically when you go and book something and then there's all these hidden fees and then before you know it, there's another like 50%. You're like, where's this extra money coming from? Like, this is just mental. It never makes you feel good. So that would be my advice on that one for sure. But yeah, like I said, I get it. I understand it's more money, more income. You just got to make that call. So I just noticed that there's something that I forgot to tell you guys at the start. So I'm just telling you right here, right now. As you're going through the training, there's going to be some tools that I'm mentioning. So first of all, I'll talk about things like setting up your website. I'll talk about things like, landing pages that we use for our clients, for our guests. But when it comes to the implementation side of things, I talk about CRMs. Now, just so you are aware, for the students in our academy, they actually get all of these things. They get a marketing tool that we use completely free of charge, which can host your website, it can host your landing pages, you can also use it as a CRM. What you're also going to hear me talking about is things like, scripts and templates and contracts and presentation packs. All of these things, again, are within the academy for our students. So if that's something that you're interested in, that you just want to get access to all of that, then just click the link down below. Just have a look at the offer. I promise you, you're going to be pleasantly surprised, and it is absolutely going to blow your mind. But that's it. This is not a way to try, and I'm not trying to convince you guys to, to come and join the academy. But I just wanted you guys to know, if those things are something that you actually want access to, then you're able to get access to that within the community. I'll let you get back to the training now. Okay, so here we go. Module number 3 of the profit formula, the profit system. And it's, as I mentioned, about opportunities. How do we find opportunities? I just joked about it a minute ago, but the reality is, this for me is one of the, if not the most important module. I think I've probably said about all of the modules to this point, but there you go. Anyway, this is also very, very important. But it really is, because, without opportunities, without creating opportunities for yourself, and when I say opportunities, I mean opportunities to actually get properties, to get landlords that you're able to manage the properties, then there is no business, right? So that's really what this is all about. Now, there are actually a plethora of ways that you can get properties. There genuinely is. And I'm going to go through a whole bunch of them. There's, what I will say before we get started is, first of all, don't panic, because there's quite a few ways. Also, I know there's some people who are intense and they're literally going to blast every single one of these. That's cool if you've got the capacity for it, but don't feel like you have to. What you really want to do, I always talk about, and I love this word recently, I've been using it a couple of times. You have to be monomaniacal. It's a good word, isn't it? It's a good word, yeah? About the ones that you actually choose to use. So if it's, I'm going to go through them now. So if it's one or two of them, just have full focus on it, right? Like literally, and it is, have a monomaniacal focus on it, because you want to be so intense about those ones. That's how you're going to get the results. If you spread yourself thin and try to, really just do all of it without the capacity, then, you probably will struggle a bit, but then you're also not going to be as deep-rooted in anyone. What you really want to do is be deep-rooted in a couple of them, 2 or 3 of them. That way you're going to start seeing the results coming through soon. So let's get started, right? So I'm going through 6 steps, 6 different ways that you can create opportunities for yourself in this marketplace. And I keep going back to the model that we've spoken about. I was speaking with Mihaela today, and she was talking about, how, this model is actually incredible. And she can see how, she can really use it to scale a lot quicker. And I 100% believe it. Because look, if you are doing rent to rent, these are the same ways to get opportunities. Right? These are literally the same ways to get opportunities. But the difference is you can't offer the value that we're offering to the landlords. So when we actually get opportunities using these models, it's so much easier to convert these opportunities because of the value proposition that we're putting in front of them. So let's get into it, right? So the very first one is the online portals. Now, I'm sure, we've been using portals at the moment. Typically, the portals we'll be using would be like Rightmove and Zoopla and, and stuff like that. But obviously, that's to go to agents. Really, what we want to be using is, how do we get direct to the landlords? How do we get direct to the actual landlords? Because they're going to be the ones making decisions, ultimately. And what we want to do, look, we want to use agents as well. By all means, that's fine. We've got to pitch them, we've got to convince them and do all of that. Don't get me wrong. That's no problem. That's perfectly fine. But if we can cut them out and go direct to the source and have the conversation, no one's going to pitch our business like we can pitch our business, right? It's just not going to happen. We are the best marketers. We're the best advertisers for our business. So that's why it's important for us to go direct. Now, I'm sure this is no news to you guys. You can go on Gumtree. You can go on Open Rent. Facebook Marketplace is also somewhere that people don't tend to think about, right? And, you know, I understand you're not going to get the same volume of properties in your location as you would from, let's say, somewhere like Open Rent or Gumtree. But again, what's the harm? Right? And what else are you doing? Because the truth is, how long does it take to go through Gumtree? How long does it take to go through the properties on Open Rent? And you're going through them, you're looking at the viable ones and you're sending them a message and you move on to the next. So it's like, why not look at here as well while you're in that flow? Have a look at the, Facebook Marketplace as well and see if there are some properties in your location that you're able to reach out to the landlords and try to secure. Okay. Now, what I will do, I think, I sent a script that I use in Gumtree and Open Rent. I sent it to Don. I think Don really liked it because it just kind of cuts through a lot of what these landlords would have seen before and positions us in a different way. That, if I was the landlord looking at that message, I would like to think, I'd be like, okay, well, this is clearly different. And we'll state it that it is very, very different. So again, I'm going to send that to all of you this week. So again, you can start reaching out to these landlords now. You can start sending messages out to them. Let's have a look. Yes, Cole. Yes, Cole. You could all have a copy. Yes, absolutely. Because I want that script. Yes, no worries. So I'm going to send that out to all of you guys at the end of this as well. I might actually just post it in the WhatsApp chat. I'll just post it in there, and then that way everyone's got it. Now, obviously, do bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm building out the portal at the moment, so it's not all in there. Once the portal is sorted out, all of this, all of the videos are going to be in there. All of the resources, scripts, templates, contract, everything's going to be in there. So just bear with me while we're kind of working through that, okay? Fantastic. Hold on. Awesome. Okay. So I just noticed that there's something that I forgot to tell you guys at the start. So I'm just telling you right here, right now. As you're going through the training, there's going to be some tools that I'm mentioning. So first of all, I'll talk about things like setting up your website. I'll talk about things like, landing pages that we use for our clients, for our guests. But when it comes to the implementation side of things, I talk about CRMs. Now, just so you are aware, for the students in our academy, they actually get all of these things. They get a marketing tool that we use completely free of charge, which can host your website, it can host your landing pages, you can also use it as a CRM. What you're also gonna hear me talking about is things like, scripts and templates and contracts and presentation packs. All of these things, again, are within the academy for our students. So if that's something that you're interested in, that you just want to get access to all of that, then just click the link down below. Just have a look at the offer. I promise you, you're going to be pleasantly surprised, and it is absolutely going to blow your mind. But that's it. This is not a way to try, and I'm not trying to convince you guys to, to come and join the academy. But I just wanted you guys to know, if those things are something that you actually want access to, then you're able to get access to that within the community. I'll let you get back to the training now. The next one, and this one, I'll be honest with you, coming into this space completely baffled me. Like I've got a bit of a corporate background, right? I'm working for I'm one of the largest estate agency franchise in the UK at the time, and then working for an investment firm in the city. So for me, I guess I just think a bit differently. I don't know. To me, this is not rocket science. But when I was looking at this space, because it just baffles me. Again, maybe it's because when I was working in these capacities, we were working with these people because for us, it was obvious that these people had, they had the direct access to the people that we're trying to reach. And it surprises me how nobody speaks about these guys. Like, these are the people that you want to be speaking to. It's like saying, what's an analogy I can actually use for this? What's the perfect analogy? I'm trying to think of an analogy. Well, look, there is no analogy. I can't think of one anyway, not quickly enough. So the reality is, these people so you want landlords. These people deal with landlords all the time. So, maybe I'm silly here, but would it not make sense to build a relationship with these people who are speaking to your landlords every single day, who your landlords have got complete trust in? They're putting their businesses, they're saying, I'm gonna start, when I start listing it out, you're gonna start realizing, they're saying to these guys, hey, here's my business, you deal with it, I trust you to deal with this. And we're not going to that guy and saying, hey, here's what we do. Here's how we can benefit your landlords. I'm sure you'll all agree with me that that is a pretty good place to start. Yes or no? Yep, absolutely. Okay, so we're going to run through some professionals now that we should start targeting, and we should start thinking about, okay, how do I get access to these people? How do I reach out to these different people? Because they will explode your business. Okay, so you're looking at brokers. Now, when I'm talking about brokers, right, I'm talking about mortgage brokers. These people right now, they can transform your business. Like every time, I love when I'm in a networking event and you've got brokers there, you've got accountants there. Always love it. Hold on, let me go back. I always love it. And the reason I always love it is because when everyone's giving their 60 seconds or everyone's giving their elevator pitch, they're talking about the numbers, they're talking about interest rates, they're talking about, how landlords are struggling. Or they don't say landlords, but they're just talking about the market in general, because they deal with both landlords and residential clients, right? So they're talking about all of this stuff. And when I come, and when I'm giving my elevator pitch, I'm just going, just like Finger said, just like Finger said, just like Finger said, right? Because it's like forget my credibility now. These are people who you guys already know, like, and trust. And now I'm taking the credibility from the words that have come out of their mouths. It just makes our job so much easier. So mortgage brokers, at the moment, they're speaking to landlords directly. They're speaking to landlords who are trying to sell their properties. They're speaking to landlords who are trying to refinance and are realizing, oh my God, what's going on? These numbers do not work. This is going to cost me a lot of money. I wasn't expecting to have to be spending money out of my own pocket, but now this is happening. Imagine that person having that conversation with the landlord and then going, oh, do you know what? I've actually got someone who I work with, and this is what they do for their clients. They're working with a few landlords already that I know, and they're starting to they're generating really good income. Imagine someone being there saying that to you in that moment. Like, what's the likelihood that your business is going to grow from just building a couple of relationships with these people? So brokers is one. Maybe it's where my Zoom is, but is accountants in here or is it missing? Is accountants at the top or is it missing? Can you see accountants? You can't see accountant. Okay, cool. That's crazy. So accountants. I'll tell you guys a story. I literally had a one-to-one. So I'm going to talk about BNI in a second, right? So I was having a one-to-one with an accountant just last week. And while I was there, he's picked, just to tell you about the stuff I'm talking about, he's picked up the phone, called this lady, and he's like, you said the property is coming to at the end of thingy. Yeah, like, I think what you should, he said, I think what you should do is do Airbnb with it. He's told her this is his client. He said, I've been working with her for 8 years. He said to her, yeah, I think what you should do is do Airbnb with it. Like, I'm sat in front of me right now, like one of my really good friends, right? And this is what he does. It helps people manage the Airbnbs, and the numbers in your area, they look really, really good for Airbnb. So like when the property is coming up for, when the tenancies is coming up at the end in 2 months' time, like, this is what you should do. And she's like, yeah. I had it on loudspeaker, so I could hear what she was saying. She's like, yeah. I've heard about this stuff. I was actually thinking about the Airbnb. I didn't really know what to do. It's like, yeah, he's the guy. In a couple of months' time when that happens, I'll connect you guys, and then you can have the conversation. Like right there in his office while we're having our one-to-ones. That's a lead, right? It's literally, these people have access to who you're looking for. So we've got to start thinking, how do we get in front of brokers and how do we get in front of accountants? And don't worry, you know me, I always have the solutions to all of this. So I'm going to show you how to do this, right? But right now, you should start thinking about this. These are the people who have access to your money. Like the big man Grant Cardone always says, who's got my money? Who has got my money? So you guys should be asking yourself the question, who has access to my landlords? You don't need to know the landlords. You just need to know the people that know the landlords. I was speaking to Don the other day when I was talking about when you're when you're doing an elevator pitch, and I was saying, you're not speaking to the room, you're speaking through the room. And that's a massive distinction, because it's not just about the circle that's around you, it's about their circle. Like, always says 6 degrees of separation. You don't know who they know, who they know, who they're not. So you've always got to have this in mind. Cleaners. These guys are in here every single day cleaning properties for landlords. Again, you've got to build relationships with people. Like I had this man in a van come today to clear up a lot of stuff. I've been working today, guys. Oh my goodness, I've been working. Yeah. So going up and down and said all of this, but at the end we had a good relationship. I said to him, here's what we do. If you know any landlords, you know, who obviously, you know, you might just hear them saying they're struggling at the moment, the interest rates and all of that, just get them to have a chat with me. This is what we do, blah, 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 all of that. So just get them to have a chat with me. If we get a deal with them, we do a referral fee, £500. Now, if you're paying property sources, how much are you paying property sources for deals? Thousands. Yeah, thousands. So the reality is, you've got this person, 500 quid is a lot of money. Or they've got this, say, yeah, just here's his number, speak to him or speak to her. They get on the phone, I close on 500 quid. So now he's incentivized. They're incentivized, like, okay, any conversation I have, like, how much did he make for that trip today? He literally showed me on his app. He made 34 quid and then made an extra 30 quid that I gave him. So he made £64 for that job. And I've just told that geezer away that he can make 10 times that amount by just passing someone my number, essentially. Do you think he's incentivized? Right? And this is the thing that you've got to do with, you know, all the accountants and the mortgage brokers, all of these guys, you've got to put incentives in place for them. Now, naturally, if you're networking anyway, there's certain groups that you're networking in, which is just the ethos that you've got to share referrals. But in other networking environments, it's not quite the same. So if you actually put something in place for these people, an incentive for them, then you're going to be getting leads. Because for them, it's a no-brainer. So same with solicitors. Maybe not cool because she's not dealing with properties. You don't do conveyancing. Cool's just strict corporate. Commercial, show me that money, baby. That's what cool's about, yeah? But if you're dealing with like conveyancing solicitors, again, they're dealing with landlords every single day. They're dealing with landlords when they're going through the legals of a property. Perfect time for them to say, hey, what are you thinking about doing with this property on the back end? Because guess what? So let's just go back to a mortgage broker. How much does a mortgage broker get for upfront? You know, some of them are free. Some of them just get what you call proc fees. So that's the fees they get from the end for whichever lender they actually use in the end. That lender will pay them what we call proc fees, like procurement fees, right? So some of them actually get nothing up front. But some of them get like, 500 quid up front for doing the work. You're offering that person 500 quid. They've just doubled up. And they can do that every single time. So again, that incentive to these people is massive. I just spoke about a handyman. Right? These people are handyman. They go into landlord's properties, everything. They're painting, they're doing the little odd jobs, all of this. Send to landlord, hey, how much are you spending on this property? I don't know, but I was talking to a guy and he said, like interest rates at the moment, is that affecting you? Well, have you thought about doing Airbnb with your property? I know this guy, I know this girl. It is that simple. That's all they've got to do. We don't need them to pitch, but we give them a pitch. Right? We give them a way like this is how you can instigate conversation, depending on what they do. I'm not going to say that to a solicitor or to a broker because that's not, that doesn't really work. But to a broker, it's more, have you thought about how to mitigate this? Are you comfortable with these payments every single month? Even if they're breaking even if they're making 100 quid, what if the market has a sneeze? Here's how some of my clients are mitigating this risk, right? Bang. Have a chat with this guy, have a chat with this girl. And then you got property sources. Listen, like them or love them, the reality is it's a quick and easy way to get properties. Now, hold on, someone's put a message in here. Now, I will tell you, it is very, very, very frustrating. Yes, Mihaela. Love, love, love. It is very, very, very frustrating, property sources, because they will send you these deals and they never send back deals, apparently. All the deals that they send are like A1. They do these ridiculous comparisons that makes no sense, and it's meant to be amazing. So the thing with property sources is you've really got to be good at knowing your numbers. You've really got to be good at analysis, but it can be very, very frustrating. I've put it in there because it's a quick and easy way, to access properties. Well, actually, that's not right. It's not quick and it isn't easy because you got to do the same amount of work in terms of analyzing that deal, but also you've got to analyze a whole bunch of deals. That's why we're like, we can't be bothered with this stuff now, right? Because it's just really, really frustrating. And a lot of them are just nonsense. A lot of them don't stack up. But obviously, when you do find deals that stack up, then you're not having to actually speak to landlords and speak to, do all of this stuff. You just get the deal, you're paying for it, and then you've got the deal. But obviously, you are paying for it. So what people don't tend to factor into that is your break-even point has not increased by another 3 months, 6 months, or whatever that might be. Okay, so that is something to consider, but it all depends again on your strategy. So it's not just saying not to use it, but it's just saying have a clear understanding of what it's going to take to work with them. Like it's not very, very easy. It's not just easy and just straightforward. There's a deal, I'm going to buy it. A lot of people have done that, made mistakes and costly mistakes at that. So you got to make sure, even when they send deals, even when they say the numbers look amazing, you still have to do your own analysis to make sure the deal actually stacks up. Everyone just give me a thumbs up to make sure you heard that one, because I need you all to really understand, like, yeah, that's a really, really, really serious point. Okay. Awesome stuff. Okay. So moving on. See, I don't want to press it again because
Ibrahim, before
Yes?
you move on,
Go ahead.
could you kindly clarify? So the last point, property sources,
Yeah.
that is not really applicable to the Airbnb, right? That's for people who want to go into property sourcing.
No, so what I'm saying is that people, they're sourcing properties for rent-to-rent properties. So it's not, if you're going down the property sourcer route, it's not really going to be management. It's going to be rent-to-rent. That's just what they're offering the landlords, right? So it's going to be rent-to-rent. If you're going on that route, but it's just a quick and easy way to actually get properties. But no, it's not you sourcing properties. It's you buying properties from sources, but rent-to-rent deals, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Awesome stuff. Awesome. Okay. The next one is leaflets. Leaflets. Now, I'll be honest with you. This isn't something that I have done, right? But I remember a lot of estate agents do it. And they get success. They're still doing it now. I mean, I just got to put it in there because I know it's a strategy that people use, right? But to me, I'm like, this is 2023. Do you know what I mean? Like, it is 2023, but nonetheless, people do it. But if I was going to do this, here's how I would do it. You got to be very, very targeted. You've done your research in your area. You know the best performing types of properties in your area. You can then put together some data around that. And then you can start leafleting those locations and just say something like, hey, we're looking for properties in the area. We've analyzed the property, some phenomenal potential returns. If you were to do something with an Airbnb model with this, is this something that you considered before, right? So you could just say, you could say something along, when Airbnb management company in the area, we've got a huge demand for your type of property. We've done analysis and there's a huge demand for your type of property. Is that something that you've considered before, right? So just a little bait and then see if they buy. Anyone that buys to that, if you've already done the analysis and you know that those properties in that location, that particular property in that location is hot, anyone that buys to that, I think your conversion rate is going to be, around 70, 80, 90%. Right, because the reality is, if they back to that and then you show them the numbers, we know the numbers, you can't even compare them to the rental numbers, right? So if they bite to that, your conversion is going to be really, really high. Okay, so that's what I would say about leafleting. That's the way that I would do it, particularly for our model. So I'm not against it. I'm just saying I haven't done it, right? So I'm just being upfront. I haven't done it, but I know it's something that works for a lot of estate agents. They're still doing it to this day. I'm sure a lot of you guys have received these bloody leaflets from them through your doors, right? So if they're doing it and these guys are spending tens of thousands of pounds, then they're clearly getting a return from it. So, there is still something to it, but obviously you got to have a high volume. I wouldn't personally go for the high volume. I would go for more targeted, more tailored. Okay, here's the research, here's the properties that work in this location, and then you just target those sort of properties. Does that make sense? Awesome. So that's it there. The very first one is you've got to pick your location. Pick your location, pick your properties. That's what I'd say. And you have to be consistent. I think with leafleting, if I'm not mistaken, from when I used to work as an estate agent, I think it's something like you got to go around 7 times. 7 times, right? Before you actually get a deal. So that is literally putting through the same leaflet through the same door 7 times. So this is about, this is the war of attrition. It's like, who's going to give up first? Yeah. So you've just got to keep doing it. But look, none of this are here to be easy, right? But it's just to say, if this is a strategy that you're going to use, here's how you can actually use it to your benefit. And then obviously getting to know the neighbors in the neighborhood. So for me, if I'm going to pick a location, I'm going to pick a location and then I'm going to become like a key part of that neighborhood. I'll be going to the cafes there. I'll be going networking in that location, in that neighborhood, particularly telling people all around there what I do, right? And really trying to become a part of that neighborhood. Like this is literally, what I'm telling you right now is literally the estate agency model. Fact. This is how you build an estate agency in a given location. You go there, you leaflet the area, and then you become a part of the community. That's literally how you do it. And you always put in that content about the community, whether it's on the Facebook or you join the different Facebook groups in that community. You start connecting to different people, different businesses in that community. That is literally how estate agents build independence. That's how they build their footprint in your location. So this is literally some information I'm giving to you guys now. So it's really something to think about. If you want to go down that leafleting route, really, really something to think about. But also, even if you're not doing leaflets, the other half of that strategy, which is part of the community, following Facebook groups in that community, being engaged in conversation and content in that community. But then people will also know what you do anyway, because, when you're in there, let's say on your Facebook account, people can click on you, check you out, see what you're actually doing. And every now and again, you can also talk about what you're doing, right? So it's a really, 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 really good thing to do. And then this one is announce. You guys, if you follow me on Instagram, you probably heard me talk about this one, right? I've done some content around it because I actually did a video on my YouTube about this. It baffles me. Again, we all do this, by the way. We all do this. I've been guilty of this myself. I ain't gonna lie. But when I realized that my family's freedom is more important than my ego, then that just went out the window. Ooh, that kind of rhymed. I didn't even mean to do that, but that just rhymed. It just kind of flowed with it, right? But that's a fact, because the lowest hanging fruit is right in front of us, and we don't want to ask the questions. Like, you've got to tell everybody what you're doing. Everyone's got to know what you're doing. Otherwise, how can they help you? And what we tend to do is we want to stay away from these people because maybe we're embarrassed. This person knows me, they're going to laugh at me. Or I don't actually, some people say, I don't want people to know what I'm doing. I've literally spoken to students who are saying, I don't want to open up a Facebook account because I don't want people to know what I'm doing. I'm like, go and get a job at Tesco's then. Do you know what I mean? It's like, how do you want to run a business, but you don't want to market your business? And I don't want to sound harsh, but it's like, it's marketing. There's something that I think is Gary Vee said, right? And it says, it's not about the best service anymore. It's about the best marketed service. Right? You could have a crap service, and I'm not advocating for this, by the way. Just people like Ibrahim said I should be crap and just market. That's not what I said. Yeah. But I'm saying you could have a crap service, but if you are marketing and you are in people's faces all the time, you will still do more business than the person that's got excellent service. Fact. So you have got to announce to absolutely everybody that you know, let them know what you're doing. Right? And actually someone who I know that does this well, that has started to do this well, is Mihaela actually. Mihaela does that well now. She's out there, she's doing lives and all that sort of stuff. So really, really proud of you. Well done. Right? But that is what it takes. Everybody has to know what you're doing. Okay. So when I say everybody, I mean, yes, family. How many people are having heart palpitations right now? Don't lie. People don't want to speak to their family. They're like, no. You know what I'm saying? They're going to think we're doing this network marketing, this MLM stuff. No, I don't want to drag my family into that. Listen, your family is just low-hanging fruit. Low-hanging fruit. I remember when I was thinking about, like, when I was still working with the investment firm, and I was thinking about kind of doing things, on the side of myself, and like, how do I do this? And listen, I was in that vibe that time. I didn't want to jump on social media. Never. I always said to people, you can literally go back and see when I decided, fuck it. You can see it. You can be like, oh, this guy never did social media. And then all of a sudden, bang, it's just like a monster in it. I said, you know what? My family is more important than my ego. And that's literally what it took. But before this, I want to speak to my uncle. My uncle was actually the first property that I sourced. The first one. It was a good one. He's got a bit of money. It was like an 850 grand property in Surrey. I was like, yes, baby. I'll take a percentage of that. Do you know what I mean? So that was good. But family, that was free food. That was literally free food. It's like you're not over my dead body and you're going to go to someone else when I'm offering the service. It's not happening. Do you know what I mean? You're like, you're using me. It's that simple. But sometimes we don't want to do this, but that was just free money, essentially, right? So we've got to announce to family, friends as well. Friends is almost as much as family. Like we've done, it's like sometimes we're even more embarrassed to tell our friends than we are about our family. Because these friends really know you, maybe they're gonna judge you, they're gonna be like, what are you talking about? They're like, all of this, or maybe it's even insecurities. And if you were someone like me, when you were on the streets for all these years, and then now you're talking about coaching and inspiring people. Listen, I was thinking, if the people I grew up with see me, I was like, I can't do this stuff. They're going to think I'm a fraud. I'm like, I can't do, imagine these people who saw me dealing drugs and doing all sort of man. They're going to be like, no, this guy's lying to people. This doesn't make sense. But the reality is, you have to forget about all of that. People don't need to know who you are now. They can still look at you of who you were. That's perfectly fine, right? But who you are now is all that matters. And the ones who are going to judge you for that, they're going to judge you for that. And it's not even judging you, because the reality is, again, check this out, right? This was completely coincidental. I was in Newcastle on Thursday, I think it was. Yeah, it was on Thursday. I went up there on Wednesday, but on Thursday, the actual day of the filming, so we just filmed for Homes Under the Hammer, right? On the actual day of the filming, I swear on everything I've got right now. I'm telling you guys, God's honest truth. A friend of mine, from these days I'm talking about, we were on the streets together. He called me. And he was just like, bro, I'm so proud of you. All this stuff that you're doing. I'm trying to sort my life out now. And he's telling me about content that I've put out that he's been watching from months ago. Oh yeah, I remember you spoke about this. Bro, this guy never likes my comments. He never likes my post. He never comments on nothing, but he's been watching for months, right? And now he's called me saying, bro, I want to how do I do what you're doing? And this is the same people that I'm thinking, I don't want these people looking at my page and thinking, what's this guy doing, right? It doesn't matter, because consistency is going to wash all of that away in the end. The only time it matters is if you prove them right. You do it for a couple of months and then you fall off. I knew that guy was a fraud, man. What was all that nonsense all about? Do you know what I'm saying? That was complete nonsense. I knew that. And then you're proving them right. But if you remain consistent and you keep following your goals, then it doesn't really matter. And that leads on to social media, right? Like social media is the easiest way to connect with a whole bunch of people. And you can have a conversation one-to-one, and that's cool. Or you can have a conversation with 100 people, 200 people. You know, like I said, I get my insights on Facebook all the time. It's going to, yeah, this reel reached 1,000 people this week. And I'm like, I don't know 1,000 people. Do you know what I mean? But it doesn't matter because social media is reaching it out to 1,000 people. So 1,000 people have heard my message. So when that person, imagine, so I keep using these examples just to really kind of draw it, just to hit it down. I had someone come to our BNI meeting, right? He was just a guest. And then he's left. And then someone called me this week going, oh yeah, I've got a referral for you. Is this guy Sam, coach? And he'd messaged him and said, who is this guy? Because he just came to the BNI meeting. He's like, I'm just another guy. I'm just a business owner in there. And then clearly, he's been seeing my social media. So he's called this other guy and said, who is this guy? And he's like, yeah, Ibrahim's the man. Like, definitely, if you want to do Airbnb, he's the one to speak to. Now, he's got like about 6 or 7 properties in Whitechapel, central London, that is actually already using a couple of them for Airbnbs. So we've connected. He's called me and he's like, yeah, you're a coach. Like, why are you dealing with this day-to-day stuff? I'm like, no, bro, like, I'm still in the business. I'm doing this business. But why did that connection happen? When he came to the BNI, he just thought I was anybody. And I am just anybody. But the reality is, because of my social media presence, he's like, nah, this guy's not just anybody. I want to work with this guy. Like, that's the power of social media. You've got to put yourself out there, because what you do when you put yourself out there, first of all, you're showing consistency. So people know that you're not just here today and gone tomorrow, but you're also showing like your professionalism. You're showing them why they should work with you. This person knows their stuff, and it's over time. And it's like, oh, marketing. You can't just market to someone once and then expect them to do business with you. You've got to do this over a consistent period of time, over a longer period of time. And then one day they're going to say, you know what, I want to work with this person. The easiest way to do that is on social media. Otherwise, I have to wait again for the next time it comes into BNI. And then I've got to wait again for the next time, and then maybe 5 years down the line, I'll finally get his business. Do you know what I mean? But that 5-year period goes shrunk down to like a month because of social media, right? It's super, super important. And then work colleagues. Now, look, I'll be honest with you. I don't want anyone to start suing me for losing their job, right? You know, like, you know, in this corporate environment, they don't want you having your side hustle. They don't want you going out there and actually, you know, doing something, right? So I completely understand that. So with this one, you have to be tactical about it. You've got to understand the environment you're in, and you've got to swim in that environment accordingly. If it's more liberal, if there are opportunities to have conversations with colleagues and let people know what you do, then do so. If there isn't, don't do so. Now, I'm not giving you guys an out with that, because I put this here for a reason, because you can get leads through work colleagues. Like, you really can. But at the same time, I know you can also lose your job through work colleagues, right? So I'm just being honest and just saying, listen, be smart about it, understand the landscape, and then move accordingly, right? Does that make sense? Give me a thumbs up. Yep. Okay, fantastic. Networking. Okay. And you've heard me mention BNI quite a lot, right? And the reason I keep mentioning is because of how incredibly valuable it's been for me. Like, it's changed the game. And that's why I'm a massive, first, I've always been a massive advocate for networking, because that's how I was able to dominate, you know, at the investment firm I was working in. That's when I realized actually I was a natural networker. I didn't even know that at the time, but there was just skills that I developed over my life that meant when I came into this environment, it just bang, 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 it was just really easy. But networking for me is the lifeblood of every business. Like, if you're not networking, like, what are you doing? Because for me, the way that I've been networking is you're literally going out there and you're collecting a pool of every single resource you could ever need in your business. And you've got them on tap with a personal relationship with them. whether that's a plumber, a cleaner, whether it's a mortgage broker, an accountant, a solicitor. You can literally have all of these people in your power team, the best of the best, because you get to decide which one you want to work with. You get to see all of them and make a decision on the one that you actually want to work with. Like, it's incredible. So it's super, super, super important, like networking. But how do you do it effectively? Right? Because, you know, a lot of times people talk about networking. I'm sure you just say I'm not the first trainer you've heard talk about networking. Your network is a network and all this, you know, stuff, right? It's a buzzword, but how do you actually do it effectively? So we're going to go into that. Now, I created a model called the CARE model. I know some of you have actually heard me do this talk before. Cool, smiling. Mr. GV as well. I know you've heard this talk as well, right? It's so important to have a system when it comes to networking. Like, you need it. And the way I came up with this system is really looking at how was I so successful at it, and how can I really quantify that? And that's why I came up with this CARE system. Now, the first one, and it's not coincidence that it's CARE, right? Because that's where it comes down to when it comes to networking. It's about relationships. So it's about, I'm going there, I want to get something out of this. As if everyone is there waiting for you to give you business. No one's waiting for you. No one cares about you. Now, that's the reality. That's something that's built over time. So let's talk about the first step, criteria. Okay, criteria. So now criteria can actually be broken down into two different steps. So the first criteria you got to worry about is the criteria of the networking event itself. And this is where a lot of people get anxious. They get this anxiety when they go to networking events. Why? Because you don't know what you're going to see there. You haven't planned this. Now, don't lie to me. Everyone raise your hand if you have done this before. You've just typed into Google, nearest property networking event near me. Bang, you found one and you've just gone to it. Raise your hand. I don't believe any of you. You guys are liars. You're all liars. Look at this poor hand up. Mihaela's poor hand up as well. Okay, cool. That's good. Because a lot of people do that. And it doesn't make sense because that's not planned. That's just random. Like, you've got to understand, what's the purpose of this event I'm going to? So you got to set the criteria. What event am I going to in the first place? Why am I going to this event? Am I going there to look for investors? Am I going there to look for landlords? For deals? Am I going there to look for a part of my power team? Mortgage brokers, plumbers, whatever it might be. Because once you determine that, you then have a clear understanding of how you're going to present yourself to these people. And that's where the anxiety then removes. And that's the second criteria, which is the criteria for yourself. Right? The second criteria is the one for yourself, which is, what's your pitch going to be? So once you know who you're going to go see at this event, you know what event you're going to. So I'm going to a business networking event. I'm looking for investors. I'm going to a networking event and I'm looking for landlords. Because look, landlords who are business owners. You know, that's just the reality. They got money to buy investment properties. They're probably going to be business owners. They're going to be entrepreneurs, right? Or they're going to be places where you got doctors, where you got engineers. These are the sort of places I'll be going to. A lot of us in property end up going to property and networking events where you've got a whole bunch of other property people looking for the same things that you're looking for. It's like, what are you doing there? You're just literally in a red ocean. There's nothing unique about you. And you remove yourself from that environment and you put yourself in an environment where you're the only person doing property. All of a sudden, the game is changed. So I'm not saying don't go to property networking events. I'm saying understand why you're going to that event. If you're going there to find a plumber, if you're going there to find a builder, cool. That's probably where you want to be going. But you need to first set that criteria for yourself. And then the criteria for yourself is, how long are you going to spend speaking to people? Don't just go there and just hug onto one person and then spend the whole night with that person. That's what a lot of people tend to do when they go networking. Because they're anxious, they don't know what to say, and then when they find one person they can relate to, they just stick with that person for the whole night. Like, don't let me go. Right? That's what tends to happen. Set yourself a criteria. How long am I going to pitch each person? You need to set yourself a criteria for how you are going to stand out. Right? Now, in my BNI, you know, one of the guys there, he calls me Dapper. That's his name for me, Dapper. Because you always dress dapper. Yeah, like that's what he calls me. I wake up, so tomorrow I'm going to the BNI networking event. I wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning, crisp shirt, double-breasted suit. That's my brand. Like, people are not dressed like that in BNI or most networking events I go to. Doesn't matter when I go there, either in my three-piece or my double-breasted. That's how I stand out. People remember me. Oh, do you remember that guy that was wearing that? The guy that had the pink pocket square. Guy that was wearing the pink shirt. He had the double-breasted suit. Whatever it is, that's how I choose to stand out. How are you going to stand out? You've got to decide that. Whether that's in your bloody, I always use this example, like you're wearing a bright yellow suit, whatever you want to do here, that's up to you. But you have got to stand out somehow. For the ladies, maybe you wear flipping 10-foot high ribbon on your head or some shit like that. Right? You've got to decide, how am I going to stand out in this event? So those are the criteria for yourself. The next one is adapt. You've got to be adaptable. Now, don't just go there like a stiff, right? You got to be adaptable to the environment, to the people that you're in there with as well. If someone sent a message, a message will just come through. I'm the lady in red usually. Beautiful. Perfect. Do you know what I'm saying? Lady in red, people are going to remember that. Do you know what I'm saying? You can even drop it to them. Yeah, just remember the lady in red. You say that to them, I guarantee you they will never forget. Even if they weren't thinking it, the fact that you've said it, yeah, just remember the lady in red, bang, that's it, now they're going to remember you, right? So all these little things you get to decide. But yeah, next one is adapt. So I've just given you a time, said, okay, cool, pick how long you're going to spend with each person, maybe 4 minutes or whatever it might be. But here's the thing, you're dealing with humans, right? You're dealing with humans, and humans have personalities. So don't just go, if you've said, okay, I'm going to this place to find an investor, and you find that person that you've gone there for, you find this is the avatar that I'm looking for, then don't just spend your 4 minutes with that person. Take your time. That's who you've come there for. They're right in front of you. Don't be, oh, no, Ibrahim said I've got 4 minutes, that's it, see you later, mate. I'm done now. Like, you go, do you know what I'm saying? You've got to adapt and say, okay, cool. This is who I've come here for. Or maybe the person is a little bit, milder. I'm not going to be giving them all of this energy and all that. This investor's like, nah, this guy's too much for me. I'm going to read the person really quickly, and I'm going to mirror them. That's adapting. So even if I've already set a pitch, this is the pitch I'm going to give. And I'm like, nah, this pitch is too much for this guy. I'm going to adapt that pitch to match that person. So you've got to be flexible. You've got to have something that gives you structure, but then you've also got to be willing to be flexible to make sure you actually get the results you're looking for. Does that make sense? Just give me a thumbs up if that makes sense. Okay, fantastic. Okay, Ian says, occasionally he's also the lady in red, and he stands out when he wears a red dress. You would stand out, my bloody hell. Okay. So, reinforce. The third step, reinforce. This can completely ruin your reputation, or this can also make you stand out like a sore thumb in a good way. Sore thumb is not a good thing, but you get the point, right? It's going to make you stand out. Because, and what do I mean by that? Almost no one does this. Almost no one does this. So your reputation is dead. And what I mean by reinforce is following up. People don't tend to follow up. Like, they never think about the customer journey for that other person. And the reason, in my opinion, why people don't actually follow up is because they don't believe the shit that they're saying. They don't believe their own crap. Because you've gone there, you've given someone the pitch. Just imagine this customer journey. You've given them a pitch. They've actually believed you. And you're like, okay, yeah, like, I'm going through this. Like, yeah, send me an email tomorrow. I'm interested. Like, yeah, it sounds good. And then you go home and you never reach out to that person again. And just think about it from their point of view. They've believed your crap. You tell them you're gonna connect with them, and they're sitting there the next day and they're waiting for that email, and it doesn't come through. Your reputation is shot. And it's not that you can't build it back up, but like they say, you can't make a first impression twice. It's just going to be a lot harder to come back from there. When you could be on the other side. And the reality is 95% of people, that's what they do. Trust me. How many times have you been to networking events and someone has said they're going to reach out to you and they've never done it? Probably about 95% of the time. People don't do this. And you get your cards, you know, people, you know, we do it as well. We've got all of these bloody cards that we keep getting from these networking events, and it's, you know, it gets so bloody thick that we start putting our bloody coffees on them. Start resting on the table. Yeah? And then at some point down the line, 2 months, 3 months down the line, we say, okay, cool, let's get rid of this. And then we start stacking cards again. It makes no sense. But if you are that person that reaches out, if you are the person, that's why I say reinforce, who reinforces the things that you've said, and you do follow up with them, and you do connect with them, and you do send that message, you do connect with them on social media, you do offer them opportunities, the game changes. Because you're going to stick out so much, because networking events after networking events that they've been to and people have said they're going to do something, they haven't done it. When you actually do it, it's like, wow, oh my God, this person is a professional. This is the sort of person I've been looking for. I really want to work with this person. That's how you separate yourself from everyone else, right? That is how you do it. And then the fourth one and final one is endure. Like, again, we're dealing with people. This is a relationship business. All businesses are all about relationship, especially marketing. It's building a relationship with that person. And just, you know, when they woke up that day and they said they were going to that networking event, they didn't even know you existed. They were not coming there for you. So you just come in there and said, okay, cool, I haven't got anything at this networking event. It's crap. I'm not going back. That's what people tend to do. You go to the same different networking events all the time, hardly ever go back to the same ones, and then you expect to get results from that. Like, when has that ever happened in life? When have you got a new job, gone there the first day, didn't get paid, and then say, okay, I'm going to go to a next job tomorrow, and then do the same thing again tomorrow, and then you still don't get paid because people normally pay either weekly or monthly, and then you go to the next one, and you keep doing the same thing. You're going to say this person is crazy. But we do that with networking all the time. You can't, look, you might miraculously get a deal. It might happen. Or you might get someone that's really, in fact, it's happened to me actually. Funny enough, we didn't get the deal in the end, but I walked to the networking event. What do you do? Airbnb management. Oh, I need to speak to you. I was like, God damn, yes, you do. yeah. And it worked out, but someone, I think I did a live about that actually. That was the one where he already had a lady on the hook. You know, she's just been through domestic abuse. And, you know, he already promised her the property. She was going to put down 6 months rent. The council was helping her. I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't. I'm like, look, there's, do you know what I mean? Like, there's business, but like, I'm not going to be the reason why this lady who's already going through enough is not going to lose this property that she's meant to be moving into like in 2 weeks. Do you know what I mean? So I was like, I can't do it, mate. But, you know, what we have done now, it's literally funny. He messaged me about last week saying, we can sign the contract ready for August because she's 6 months, so she's going to be moving out in August. He's like, we can sign the contract now. Like, he's gagging for it. So it can happen, don't get me wrong, but that's only happened once. And if you all know me, you know I network like a monster, right? That's only happened once. Do you know what I mean? So the likelihood of that happening is not that high, but it can happen. But that's the importance of networking. You got to get yourself out there. I would have never met this landlord who's absolutely gagging for it if I wasn't out networking in the first place. So it just goes to show you how important networking is. And even if he didn't, even if he wasn't so keen that first time, it could have been 2 months, 3 months, 4 months down the line that he is keen, and then back all of a sudden he's in. And he's actually got about 4 properties, and a couple of them are near the hospital. So that could be a really good location in Basildon. But the point is, you have to endure. And you can't just expect to go into somewhere and then get everything that you want. You've got to plant seeds as well. You've also got to sow, right? You've also got to sow before you reap. Like, what are you doing for them? As the saying goes, what have you done for me lately? Yeah. What have you done for me lately? And you've always got to be going to networking events thinking about how can you actually help these people before you're thinking about how they can help you. I promise you, if you have that switch in mindset, worried about how you can help them, genuinely how you can help them, you're going to start smashing the networking. People are just going to start wanting to help you all over the place, right? But you genuinely actually want to help them as well, because like, they're also coming for business. They're also trying to grow their businesses. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not just about you, it's also about them as well. So let's think about this, okay? So you can probably tell from that one that I think networking is really, really important. Yeah, super, super important. Every single one of you should be doing this. And a huge part, you know, of why the investment to come into this is actually, you know, pretty low, is because I want everyone to also invest in a networking event that I go to called BNI. Like, it's very professional. It might piss you off to start with, I'm just being completely honest, because at one point I was thinking, hold on, am I paying to be here? Because you're giving me all this criteria, telling me I've got to do this, I've got to do that. I'm like, listen, I'm paying for this service, and well, am I back in school? But that's why it works. That's why it works. Like I said, that accountant I had a one-to-one with that just called on off his client, that was from BNI. You know, I've literally sat down with owners of estate agencies, and we are now literally in partnership, which means we are the Airbnb arm of their estate agency. And that's how they're pitching it to the landlords. They're not pitching us, oh, we've got these people who do Airbnb, maybe we can. It's like, no, like, this is the arm of our business, right? Like, that's, you're not really getting those kind of ins from the outside. Oh, let me go speak to an agent and, you know, try to be the Airbnb. Like, no, you're not having those kind of relationships. You only really get those through networking, through people knowing you, right? Mutual benefits, mutual relationships. You know, we had two free meetings till we got to that point. It was always going to happen, right? But we had to really earn everything. How is this all going to work? All of that. And that was just through relationships. So they're super, super important. So I recommend everyone go to BNI. It's not cheap, right? It's not cheap. But I promise you, it can completely transform your business. Literally, it can transform your business. So much so that I'm thinking about any new students actually coming in the future, a criteria for being accepted is to agree to join BNI. That's how important I think this is, right? So there we go. So moving on from networking. Social media. Don't know how anyone knows how important I think social media is. If you follow my social media, you will know, right? Daily content, every single day, putting stuff out there. Again, I was not that guy. I was the guy that joined Facebook 3 years after Facebook, like genuinely, 3 years after Facebook came out. I was the guy that joined Instagram, like, I think I did join Instagram like a year and a half, 2 years ago. I mean, I had one account that had like 3 pictures, right? But this, like my new Instagram, literally about a year and a half ago. Right? Like, so I'm not this person who's always been on social media. It looks like that now, but that's never been the case. Always been really secretive. Even with that, you look at my social media now, it's just not, you're not really seeing my personal, like my family and all that sort of stuff. Might get like a couple little hints, but like I'm still pretty private. Do you know what I'm saying? So like, but I understand the importance of it. There's no getting away from it. Like, this is we're in 2020. Okay, Mihaela, I love the sound of that. That's good. Mihaela's got a viewing in a couple of moments. So she's, oh, I read this message late. She's already bounced. But she's got a view, so that's a good thing. That's a good reason to bounce. So no worries there at all. Okay, cool stuff. But yeah, social media, it's very, 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 very important. Because for the reasons why I said, you're putting out content to more people than you can just speak to on a one-to-one basis. So how do we actually do it to get results from this? You've actually got to post content, believe it or not. Yeah, you've got to post content, and you've got to be consistent with the content, right? Like, you've just got to be, it's not I'll post one day and then I'll post again on Sunday and then I'll post again 2 months down the line. You've got to be consistent, man. Like, that's how you get in the forefront of people's mind. That's how people remember, you know, what you're talking about. That's how people remember you. Otherwise, you're just someone that comes here and there. And even the algorithms will punish you for that. They're not going to push you. People will listen to me. Bro, every time I open my Instagram, your video's there. Like, yeah, because you always react with my videos, and I'm putting out videos every single day. And Instagram is going, oh, you like this stuff. This stuff is every single day. So when you open up your stuff, I'm going to show it to you, right? Because they're trying to keep you on their platform. If I wasn't posting every single day, then that wouldn't happen. You got to be consistent. And then you got to join groups. Like, groups are so incredible, right? Because here's the thing with groups. If you join in the right groups that are talking about the things that you want to be doing, like service accommodation, for example, people are going to be asking questions in those groups. And from those questions, you can understand what's important to people. And then you can create content around that. It's not, this stuff is easy. People just try and think social media is complicated. All social media is, if you're trying to give value, obviously there's people that just post sort of nonsense or they're doing whatever, that's cool. Right? That's not what we're using this for. We're using this for a very particular reason. And it's just giving value. So how do you give value? We solve a problem, like I always say. That's why we're doing management, not rent to rent. We're solving a problem. So if people are always asking questions around certain topics, then you just create content around those topics and you give the answers to those questions. You see how simple this is? And then people now start to look to you for the answers. All of a sudden, you start to get growth. Because they're like, okay, you know what? Like, this girl's giving out really good content. We like the stuff that she's doing. She's always talking about the things that we're thinking about. Duh, because I read it and I just give you the answers to it. You know what I'm saying? But they don't know that. And you've got to engage in these groups. Right? Let people know you. Let people know that you're active. Whenever they're asking questions, you're always there to answer these questions. You're always helpful. You become that person that they know, oh, if I ask a question and this person's going to help me. Again, you're building your authority in these environments. That it's super, super important. And then you use social media for follow-up. It's so important. Like, the following up on social media is so key. Because what you're doing is you're following people's content, you're liking their content. So now they always remember you. So you've been to networking, you've connected with someone, connect with them on social media. Because if you just connect with them and you've got a telephone number, you've got an email, you're not going to be banging off someone's phone every day. Like, you don't know you like that. Do you know what I mean? But if you're connected with them on social media, they post the content, you can like their content every single day. Or you post, they can like your content. Now it's like you're at the front of their mind, they're at the front of your mind. Do you know what I mean? It's a whole different thing. And you can even send a message every now and again. It feels more normal, it feels more natural. So it's a much easier way to follow up with people when you're connected with them online. So you take the relationship offline to online as well. But like with social media, this can really, really accelerate your business really, really quickly. I can't tell you. Like, the amount of deals and opportunities that come my way from social media is insane. I've had investors literally just message me and say, hey, like what you've been doing, let's have a chat. Right? So like, I can't stress this enough. If you really want to scale your business and accelerate it in double time, start creating content. This is where we are now. Even older people are going online to look for content before making certain decisions, or to find someone who they can actually learn from. Everyone understands social media now and the value of it. So it's really important that you're there and you're being a producer and not just a consumer of social media. Does that make sense? Thumbs up? Did that make sense? Awesome stuff. Awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. Module 4, fact finding. So for me, like, this is the way that I look at fact finding is you've got to understand what, let's say, negotiations, right? But N would not have fit in with my profit module. So, you know, fact finding it is. Yeah. So, but it's negotiations. And for me, I actually filmed a piece of YouTube content around this this morning. Like, when you're thinking about negotiations, right? Like, a lot of people think, I'm gonna go crush them. I want to crush that person. But it's like, first of all, if you crush someone in a negotiation, they might accept the deal, but they're never going to work with you again. Right? They're just not going to want to work with you again. That was not a great experience. Or like, the person was an arsehole. They didn't want to bend to anything. You know, it was just all about them or nothing. And look, sometimes you might have all the chips in a negotiation, but at the same time, you want the other person to walk away from that feeling like they have had a win. You know, but obviously in this situation, it's a little bit different. We're probably never really going to be in that position where we've got all of the cards, because typically we're actually trying to get something from someone, right? But nonetheless, it's the same mindset. And there's 3 steps for me. The first one is you actually have to understand where that person is. Like, where is this person right now? What's their goals? What are their ambitions? What are they trying to achieve? You know, what's their current situation? What's their pain? What's their pleasure? What they're not happy about? What are they happy about? You really got to understand that, because otherwise, what are you basing anything on? People make assumptions. Like myself and Mr. GV were talking today. When you assume, like one of my mentors says, right? Mr. Starb, when you assume, you're making an ass out of you and me. Yeah. So you can't make assumptions, right? You need the information to be able to deliver the results for them. So the first one is, what's the current situation? And then the next thing, once you know what the current situation is to understand, like, what's the ideal scenario for them? What does landlord heaven look like for you? Like, when you started investing in property, like, what was actually the goal? Like, where did you want to be? How did you want this to go? How did you actually see this? Because once you understand those 2 things, that's when you can close them in a new outcome. Before that, you can't really close them in a new outcome. And if we think about the deals that we've done and really think about how the conversation has gone, you might have just done it without realizing, but when you know the steps in this, it becomes it's almost like a game to you. Like, you just know, okay, cool. Like, right now I'm just looking at the current situation, and you ask them, you keep asking them questions about the current situations. Okay, cool, I've got it. Now I'm going to move on to the ideal scenario. And you ask them. They don't know what's going on, but for you, it's just a game. To you, you know, I'm going to get you. I'm starting you here, and I'm going to get you over here where you're going to hand me over your keys. Because then it's about closing them on a new outcome. But the reason and the way you close them on a new outcome is based on the information they've given you, and also the language pattern that they've used to give you that information. Right? It's super important. If someone's always talking about feel. I notice I said a lot, oh, how you feeling? You know what I'm saying? How are you? All right. That's my language, right? You know what I'm saying? Other people is just like numbers. You know what I'm saying? What does that look like? You know what I'm saying? What was that going to equate at the end of the month? You know, I'm thinking about this, I'm thinking about that. Like, that's how they think, right? And that's how they process. So when you understand and listen to their language patterns, then you understand what language you need to be using to get the deal. You want to be speaking their language, not your language, their language, because that's what's going to get them excited. That's how they're going to get the deal over the line. So this is really the 3 things that we're going to be focusing on in this module, right? So the first one is the current situation. So like I said, what is their current situation? And that's over 3 things. So with the properties, the locations of the properties, and their strategy. So understanding that, so how many properties do they have? Right? And all of this is allowing you to also know, because once you start working in the area and you start to understand where the properties are, you can probably start to judge, okay, you know what, that one's going to be good. Oh, that one I've really got to do the numbers to see if it's going to work or not. Oh, that one's definitely going to be dead. You're not telling them this, but you're just collating this information and you're knowing this. So you got to understand that where the current properties, what's the situation with the properties? Are they new? Are they old? Have they got tenants in them? You know, what's the situation with the tenants in there? You know, how long are the tenancy agreements? Are the tenancy agreements coming to an end soon? Have they been happy with the tenants? Are they happy with the management companies or the estate agents? You know, all this type of things, but you just really want to find out about the property itself, the properties. And then you also want to find out about the locations. Where are these properties that you've got? Because now if they tell you they've got a bloody property in Knightsbridge or in flipping St. John Street, St. John's Wood, you're like, that's going to be good. Do you know what I'm saying? You just keep down the back. You just know, like, okay, I've got you. I've got you, because if you got property there, once I show you the numbers, you are going to be blown away. But again, you just keep this in your back pocket. It's not really something that you're disclosing now. It's just having a conversation with people, right? Just, and also as well, if you're asking a question, someone gives you an answer, and just straight away you come up like, oh yeah, like we can do it. It's almost like you're not really listening to them. You're just chatting to me so you can get your results. Do you know what I'm saying? And no one really likes that. People like to feel like they've been listened to. People like to feel like they are, like they're valued. And that's what's important. And that is important. So there's times to use the information that you've got, but right now we're just collecting data. We're just downloading data. And then the strategy. So what is it that you're doing? So, how many bedrooms is it? So, so are you doing is it like a family that's living there, or is it like HMOs? Is it, like what strategy are you using for your properties? Is it just a buy to let? I mean, you're not really literally asking them that is it HMO. You're just finding out, so what is it? Are you renting out to like families, or, you know what I'm saying? And let them kind of tell you what the strategy is. If it's going to be a HMO, you're going to know. They're either just going to say it's a HMO because you're an experienced landlord, they know what HMO is. Or they might just say, yeah, I'm renting them out to like, different people. I'm renting them out room by room. And then you're going to show your expertise by saying, oh, is that an HMO, right? Oh, that's what HMO is. Have you got a HMO license, all that sort of stuff. And the opportunity you get to show your expertise, you want to be doing that, right? So, okay, cool. So what strategies are you adopting? So once you know that, you now understand the landscape. You know that if they're doing HMO, they could be making a bit of money, but the turnover of those properties, every 6 months, maybe a new tenant's going out. They're trying to find a new tenant to actually come in. Maybe there's some void periods, so that's a way that you can get in there with the HMOs. If it's just the buy to let, then it's just straight numbers. The buy to let numbers don't work now. Then you want to be asking questions like, were you one of those that took out a fixed mortgage for like 5 years back in 2022 or back in 2020? And if the answer is no, then they're fucked. Because that means the mortgage is coming up soon. But you haven't asked them that. You just asked in a different way. You one of those ones? No. Okay, cool. When does your mortgage come? When's your mortgage coming to an end then? It's coming to an end now. It's coming to an end next year or whatever. I just took one out. You've got an idea. If they just took one out, they're suffering. Yeah, I tell you, if they just took one out, they are suffering. If they haven't taken one out, they are panicking. I mean, if the mortgage is not there, they're panicking. They're thinking, oh my goodness, when it comes to time to remortgage, I am in trouble. But again, you're not saying any of this. Right now, you're just downloading information. So now the type of properties they've got. Is it going to be a 2-bed? Or this is perfect. A 2-bed city center, and you just renting it out to a working couple or whatever. So you're thinking, okay, cool. We can make something out of this, right? Once I show you the numbers and this is going to blow you away. But again, you're not saying this. You're just collecting and downloading data at this stage, right? So kind of going back to the property, you want to be looking at, I've just kind of given the game away, right? The number of rooms in this property, number of bathrooms, the living area. Just kind of understand, is it got like one living room? Is it 2 living rooms? Or is it one of those spacious ones? Just getting like an understanding of the property type. Because once you get to know your area, you're going to know what's appealing. If they got 2 bathrooms, if you got an ensuite, for example, things like that. Yeah. So is it going to be a flat or is it a house? Again, depending on what location, you're going to know. Depending on the location of the property. So for example, there are areas, which might be driven by the contractors where houses are actually really good. Because, if you've got like a 3 or 4 bed, you can really house a lot of contractors in there and get a huge share of the market. The other parts where obviously apartments, a lot of the time, are going to be the better options. Again, you need to ask these questions so you know. You don't want to make any assumptions. You want to make sure you're getting all of the answers that you need. And then the locations is pretty much, where are their properties located? Because they could also be dotted around. And they might not know, the inefficiency of the properties being dotted around, or they might not know that they've got a property in an absolute gold mine area that could really transform, their whole property business if they just turned that into an SA, or if they had a couple that they could turn into an SA. And understanding what are the dynamics of that location, so you actually having to do a bit of your research. This is where you've got to know your area. Like you've really got to know your area. Like, just kind of going back to things I touched on before, because you understanding the dynamics of your area allows you to make quick decisions. right? So if you know this is driven by contractors and this person has got a house there, again, you know, okay, cool, I can really pin them down on this by really showing them where the contractor market is coming from, why it's going to be here for the next 5 to 6 years, because this product is going on, that product is going on, and this is why we've got a huge demand in this area right now. And this property that you've got, this 5-bedroom house, is literally waiting there to become a cash cow for you because you know that information, right? And then also just finding out from them, like, why did they choose to invest in that location? Like, this is a key bit of information for you to understand, like, what is their thinking? Why did they invest in that area in the first place? Because they might actually know the same things that you do, but they haven't thought about the strategy that you have. So you might not even need to sell them. So they might say, you know what, you know, I heard that the government was going to be putting like 500 million in this location. So I thought, you know, if I just bought a house there over the next 10 years, you know, it's going to do well. And it's like, yeah, you're obviously a smart guy. You're a smart lady. You were thinking correctly. But maybe what you haven't thought about, again, this is later on. Maybe what you haven't actually thought about is this. Instead of waiting for 10 years, in the meantime, because of all of this traffic that you've spoken about, it's already happening now. And what some of our landlords are doing is they're capitalizing on that right now, and they're increasing their ROI to like 15, 18% instead of 7% because they're doing this strategy. Right? But that's why it's understanding, like, just everything here is understanding their mindset. Like, where are they right now? Why did they actually invest in this location in the first place, right? And then the strategies is, you know, what strategies are they using for their individual properties? Just kind of going back to what I've spoken about, yeah? So contracts, when it comes to strategies, you want to review the contracts. You know, what current contracts are in place with the current tenants? So when is it coming to an end? Is it coming to an end soon? Is it already in the stage where actually it's just a rolling contract and all they've got to do is just give them a month and, you know, they can go out? And is it giving them, you know, the desired outcome that they're looking for? In terms of the contracts that they've actually got in place with the tenants at the moment. Is it really kind of what they want? Is it HMO? Is it like, you know, HMOs where they can actually sign like 6-month tenancies for the room and stuff like that? Is it really what they're looking for? Is it really giving them their desired outcome? But again, if you don't understand what type of contract, you know, people have in place or where they are with those contracts, then again, how are you really able to pin them down with their language? Because right now, all this information that you're collecting, you know, you're really going to be using it, you know, later on to close the deal. Is this all making sense so far?
Yes.
Yeah, good stuff. So, and then the next one is the ideal scenario. What is their ideal scenario? Like, what is their why? Because a lot of people get into property for a lot of different reasons. But majority, you know, you will hear words like legacy, leaving property behind for the loved ones, you know, so they can, you know, that to generate enough passive income so they can actually replace the income and not having to work, you know. But unless we actually ask them, we won't know how they are going to verbalize that, you know, because it's all about how they internalize, you know, their why. Typically, I find it's pretty similar, but how are they internalizing it? How do they verbalize it? Because again, language is important because you can now use that same language pattern, you know, when you're having a conversation with them. You know, like, what are their goals? What are the things that they actually want to achieve? So let's say, have they got like 5-year goals, for example? I want 10 properties in the next 5 years. Or I want to start generating, you know, £2,000 a month, you know, by the end of the year. Or what, like, do they actually have goals in place? And what are those goals? And like, when you're having this conversation, the one thing I will say here is, bear in mind, I'm throwing all of these things at you. These are potential things that you can use to start a conversation. But what I don't want you to do is just go there like a robot and just have like your list of questions here and just start bombarding them. Like, okay, right. How many properties do you have? 2. Okay. How many bedrooms?
That would be very cringy.
Yeah.
They would run away probably straight away.
Exactly. We're like, who's this crazy person? So it's got to be a conversation. It's like, you remember, we're dealing with humans, right? I always say, like, we're dealing with property, but it's not a property business. Like, it's a people business. That's what we're in. And if you look at everything around property, even with what we do, I say, you know, we're dealing with guests, you know, we're dealing with, customer service, when we need to speak to Airbnb, we need to speak to Booking.com. When we're dealing with cleaners, maintenance teams, accountants, solicitors, it's all people. The bricks and mortar is the smallest part of everything, right? So we've got to realize that we are dealing with humans, okay? And then the third one is close them on a new outcome. This is really where language comes in. This is really where your ability to sell really matters. And sales isn't really this negative thing that people think it is. Sales is just the ability to articulate the value of what your services can bring to the other person. That's all it is. So there's nothing wrong with selling. But you just got, now that you've been listening to this person, you've collected this information. So, like Mrs. Landlord, I can see you've got a 2-bedroom property, like right in Westfield right now, and you've just been kind of saying to me, like, when you bought this property, really what you wanted to do was go to a position where you're mortgage free, as quickly as possible, and you're able to know that whatever happens, you're gonna have this property there to pass on to like your daughter. But the reality is right now, a lot of landlords are struggling. Like with this mortgage, it's just quadrupled. I don't know, are you finding it the same? Because what I've found with a lot of landlords is they're not finding it difficult to actually match the mortgage payments, and some of them are either just breaking even, or they're actually having to dip into their own pockets, to cover the mortgage. Like, how is it with you? Yeah, well, look, I know exactly how you feel, and we've been speaking to a lot of landlords recently, and our business is really starting to scale a lot recently, because what we do is actually help landlords and investors manage their properties as Airbnbs. And the reason why a lot of landlords are now looking at us and coming to us and say, can we help them, is because of this, and this. Especially with that property you've got in Stratford, Westfield, like it's such an incredible property. Just off the top of my head, because I analyzed the property there just last week. You're looking to generate, and this is where your expertise of knowing your area really comes in. You can tell them what that property is going to rent for. You can say that property will probably rent for, £1,000, but from the analysis I've done last week, that property can generate like 3,000, 3,500. I'm like, the same property. And even after you've taken away all of the bills, you're looking somewhere around about 2,000. I mean, what difference would that make in your life if you could generate £2,000 next month instead of 1,200? Do you know what I mean? So like now it's just kind of going back for all the information that you've collected from them, and just now using it in the end and just saying like, this is why a lot of our landlords are not choosing to work with us. And then you go into the monetary side of things, and then you start talking about, all of the legislative benefits, blah, 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 blah. Like by the time you get to this part, once they've given you that information, you're able to use that information. By the time you get to this part, it's game over. All right? So really the closing them on a new outcome is how. This is the how. How are you actually going to solve that problem for them? So what's that ideal scenario is like a why, but this is it's like the how. It's your how. How are you going to solve that problem? How are you going to fix the current issues that they've got in the marketplace right now? And the reality is we are the only ones that can do that. Like, this is the exciting thing about this strategy, guys. We are the only ones that can do that. No one doing rent-to-rent can do this. They can't solve the problem. Now, they can be good salespeople, and they can try and position, their services in a better way. But the reality is, if they were competing against one of us, we will get the deal all day, every day. Because the reality is we are solving the problem. And that problem is the new outcome for them, is the new possibility. This is the new vision that we need to be able to actually get across to them powerfully, but also in a way that they understand, that they can see really, really clearly. And this is very, very simple. Like literally, the way I go into this is just talk about, my pitch literally starts with, you've probably all heard my pitch. Because when I had the conversation with you, when we had the consultation call to get you guys into the academy, you heard my pitch. Because it isn't a pitch, it's just, this is why we're better. This is what we're doing. right? And this is what we're going to be telling. And when you heard it, you were like, fucking hell. Yeah, that makes sense. I want to learn this stuff. That's why you were here, right? It's exactly the same feeling that they're going to be getting when you're telling them this stuff. You know, rent to rent, yeah, it's nonsense. This is why it's nonsense. This is why they're offering the guaranteed rent, which isn't even guaranteed for X reason, right? But this is why they can do it, because of all of this. And the reason they can do all of this is because you don't know how to do this, right? Well, here's what we do. You know, we believe in a fair society. We believe in equality. We obviously want to make some money as well, you know, but if we're able to manage all of this for you, because this is our expertise, and you make this amount of money, and then all you've got to do is pay us a management fee. So now you get to benefit from your property that you invested in, that you want to leave behind for your loved ones. You actually get to see the fruits of your labor. And then on top of all of that, the government are actually going to look after you as well. They're going to give you this tax break. They're going to give you that tax break. They're going to give you that tax break. You know, they're gonna say you're exempt from the EPC. Yeah, shit. Where do I sign? Do you know what I mean? Like, this is not, it's not even a comparison. So you got to understand, you got to go into this with a lot of confidence. Like, genuinely, you've got to be going into every conversation with them with a lot of confidence, because these people right now are panicking. But the reason why you can do this and go there with your head held high is because we're genuinely solving the problem for these people. Like, we're actually helping them. Yes, we're making money doing it. Why the fuck not? Do you know what I mean? But we are helping these people. No one else can do what we're doing. No one else is solving the problem. People still want the properties, yeah, but at a cost to the landlord, because it is actually at a cost to them. Because how sickening is that your property is being used for the very thing that could solve your problem, but you're not realizing that benefit? How sick is that? And we can highlight this to them, guys. And once they hear this, like, once they hear it, and you've got to, like, you see the passion that I'm speaking with right now, like, that's because I truly believe in how this is going to help people. And that's something that drives me. That's why I'm doing this coaching thing, right? Because I want to help change people's life from this perspective. But that's why I love this vertical, because it's also actually helping the people that we're helping as well. And if you can just embody that understand that you're actually doing good, that you're actually helping people, you're solving a problem in the marketplace. Listen, passion sells all day. People are going to be able to see it. They're going to be able to say, I was just speaking to Hyman, just saying to him, like, you know, he's got a good opportunity to go into his community, like he's Jewish, to go into his community and really become the flag bearer. Because a lot of people in this community, you know, a lot of them are investors already in property, and a lot of them would have had the pitches, like they would have been pitched to hell, right? Because a lot of them are landlords. But he can go in there with a completely different value proposition and just change the game. Because it's actually helping these people. So you got to understand that when you're going into this conversation. So take them on a journey from where they are now to where they want to be. Because you've had that conversation with them. Like, how does it feel like you're working hard, you've invested in this property, so this property is bringing you money? And how does it feel right now that you're having to still take money out of your other job that you're doing to now cover this property that was meant to be an asset and now has become a liability? How does that feel? So no one's going to say it feels great. And now just imagine, you know, you're in a position where nothing has changed. You're not doing anything at all. But all of a sudden, on a month-to-month basis, you've got extra 500, 600, 700, 800 quid coming into your bank account. Now your mortgage is covered and you've still got money left over, which is what you wanted to do in the first place. Have this become an asset for you, not a liability. How does that sound? Like, it's gonna sound like they are gonna be excited at this stage, right? This is what we can bring to them. But we've got to take them on that journey. Like, that's why you start with the current situation, because when you understand the current situation, you listen to the language that they're using, you know, their pain language. You know, it's something that you can then use to actually replicate when you're having this conversation with them and paint that picture of where they want to be. Because it is a great picture. Like, it's a really, really good picture because, you know, if they want to pay off the mortgage sooner they can. Right now, we're also going through a cost of living crisis. So actually that extra money, first of all, that extra money coming out of the pocket, which wasn't coming out of the pocket 6 months ago, is going to hurt. But now imagine that money isn't coming out of your pocket and now you've actually got some extra money. What would you do with that extra money? Have you got some nieces and nephews you could look after? Have you got your daughter? You got any kids? You know, maybe you could look after with that money because people are struggling right now. And really paint that picture of the future for them. Mihail has got a question, yeah?
What do you offer to like investors that already have the property on a company name, which they don't have to pay the taxes? So there isn't like nothing else that we can offer as a tax release. It's just the extra money that they are taking from the.
It's huge. It's huge. It's a lot of money. Like at the end of the day, it's more. That's what I'm saying. All the extra tax incentive stuff, that's just the cherry on top that just makes them think, what the fuck, I'm doing this. Right? Like, this is just crazy. But all that money you're already making, it's like, so I can literally just decide today to move my property from this strategy to this strategy, and I'm going to start making all this extra money on top. I'm not even doing it. I'm not generating that. And someone else is doing it for me. Do you know what I mean? So like the money they're generating is already enough anyway, right? But of course, those extra tax incentives, but they're different things. So even if they've got the property in a limited company, that doesn't mean the property is not old property. It doesn't mean the property is not like a EPC grade D or grade E, you know, which means on average is going to cost them $8,000 to bring that property up to a grade C. What are they going to do about that? That's saying. So again, it's about understanding. So when you're at the start of this conversation, you're asking them, "Oh mate, have you done your EPC rating recently? I heard about, you know, landlords and all this EPC stuff and grade Ds. Like, do you know what your EPC rating is?" It's a D. Bang, information upload. You just keep it there. You see what I'm saying? Like now you know you're having a conversation generally, but you're like an assassin. The questions you're asking, they're sounding soft here. But there are questions that, depending on the answers they give you, could be a bullet to secure the deal in the end. Do you know what I mean? So you just ask. That's why you just collect all of this information, so you can then close on the new outcome in the end. We say something like, "Oh, I didn't even tell you." You know, like the EPC stuff that a lot of landlords are worrying about, it actually doesn't even matter to you now. So you don't have to worry about that. Because I know a lot of people is worrying about where they're going to get this $8,000, right? Don't worry about it. On top of everything else you've just told them, you just drop that one in at the end. You're like, "Oh, no, I'm done. Sign me up." Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Sign me up.
And if you manage to kind of have a look at the deal and the position of the property, it's not bad, but not good in the same time. And you are ending up basically helping the landlord making a little bit more money, like £200. But the fact that they do have the tax release, that's give them, it is something extra, right? Even if it's making the same money.
Yes, but
just like leave, just don't touch the property.
Yeah, because it's not about them at that stage, right? It's about you. You're not making any money. So the business still has to be viable for you. And, you know, you have to be honest with the landlords and say, you know, I'm always honest. And actually, it's a good pitch to get you in through the door. It's a good pitch for you to get their postcode, get the property address. And then once you get that, it's like, okay, now we're in conversation. Because it's just to say, like, you know, the beauty of our business is we can actually pre-analyze a location. And this is literally the language I use. The beauty about what we do is that we can pre-analyze a location, which means we don't have to guess how much money that property is going to make. I can show you, you know, how much money that property is actually going to make. Because not every area works. So what we need to do is do an analysis on the area first, because what we do is driven by traffic. So we need to understand what's driving that traffic. And once we understand that, we know exactly how much money we can generate. So if you just give me the property details, I can actually tell you what we can generate from that property.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Bang, you've got the property location, you're in. Because now you send them back an analysis and there's some juicy looking numbers. That's a hook. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a hook. Right on, little buddy. Oh my God, James. Surprising. I wasn't sure what to expect from this property, but this is an absolutely incredible location. In fact, I didn't realize it was this location, but we've been looking for properties in this location because there's just such huge demand. Have a look at the numbers. Bear in mind, this is just based on, I've been a bit reserved. This is just based on 75%, 80% occupancy, or whatever it is. But even at those numbers, this is what we're looking to generate. What do you think? I'll tell you what, James will be fucking all over it, mate. James will be trying to get you, James will be trying how to get you down for coffee. Like, let's talk about this, right? But at the same time, if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. And it's fine. You let them know, look, that property doesn't work.
Ibs, can I ask a question quickly, please, on that
Yep,
subject?
go ahead.
So what if the deal is so enticing and
Yeah.
you're going to get some of those who say, yeah, thanks for the information, I think I'm going to try it myself, or they're not so blunt, but they think, oh yeah, okay, yeah, that's good, thanks for the information. They go away and they just try it themselves.
Yeah,
I
good
guess.
luck, mate. Good luck, mate. You've set up an essay. You've set up an essay.
Yeah,
Is it easy?
not really, no.
And that's with knowledge. Like,
Yeah.
bruv, listen, I don't know why I just called you bruv, but
I didn't even notice, so you're right.
people, yeah, they can try and say they can go and do it themselves. They can try that, but the reality is, it's still a good thing in a way, because when they come across those roadblocks, you're going to be the one they come to.
Mm.
So inadvertently, you're going to probably get that deal on the back end anyway. But the important thing is that they're sold on the idea. They've tried to go and do it. We know they can't just go out there and just execute easily without coming across roadblocks. If they haven't got education on it, they can't just go out there. They can't. I'm saying there's too many things that they need to know. That's just the truth. So I think they go out there, they try it, and then they'll come back and say, hey, actually, you know what?
Yeah.
Have a look at this.
And
Like, you can't look. Like, we can't expect everyone to have the same values that we do. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is. Like, I've learned that, the hard way in life. Just to understand that people don't think the way I do, right? But it's cool. So I just don't have the same expectations of people as I have of myself. But that's fine. Do you know what I mean? But it doesn't mean you can't change your character and who you are because of others. You just have to do what you do. And ultimately, some people will let you down, but most people generally will be cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you win some, you lose some, isn't it? And if you're not going to close them, they're not meant to be for you anyway. So
Exactly.
Thank you.
So I forgot the second question.
Sorry? No, that's it.
The second question.
No, that's it.
Oh, that's it, yeah?
Thank you.
Oh, I thought you were going to say so. I've talked so much now, you forgot your question. So essentially, so closing them on a different alternative. So some of the things that we can use in terms of explaining it to people who don't really understand. First of all, it's completely up to you, but I'm just telling you what is working for me. When I was creating this model months ago, service accommodation, if you look at a lot of my old content, it's all service accommodation. The new content that I'm going to be coming out with now, it's very, very much going to be saying Airbnb. And it's up to you guys what you want to do. But I am telling you right now, I don't know how many networking events I've been to. No one knows what the fuck service accommodation is. I don't know why the industry has chosen to go with this bloody name. Nobody knows what it is.
no,
You always have to explain it. And once you explain it, you're losing. Just say Airbnb. People know what Airbnb is. Like, what's all this nonsense? Do you know what I mean? So that's what I've come across. So I'm going to start using that language now. In terms of the group and all that sort of stuff, it's called that because, most people are going to be typing service accommodation, right? So I want them to be able to actually see the group and stuff like that. But in terms of marketing, in terms of when you're speaking to people, you know, my advice would certainly be to use Airbnb. You know, that's what I feel like is working out there. It makes it a lot easier. When you tell people I manage Airbnbs, they get it. They've stayed in Airbnbs. I didn't even know that there was people like people don't actually know that there's people like us behind these Airbnbs they go to. So it's actually like fascinating for them to realize like, oh shit, this is an actual industry. People don't realize that. So yeah, definitely. So anyway, you can use things like it's a better alternative to hotels and explain to them why that is. You know, so for those people who, whether they've stayed or they haven't stayed, I still tell them, and you hear them start saying, they start talking about it. They're like, yeah. You know, I could cook and I could do this and go out, and me and my missus stayed. They just start talking about it. So straight away, like they're selling themselves on this concept already, right? And I always talk about how COVID helped to educate the market. So I'll give you guys this pitch just so you've got this bow in your arrow. Is that right? Bow in your arrow? No.
String to your bow.
String to your bow.
Yes, string to your bow. That's the one. So COVID helped to educate the marketplace, which it really did. But here's how you position it so people can be like, oh, wow, this is huge. So what happened in COVID is you had people on my side who were like, fuck this COVID stuff, I want to go home and I still want to do my thing, I don't want to be locked in at home, right? This was after like 2 weeks or whatever. Bear in mind, my mom was in a coma, intensive care, almost died. So I'm not one of those people that says COVID doesn't exist, but at the same time, I no longer wanted to be trapped in my house, right? And then there was these people on the other side who were just like, whoa, these crazy people, they want to be out there, like, let's just kill them or gas them or something or whatever it was, right? So you had, these two people on either side of the argument. But now the hotels, so people on my side of the argument were like, hey, you know what, I don't want to go to these bloody hotels and have all these restrictions, people telling me I have to wear a mask when I walk around and all this sort of stuff, so I'm going to go to an Airbnb. And then you got these people on the other side going, people should not even believe in their houses. What the hell are people doing going to hotels? I'm not going to go to a hotel, but I want to go away from, I want to, take my kids out. I'm also going to go to Airbnb, right? Because both of these people understood that in an Airbnb, they've got their own spaces, they can do what they want and move around however they want. So that's where the market really got educated on what Airbnb was. And that's when, for the first time, people don't realize this, Airbnb has actually been operating at a loss for the previous 10 years, which is very, very typical for high growth tech companies. That's normal. But it was only in 2020, moving forward, that Airbnb made the first profit, and it's gone like this since then. Because COVID genuinely did educate the marketplace on Airbnb. And guess what? They had the taste and they love it. Because what's there not to like? Who wants to stay in a hotel? Think about it. With all of these restrictions and having to spend more money on food. I mean, if I want to go to a restaurant, if I'm an Airbnb, I can still do that. But actually, if I want to cook, I can just go down to Tesco, Sainsbury's, buy my food, bring it home. There's pots, there's pans, there's plates, all of this sort of stuff. I can just cook. I can just be normal in there. There's my living room. There's like everything. It's very, very normal. It's a home away from home, as they say. So there's more comfort. And when you actually look about it, so people can say Airbnb is more expensive. Okay, cool. But when you're looking at it on the cost per head, it's actually not, but it's more comfortable. Because if it's 140 £140 per night for an Airbnb, for example, let's say it's £70, per room in a hotel, but you're getting 2 rooms, that's still 140 quid, but you're staying in 2 rooms. You're still having to spend food, money on food. You got all these restrictions. You can't have friends back. You can't it's just not as convenient. Or we can get an apartment. We both have our own rooms. We've got the living room. We can have a little get together or whatever with our friends. They can come back and we can have a chat or whatever it might be, right? It's completely different. Same cost, but the service is completely different, right? So the market got educated on it. So going back to what I said before, we can pre-analyze the market. We don't have to risk saying, okay, Mr. Landlord, we're going to take on your property. Hopefully we'll make more than what you were making with a tenant. Hopefully, hopefully you don't make less. We can pre-analyze the market and tell them the numbers they're going to get. And, we're looking for profit at between 50 to 60% occupancy. So these are some of the things that you can start saying to them, to make them realize, oh, like there is, this is really a great opportunity and the time is right now. Because if you think about it from an investor standpoint, that's how I always like to think, right? Like, even if your goal is to build a portfolio, the more money you make, the quicker you can actually build that portfolio. Like that, that's literally how simple it is. So if we can show them how they can make more money quicker and showing them like how right now really is the opportunity. And if you're able to really scale your portfolio and bring them into Airbnb over this next 2, 3, 4 years, you could really accelerate your goal to get to 8, 10 properties at a much shorter time span. It's an exciting proposition. Like, this is really how we've got to start thinking. Like, this opportunity genuinely right now is crazy. And when we think about, like, I was speaking to my cleaner the other day. She actually does Airbnbs as well. She actually secured her first property a couple of weeks ago. I was so excited for her because she's really good at what they do. I was buzzing for her. But I was saying to her, like, the opportunity with this is crazy. And every day, I just think about more and more different opportunities. Like I said, we can take on a property from a landlord or from host. And I was speaking to Cool about this the other day. This is something that I'm really thinking about, and I really hope I crack it. When I crack it, we're going to fucking change the game. I'm telling you, look, right now, we're going to change the game. Because, like, how many times have you guys been looking on Airbnb and Booking.com and just been like, these listings are terrible? And like, these are terrible. How the hell have this property, how this property on the market? Someone doing rent to rent, that's never an option for them. They can't even look at that. That's not a deal for them. We can take over management of that property and start earning. Right? That's what I've just done with, the land I told you guys about in Stratford. He just messaged the guy who referred him to us the other day, and the guy forwarded the message to me, and he was just saying, oh, thank you so much, for referring me to Ibrahim. Like, they're doing a great job. We've just got bookings come flooding in. Same property, 2 months ago, no bookings. 2 months later, he's making thousands a month. Same property. The only change is that we came in. This property was already on Airbnb and Booking.com. Like, if you're doing rent to rent, this is not an opportunity. Now we've got a property that's generating what? £800 a month.
What was the thing that wasn't working? Were the pictures not good, or the quality of the service?
Not quality of service. Pictures, the listing, and the pricing. But again, we didn't tell them this until we signed the contract. So you just say things like, there's a few things that I've seen already. I know we can definitely optimize this and get some bookings coming in. I'm already thinking about 1 or 2 ideas. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, because look, there's no risk for them. So it's not like, oh, not because look, if we come in and we don't make any money, well, they weren't making any bloody money before anyway. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. But if we come in and we are making money, now they're winning. But what I'm not going to do is give you all my tactics so you can just, let me try it first. And then if it doesn't work, I'll come back to you, right? So, but we literally tweaked 3 things. The listing, we've got a professional photographer in there, right? And we changed the pricing. And guess who paid for the photographer? He did. They paid me. This was the So we're making £800 a month from an investment that he's made back into his property. Right? We've got like a couple different linen. They had like grey. They had grey sheets. We changed the sheets to white. Ooh. You know what I mean? Like, ooh, crazy stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like, nothing that mad. But the point is, we were able to use our knowledge to come and optimize our property. Now we're generating £800 a month. And that's probably going to increase because we're coming into the summer months now. Right? That deal is not possible if you're doing rent to rent. Mr. GV, oh shit, you lot have been writing messages. I haven't seen it. Don, I'm going to come to you in a minute. Oh, Angeline, leave, guys. Can everyone wave bye to Angeline? Bye. We'll see you later. Okay, brilliant.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Have a great shift. The other one is the one that, Don's looking at, which is someone that's trying to sell a property, but the property is not selling. It's on the market. So, hey, well, while it's there, why don't we dress it up, run as an Airbnb? You can still carry on your viewings, and we'll just make some money in the meantime.
Oh, I had someone like that, and he wanted to sell the property in like 2-3 years, and the only thing that was the problem is that were two sister and brother. I've seen the brother. The brother he agreed with everything, and then he went back home, had a chat with the sister, and the sister said no, because the sister I didn't have a chat with her, and basically she didn't understood much. She doesn't understand about Airbnb and this kind of stuff, and she just said no. So I tried to.
Let me give you a tip. Let me give you just while it's in my mind, because it's coming, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming, it's gone. So let me just say while it's here. I think Don knows what I'm going to say. If they're looking for the next 2 to 3, it's actually perfect, because a lot of people actually just want to sell now. If they're actually able to hold off for 2 years, there's something called entrepreneur's relief. Yeah, which is basically a 50% discount on the capital gains tax. So if you've had your property, as the legislative term is, a furnished holiday let for the previous 2 years up until when you go and sell, you actually get an entrepreneur's relief. So instead of 20% capital gains tax, you only pay 10%. That is fucking huge. Yeah, that is fucking huge. So if you think about 20% on a 500 grand property, yeah, that is huge. And now you only have to pay 10%.
Oh.
Yeah. Now, obviously, that's good. Obviously, that's based on the profit that they've made on it, you know, but nonetheless, you're still talking thousands of pounds. So that's a huge one. That's a huge one to definitely put in their radar, or for him to like speak to his sister about. Go on, Don.
That was new to me, that one. So just some quick numbers. If say they bought it for 250k, sold it for 500 10 years later, assuming no other costs, that's capital gains of 250k. So it would be 50k capital gains fees, but they're saving 25k.
Would be 40. Was it 40? Is that right? Or is it 50? 250.
Yeah, 20%.
20% now, like 50. Yeah, you're right. You're 50. Right. Yeah, 5 times. Yeah, 50. Yeah.
So 25k.
Exactly. That's a 25k savings. Exactly. That's 25k basically profit. Obviously, yes, in 2 years' time. But like, if you're not looking to sell for 2 years anyways, like, mate, might as well just crack on now. And while you're doing
alone right there is almost a year's salary for the average person.
Exactly.
Okay.
And this is, it's not as if like you're sacrificing now. Now you're still making more money than you would in a traditional buy-to-let anyway. So it's still a good strategy to use anyway. But then there's this extra caveat on top that if you sell in 2 years' time, you know, you're going to get all of these extra benefits on the back end as well. Right. So yeah, entrepreneurs relief is a huge one.
I might get back to them as well, because the property was just Tower Bridge.
Nice, good location.
Is like basically in front of Tower Bridge, 3 bedrooms, very nice area, good property, and the property was empty. They wanted a little bit more money, but looks like it didn't really work out. But
how long ago was that?
Sorry?
How long ago was that?
That was the last week on Sunday.
Last week's, oh, that's nothing. Give them a call tomorrow, 100%. If you need anything, give me a shout. But we'll give them a call tomorrow. We have a chat with them.
I'll try to call the lady again. We already had a chat. She was like, no, thank you, no. So she wouldn't listen to me, so I don't know how to get.
What's the intention with the property? So remember, what's the current situation? Understand that. Because when you understand that, you might know why she's saying no, and you might know how to get around it. What's the current situation? What's the ideal scenario? What's the plan for the property? So, okay, she's saying no to the strategy, that's fine. What's the plan? Because again, so that person, you know, going back to, you know, to Don's situation, saying, that person probably said, no. Why, you want to sell it? No, okay, well, look, if you want to sell it, that's fine. But here's this potential entrepreneur's relief from the back end, right? So even if I'm willing to work with you on that. Let's say you decide not to sell it for the next 2 years. Here's the benefit. But even if we do decide to sell it, you know what, we're going to dress it up. It's going to look amazing. So it's going to look like a show home anyway, which is even better for people coming to view it. And then at the same time, you're making money in the interim, right? But you're able to use what they're thinking. You're able to almost kind of flip it and say, well, you know, if this is what you're thinking, think about this. So yeah, but it's important to understand her a bit more. Or do you know the answers to those questions?
I know from his point of view, but she looks like she's thinking different. So I know from his, but I don't know from hers. That's the only thing, because I never met her. I had a chat with her on like messages on Open Rent, but then she sent me his brother. That's the only thing that, because if I would manage to speak with the lady, that would be different. But yeah.
Understand. Okay, cool. Well, look, what I would definitely do is speak to him again first. Speak to him again first and get the answers. Like, ask the direct questions. The property is empty. Why are you guys not wanting to? You don't want to rent it out. That's cool. Like, why don't you want to rent it out? What's the plan for the property? Understand, you know, from his point of view, but also what is she thinking? Your sister's completely against this. Do you know why? You know, what does she want to do with it? So when you understand that, you can then say, okay, cool. Well, I get where she's coming from, or whatever. You can still, because you don't want to play on his side, right? Trust me. You don't want to get in the middle of this family stuff here, because you're going to be the one to lose.
Exactly.
So, yeah. So don't try to be like, oh, she's this. Oh, I actually understand where she's coming from, that sort of stuff. I'd like to, maybe I didn't really explain or get myself across properly. Maybe what I'd like to do is actually just get another chance to speak to her. And then kind of, because then you have the information that you can use to go back and say, hey, well, maybe we haven't considered this. Well, this could actually help what you're trying to achieve or whatever. So get information, give me a shout. We'll put together a strategy for the call, and then you can call her and then hopefully get that across.
Let me see if I can find his phone number, because he called me. So I have to go back to the calls to see if I managed to find his number.
Make it happen. Awesome. Okay, cool. So in terms of going back to closing them on a new outcome, you want to educate them on what rent to rent is. Because if they don't know what it is, you actually educating them on it is going to build value into what you are offering. So you probably heard of rent to rent, right? What's rent to rent? Okay, cool. Well, if they haven't, just say, okay, yeah, it's where, you know, people will rent your property from you. They'll say they're going to guarantee your rent. And I always do this. I don't know why. It's almost become just like a natural spasm. I just go like this. They're going to guarantee your property. And then I explain why it's not actually a guarantee. Do you know what I'm saying? And why it's not backed by insurance. And, you know, it's still a guarantee. It's as strong as a guarantee as the tenancy agreement that, you know, the tenant has signed or whatever it might be. You know, so you really kind of explain what rent to rent is, and you squash it. But you also tell them why people do rent to rent. You know, the reason why they offer you that is because, and the reason why they can guarantee you this is because they're going to do this with it. Do you know what I'm saying? So once you've then kind of explained that, it then opens up for you to, you know, really kind of go into what you do. So you explain, you know, property business. They're controlling, but they don't own the house. So basically you explain what rent to rent is. I think pretty much everyone here knows what rent to rent is, right? I'm just trying to scroll through the faces and see. Yes, everyone here knows what rent to rent is. Okay, cool. So yeah, they guarantee the owner's rent and all that sort of stuff, okay? And then obviously the profit from the guests minus the rent paid to the owners, that's what obviously they get to keep. Now, let me introduce you to obviously, you know, SA management or Airbnb management, as we now call it. Yeah. So it's once you kind of explain what that is, you've slammed it and spoke about why is disingenuous, why you don't feel it's right, why it's a little bit greedy, and why people are not actually thinking about the end user. You know, you've worked for your money, Mr. Landlord, to invest in your property, not for someone else to take your profit. Is that right? Yes. Well, we completely understand that. So here's what we do. Then you go into introduction management. We talk about why now is the right time. I think, you know, we all kind of understand why now is the right time, right? We talk about, you know, the mortgage rises, you know, the cost of living crisis. And the way the cost of living crisis affects them is to say, hey, look, your prices are going up, but it's not exactly like you can just pass that over to your tenants because they can't afford it either, because it's a cost of living crisis. So even if you wanted to, you can't. You're probably just going to push them to default, and then they're going to take you about a year to get rid of them, right? So like, this is why right now is the best time, because landlords and investors are looking for a way to increase the returns that they're generating from the property, and this is the only way that they can do that right now, okay? So we speak about interest rates increases, government legislations, you know, the ROI, more money in the pockets, and this is what I was touching about last time, more cash flow for more deals. That is like music to their ears, because remember, these are investors, and these people want to build a portfolio. Some of them do, most of them do, right? So if you're saying to them, here's a way that you can actually get more money in your pocket, save up quicker for your next deposit, for your next property, right? That now starts to become really, really enticing for them, because you can either be making £100 a month or actually negative a month, or you can be getting an extra 5, 6, 7, 800, 900 pounds a month from the same property. How quickly then is it going to take you to get your next deposit, right? So these are the sort of things that you want to be planted in their mind. Like, this is what they want. And that's the language you've got to be using. You know, so what are the sexy points? So we talk about, you know, section 24, you know, the mortgage interest payments being written off. That's huge, obviously, for the right people, if it applies to them, right? EPC, again, this is going to cost landlords an average of £8,000, people. This is massive, huge, 8 grand. Like, honestly, I still think this is a joke sometimes. I don't know where the landlord, where did the government get this shit from? It's mental. 8 grand. The average landlord is making £200-300 a month profit. 8 grand. Honestly, it's crazy. That's 4 years worth of profit that they're expecting them to dump into a property. And it's not like they're invested into this property. There's no direct correlation with like an ROI. You're just dumping $8 grand in because the government has changed their mind today. It's crazy. And then the entrepreneurs relief, like I was talking about, you know, you're going to get capital allowances. You know, the beauty of what we do, again, because of what we're doing, we can write all this off. Cost of furniture, fixtures, fittings, all of this can be written off as an expense. You can't even do that with buy-to-let. But because it's a service-based business, we can't run a hotel-like business without all this stuff. So this is the cost of doing business. So all of that's written off as an expense. You know, the small business rate relief, depending what, you know, that's obviously depending on the landlord. If they want to go for the business relief, they can do that. You know, the full mortgage interest relief, as we just spoken about already. And then obviously that capital gains tax allowance, which is mental. If they're able to wait for 2 years to actually sell the property, if they're still adamant on selling, it's massive. And then obviously just less hassle, right? You know, it's not affected by the turbulence, you know, tenancy regulations, which are coming up. Are you guys aware of this, that the government are looking to bring in legislation, which means you're no longer allowed to have a tenancy agreement? You know this. There's a white paper now, which basically the white paper is saying that you can move into a property today and give a 2-month notice tomorrow and bounce. Maybe that's going to fuck up our business because people will start using them as Airbnbs. They're just going to rent. They're just going to rent our properties for a month or two. Booking, checking one day, give them flipping notice the next day for 2 months. Like, yeah, see you later. Like, that is mental. That this is actually a white paper proposal. Like, what is going on? And look, I'm a capitalist. I'm not going to lie about it. I am a capitalist. But like, really, I don't know whether this makes sense. Capitalist, socialist. I don't know whether that makes sense. You know, in a way, yeah. But like, it's crazy to think like, okay, yeah, cool. Like, there's tenants' rights. I get all of that. But like, this is just demented, though. It's like, how can you run a business? And at the same time, we're saying there's a shortage of properties. So we're saying there's a shortage, But yet the people who are investing to buy these properties so we can put these properties onto the market to rent out, they're just chopping their legs off. Like it's literally crazy. Like I literally don't get it. Okay. So you've got flexibility for personal use, so what does that mean? That means the property is still yours. So here's another huge selling point. Again, just kind of going back to what I was talking about before. Another huge selling point is there's a property that we didn't actually take on in the end. But I remember, like when you go to BNI, right, because you're speaking to the same people every week, you got to try to think of like a creative way of like, okay, what's another angle I can come at today? So, my pitch for that morning was talking about the flexibility of how, people can, and bear in mind, this person has been in this room with me for the past 3 months. They've been in the same room. But that day, I just happened to say the flexibility of still having access to the property is still your property. Whenever you want to use it, whenever families come around, all you've got to do is block it off in the calendar. This guy pulls me over at the end of the day, pulls me over. Oh yeah, you know what? My mom's been in hospital for the past few months, and she's probably going to be in there for a while. She might go care home or whatever, but her property, like, do you reckon we can use it? It's like, this motherfucker been there for the last 3 months, mate. You fucking told me this shit. What's going on? Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So like, but you never know what triggers in people's minds. It's just something, you just got to let them know all of the different possibilities, right? And it's something that would trigger, be like, oh my God, yeah. Now that property just didn't happen to work out. The location didn't make sense and it couldn't work. That's cool. But that could have been in prime location. I could be making thousands of pounds from that property, right? Just because of the value proposition. Again, you can't offer this if you're doing rent to rent. You can't offer that, right? So those type of deals, again, are off the table. So these are all of the advantages that we have doing this, guys. I'm telling you, people talk about, making more money as a rent to rent. Very, very short-sighted. Because when you look at the ability to scale quicker and how many units you can actually take because you're removing all these barriers, it's a no-brainer, it's a non-starter. You can't even compete, right? And there's no continuous tenant finding fees. So if they're working with an agent, even if they're not full management, just to tell you what I mean by that. So with an agency model, they either do something called tenant find, or they do full management, which means the estate agents will either just find the property, find you a tenant for the property, and then the landlord manages the property themselves, or they do full management, which means they find you the tenant and they manage it. So even if it was just tenant finding fee, every time a tenant moves out, you're having to pay this tenant finding fee again. You're having to pay this again, pay this again. This again doesn't apply to you when you're running your property as an Airbnb. So like, these are just a few of the huge, huge benefits. So you start explaining to them that we're going to charge them a percentage of the turnover. So we're going to now generate you this much more than what your property does now. And we're just going to charge a percentage for that. And even after you've paid us a percentage, here's what your numbers are still looking like. They love it. And then it's turnkey, which means there is literally no difference between what you're doing now and what you're going to be doing in next month when you get an extra £1,000 in your bank account. No difference. You're doing nothing. We literally come in and we handle everything for you, right from start to finish. If it is a refurbishment, we've got a team. We're going to furnish it for you. We're going to do the interior design. We're going to get a professional photographer come in. I mean, when I'm saying we're going to do all this, guys, bear in mind, they're paying for this, right? So this is not coming from us. Yeah? This is their cost. This is their investment, right? And but we're going to handle the management process of all of that. And then you're going to be making all this money. Like, when you position all of these things for the landlord, because now you've understood where they are, you know where they're going, and now you can start to use this language to position exactly why what we're proposing to them is the solution to the problem, right? So in terms of actually managing the properties, now we've got to be careful. Now, there's two different things, because some people don't like charging for it because you're like, it's management, is scared, don't want to charge the but like, this is work. If you're managing a refurb, this is work. So this is almost like an onboarding fee. Now, you're just there to manage the property as an Airbnb. By all means, I can give you a list of furniture that you need to get. Do you know what I'm saying? I can give you all of this stuff, but this is obviously, you're not having this conversation at the start. Yeah, this is, when, once you've kind of got a deal in the bag, you can start saying to them, okay, cool, there's a £300 or £500 onboarding fee. Now, I know we'll be happy to do it for free, but imagine being able to get that money on the front end, which you can. Because think, you're managing a refurb team, coming in, all of that stuff to do the work. All the time it's taking you to actually order furnitures and all this sort of stuff. And like this is, you've got your team coming in. This is taking your time. And you can charge for this stuff. So that's just like an onboarding fee to do all of that. Or you could tell them what they need to do at the start, and then you can just come in and do it. Yes, go ahead, Mihaela.
The landlord that I'm doing the contract with, he actually decided that for this management fee that he doesn't, no, not the management fee, the onboarding fee, he decided to create a card for me, connected with his bank account, for me to get everything that I need to get for the property, obviously with everything that's the receipts and everything. So because he wants all the money to go directly into his bank account and everything, he decided, I'm going to make you a card, buy whatever you need to buy, and at the end of the month, give me all the receipts and everything, and then that's it. I thought that's clever.
Yeah. But this is the kind of landlords that you want to, someone like that, he's definitely got more properties.
He does.
100%. Once you perform on that
For that, I was trying to get him on board. He was so super interested in what I'm doing, because I was the first person to coming to him with this new way of dealing with Airbnb. So he already told me that he has another at least 4 properties that he might want to talk in the future, let's say like that.
Listen,
for that, I accepted him to go all this money into his bank account directly. Say, I give this trust to him and kind of start building a little bit of trust. Like that, we can start having more and more properties.
Yeah. So someone like that is definitely got more. And once you perform, then the other doors are going to open. And this is again this case study. This is what I'm talking about. These people have had people approaching with rent to rent, not interested. Now it's in the management order. It's like, okay, this makes sense. I'm interested. This is what I'm talking about right here. This is literally what I'm talking about. So yeah, great case study. So yeah, in terms of the management process, we're going to go into the implementation in a whole different module, but these are really the key things that I want to be looking at, So we're looking at maintenance, cleaning, gardening. We were lucky actually, that property in Stratford has already got a gardener who was, again, remember last week I was talking about professionals, and I was talking about the referral to that property when the person said, it was the gardener. It was the fucking gardener that referred us to the guy. Yeah. So I'm telling you, Chaim, you might not know what I'm talking about, right? But we're going to get to that module when we're talking about how to find opportunities, talking about actually working with professionals and having like a referral scheme in place for professionals, because they're dealing with landlords every single day. So it could be gardeners, it could be cleaners, it could be maintenance people, it could be accountants, mortgage brokers, right? Solicitors. These people are dealing with the people that we're looking for every single day. So if we just tap into them, we've got to think like laterally, tap into them, and they will do the pitch for us because they've got the relationship with them, right? But if we're incentivizing them, like if we're going to use a deal sourcer, that's going to cost $3,000. You can put a referral scheme in place, 500 quid, and that doesn't even happen until they've got the deal. Do you know what I'm saying? And that's a much stronger deal than you're going to get from any deal sourcer anyway. So it's like, it's such a great, but I digress. Anyway, I digress. We're going to touch on that another week, Chaim, yeah?
I want to know more. Yes, me too.
So refurb, furnishings, interior design, listing, guest communication, reviews. So this is the sort of things that we're telling them when we're saying we're going to manage properties. So you can just reel off a whole bunch of these things and they're thinking, oh, bloody hell, there is a lot to this stuff, right? Because like Cole was saying, there's obviously that risk of someone going, oh, Thank you very much. I'll go crack on and do that myself. Yeah. But, you know, when you start talking about all of these things, maintenance, cleaning, gardening, refurb, furnishings, interior designs, listing, guest communication, review, this, I don't fuck that shit. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to do that. Yeah. So that's kind of how you layer it on to kind of disincentivize them from thinking I want to go and do this for myself. So in terms of certificates, you know, just so everyone knows, you know, we want to make sure, even if we get there, we want to make sure that they've got a gas certificate. And that's something that needs to be renewed annually. Want to make sure they've got fire alarm certificates. Okay, again, that's something that's to be renewed, you know, annually again. Domestic electric certificate, so that's like a EICR. Pack testing annually. So pack testing is like testing all of the machines, all the, you know, electricals like plug sockets and lights and all those sort of things. Okay. And then EPC every 10 years. This one is gonna change the game for us, you know, every 10 years. But you know, the reality is now they're gonna be testing them very, very soon. From 2025, every single property has to be a minimum of a grade C, which on average, as I said, is gonna cost landlords £8,000. So yeah, that one is a big, big, big thing that if you speak to a lot of landlords at the moment, it is hot topic. Landlords are talking about this, landlords are panicking about this. For good reason. It doesn't make fucking sense. You know, I've sworn a lot today. A lot. But it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So but yeah, so these are the things just so you guys know, because don't forget now you're managing company. So you're managing all of this. So this is kind of like part of your role to make sure all of these things are compliant for the landlord, okay? And that's it. The end. The end. I love the last 2 weeks I've really loved, because you know how to actually find the deals and then how to negotiate and get the deals over, because that's really where, you know, we're standing out. That's really where we are different and we can offer something different to everyone else. And just understanding how to actually position ourselves and position those deals is a game changer. So yeah, super, super excited. Awesome stuff. So yeah, implementation, right? So this is, oh, there we go, Mihaela's head. There you go, it worked, cool, it worked. She must have forgot. See, that I probably underestimate. I underestimate the reminders that I'm giving. So I think that's probably it, because Angeline's in as well, and cool as well. So you give them a little wake up.
Life gets in the way sometimes, isn't it?
Oh my goodness.
You know what is with Angeline? She's got 2 properties now. She's like, I'm done with this session.
Abraham.
Yes. Awesome. So yeah, we're looking, actually, Angeline, this will be really good for you, because we're going into implementation today. Yeah.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's go into it. So I've broken this down into 3 different parts. So the first one's actually our team, right? Actually, hold on. Let me. I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna mute everyone. Yeah. There we go. But like I was saying to everyone, Angeline, if you've got any questions, feel free to jump in, intro, ask the questions, because remember, we're recording these sessions so we can use at a later stage and put them onto the portal. So if you guys got the questions, you're getting it live. People are going to ask the questions. So it's good for me to be able to answer them, you know, while we're going live. So yeah, feel free to comment if you've got any questions. But yes, so I've broken down to 3: power team, marketing, and then also we've got systems as well. I'll say hi to Mihaela as well. Mihaela's in the house as well. Hello. Okay.
Hello.
There we go. So let's do this. So let's start with the power team. Look, I promise you, and this power team is going to grow. What I mean by the power team is going to grow is I've just hired someone to do my operations, and like, I think I said it to you guys last time, but I said I'm so happy right now. It's like, this girl is just a superstar. I'm like, yo, I've needed you in my life for a minute. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, like, so the power team is definitely going to grow, and it's such a key part like of the business. It's such a key part of what we're doing. You know, the cleaning team. I know I spoke about the cleaning team before, the handyman, all these. You know, I tried to do a window the other day, Like, I'm not that guy. Like, I've always done, I'm not that guy, but I'm running Airbnb now. Let me just try and, bro, I bought the window, not window, just the window handle. I bought it, I got there. I can't do it. I had to call my guy, like, bro, I need you to come fit this window. He's thinking, what's wrong with you, bro? But it's not me. Do you know what I mean? I can't do that stuff. So I need a team of people to be able to do it. I did try, but I just couldn't do it. But the team makes everything, because look, if someone's just sent a message, let me have a look. If for whatever reason you need something done, brilliant. Well done, Cole. Yeah, if for whatever reason you need something done and you can't do it and you have a going team there, that's something that seems so insignificant. For example, something as little as a window handle. If I haven't got someone there that can do that, then all of a sudden I've got a guest checking in tomorrow and no one can fix that window handle. Now, maybe the guest doesn't notice it and it's cool, or maybe they notice it and it's no big deal, or maybe they notice it and it really pisses them off and I get a bad review. Do you know what I mean? That's the power of having a power team there. Like, you can get these things resolved really quickly. Again, like your cleaning team, obviously, you have to manage these things. You have to be able to, especially the cleaning team. I'll probably say they are the most important part of your power team. Actually, I do a lot of talking. Let me go through them, because I've actually got them written here, yeah? Because I always do that. I end up talking and then I'm like, oh yeah, there we go. There's the slides. But the cleaners, they have to be the first ones to look at. And when you're looking for cleaners, you have to really, 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 you need one, but you have to take your time. Right? It's one of those things that I learned something, which was, I can't remember who said it now, but I think it's Mark Cuban, the shark in America. He said, hire slow, fire fast. Right? And hire slow, fire fast means take your time to find the right person in the first place. Because it's so important, because it's going to cost you more time if you just hire that person quickly because you need it. And the pain they're going to cause you, it's not going to be worth it. It's not going to be worth it. And in the end, you're not going to have to get rid of them. Meaning in that stopgap, you might have to go in there and start doing the cleaning, or before you try to find someone else. And because you're desperate, maybe you make the same mistake again, which tends to happen. Because we're desperate, we need someone in now, we might make the same mistake again. And then before you know, you're going through 3, 4, 5 cleaners. Right? So it's super important to take your time. And I'll give some parameters around this. I'm so blessed and so lucky, with the cleaning that I've got, to be honest. But first thing you want to do is, a one-man band sounds great, but it's not necessarily the case. In fact, I would say it's not the case. Not for a company that's got ambition, not for a company that wants to grow. Because think, just like you and I, we can be as committed or as devoted to something, but if something happens with your child, for example, you've got to go attend to that. Doesn't matter about what job you've got. It's like this is my priority. What happens then? You still got a business to run. The one-man band cleaner who you're thinking, oh yeah, this person is one man, they need this job, all that sort of stuff, they're nowhere to be seen. But also, when you're growing and you haven't actually got that much work, to fill that person's calendar, are you really going to be their priority? Because they've also got to feed their kids. They've got a family to look after. So you're not going to be priority. So maybe when you need them, they're not available. So the one-man band is not the right one. The big companies as well. Sorry, let me just. I don't know, I'm just sitting in the dark. Like, what's that all about? Yeah, the big companies are also, not really the ones, because again, you're really nothing to these people. That kind of customer service, that customer care is not there. And every little thing that you want them to be flexible on, they can be flexible, but it's going to cost you. And it's going to cost you handsomely. So if you want them to do linen as well as, the cleaning, they're going to cost you like a full-on linen charge. Whereas if you've got your cleaning team saying, hey, this is part of what I'm looking for, in the cleaning team, when you're starting off, then they already know that's what they do. The linen is part of the cleaning. So what they're going to charge you for that is still going to be a lot less than if you had a cleaner and a whole linen team as well, a linen service. It's different. So you want to have like a small team, maybe 4 or 5 people, right? That to me, that's like the sweet spot, because that business still means something to them. Every little new business they get in still means something to them. But the important thing is to be able to sell them the vision when you're starting and say, like, this is the plan, this is our goal, this is where we're looking to get to. Just like I did to every single one of you when you guys had the consultation call with me. Here's where I'm looking to take this coaching company. Here's where it's going to be. Here's the reason why. Here's how I'm going to get there. And hopefully you all kind of understood and saw that vision and saw my passion. And you're like, you know what? This is the right guy that I want to work with. And it's the same kind of thing. Like, everyone likes ambition. You know, that small cleaning team, they've got their own ambition. You know, you guys coming here wasn't because, oh, you wanted to help me build my greatest coaching company. But you're like, well, you know what? With his passion, if he wants to do that, he's going to have to get us results. So actually, for my selfish reason, I want to be on this ship, right? Like, that's how it works, because you can see that you're going to get the results. So it's the same thing when you're selling that vision to these cleaners, when you're selling it to your, you know, to the power team. You're making them see where you're going, and they want to be on that ship. They're like, this, I want to back this horse, right? They start to see how your vision is going to allow their vision to actually come to reality as well. And then, you know, they're willing, you know, to do those little things, you know, like do the cleaning and the linen. You know, we've got, you know, our cleaning team are the ones that, you know, when things are replenishing, when things need replenishing, you know, they go to the shops and look, we give them like an extra, like, you know, 20 quid service charge a month for that. You know, so whenever the toilet rolls are down or whatever it might be, you know, they will actually pick it up, you know, replenish it, the soaps, all of that. They will do all of that. I mean, 20 quid is not a lot, like, to be honest, right, for the month. But they're doing that because they see the vision, but also they've seen our skill now. So now it's like they had the vision at the start, but they're seeing that vision come to life now. And obviously now they're happy as well. Do you know what I mean? But that vision wasn't there from day one. It had to be sold to them, right? But the prices that we agreed at the start, that's remained the same. Do you know what I'm saying? But obviously, as we scale, they're making more money as well. So everyone's happy. So don't always sell yourself short thinking, oh, but I'm just, you know, I haven't started yet, I've just got one. They need to believe in you. If they believe in you and they believe in the vision, they will be willing to do the things that you're talking about, right? And they are probably the most important member of your team. You know, when the guests say, hey, how would you like the beddings to be done? We want 2 singles, or we want the king in this room, 2 singles in that room, this in that room. The cleaners are going to be the ones to do that. If they mess up, like, you're going to get a bad review in that property. If they don't do a good job, you're going to get a bad review. You know, they're the ones that can really make or break your business. So you got to have a great relationship with them. You got to treat them great, right? And you've got to be able to show them where you're going. Does that make sense? Yeah, just give me like a thumbs up if that makes sense. Okay, brilliant stuff, brilliant. Yeah, so definitely. Where do you find cleaners? You know, you can start looking at places like Nextdoor. You can start looking at on Facebook groups. You know, you can start looking in places like Facebook Marketplace. Because you don't really want to go too corporate with this stuff. Like, you want something that's relational. You know, someone from the community where you can have a conversation with them, you know, get to really sit down with them and really tell them about what you're trying to achieve. Referrals, you know, networking. Networking is it's a great, listen, I know you started going to BNI now, Kudin. You're going to see, what do you want that's not there? You see what I'm saying? And like, these people are part of your group. I mean, we're going to come on to networking, but they're part of your group where their reputation goes before them. They can't mess up. Even if they mess up with other people, they can't mess up with the people, the members. You know what I'm saying? Because their business relies on it. So you can have your power team from, you know, just going out there and networking. So that's a great way. You know, I've met some, you know, great cleaners actually networking, but obviously I've already got my team. I'm like, nah, I'm sticking to my team. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. But I've met some great cleaners, you know, out there networking as well. So and a cleaner who's out networking is definitely someone that you're gonna be speaking with, because like, it's just not something that's done in that industry. You know what I'm saying? Like, people just don't know what they're doing. So a cleaner that's out there, they're about their business. Like, they know what business is, right? And they're trying to get that money. So that's definitely so clean that you want to be working with anyway. Maintenance / handyman. Again, depends who you are. Like, I'm not that guy. Listen, my missus knows, don't be trying to get me to change no light bulbs and all this. Like, I'm the guy that'll pay someone to come and do that stuff, yeah, because it's just not me. Like, it's terrible. You know, sometimes you get like, oh, the husband, yeah, he might not be good at that, but, you know, the missus is good at that. That's cool. Like, in this household, no one's good at that. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, it's just money. We have to pay for all these little, actually, my mother-in-law's really good at that. So she's the one that does everything. She'll come, if any of my buttons are bought, she'll button my top. But like, she's actually really good at that stuff. But apart from that, me and my missus are useless. All right. So I know, you know, maybe you guys are quite handy. Maybe you want to do some of that stuff yourself. But again, for me, we're trying to grow a business. Right? You're trying to grow a business. You don't really want to be in the business. And like, you know, the handy and the maintenance stuff, it's not something that comes up all the time. You know, but you want to be able to have your flexibility. If something does happen, you can just send someone there. You know, for the 70, 80, 90, 100 pounds it's going to cost you. Like, is it really that bad? But also just think about what we're doing as well now. That cost isn't even coming off our pocket. It's not coming off our pocket. You know what I'm saying? That's coming from the landlords. It's their property. Something's happened, it needs fixing. You know, we're just facilitating the service with our team, but the cost isn't even on us. Right. But again, the same way is going out there, you know, finding a decent handyman. This one is really, really crucial to get reviews. I mean, it's important to get reviews with cleaners and to really sit with them. But with a handyman, you know, some of these guys are they're better salesmen than me. Yeah. They will sell you the dream. and they'll be doing terrible jobs by the time they come in. So yeah, you've really got to try and rely on referrals, you know, when it comes to handyman, because this is like, once they've done the job, they've done it. And it could actually, again, waste more time, right, than good, because now you got to redo the work over again, and maybe you won't have the time to redo that work, you know, because you got guests and stuff like that. So yeah, it's important to make sure you take your time with this one as well. I wouldn't really use a handyman without referrals, if I'm honest with you. You know, that's my view on it. You know, but you kind of make that call on that. You know, again, there's places like, you know, but at the same time, you can have, you know, the thing with this side of things, you can have like Check a Trader, for example, you know, where they've got a whole bunch of reviews from people who they've done work for. I would always to look at like a high volume. You know, if someone's just got, I'm coming, cool, let me just finish the sentence. If someone's just got like, you know, 2 reviews, like that's like their mom, their dog, and their daughter or something. So I wouldn't look at that. But if they've got like 40, 50 reviews, okay, cool. Now that's more commercial. But yeah, go on, cool.
Yeah, actually, I had experience of this recently. So I've just had someone come into the apartment for a month, and obviously this is a long-term guest too. So I wanted to make sure that they're comfortable, because I'm trying to arrange so that maybe I only get the cleaning done in fortnightly as opposed to weekly. So they're going to come back to me on that. But what they did take issue with was my sort of handiwork, where I was waiting for a handyman to go in. So I'd put the curtain up, just a temporary measure, and nobody else had sort of picked up on it. And the minute they got in, she messaged me with a picture saying, can we sort this out? So luckily, I know somebody from my son's football, and he'd offered to help before. He's actually an engineer. So I thought, wow, if he knows a thing or two about boilers and heating, I'm sure he can turn his hand to a curtain rail. Yeah. So actually it was really good. And he went in, I got the pole, he went in, and in the end, I just got the other half of the curtain, because I just sort of, you know, put it on there temporarily, got the other half, and he was like, we can use the old one, it's going to be a quicker solution rather than drilling holes into the wall. So I said, I don't really care, as long as they've got a curtain that works, you know. Yep. and it, you know, everybody's happy. So he just literally did that. But I said to him going forward, do you want to be my handyman? Because I know him, I like him, I trust him, and he's literally around the corner. So in terms of payment, I said to him, I thought I would just sort of put it out there and say, would you do the odd few jobs on a hourly basis? Because I had one before for my property and he was charging £20 per hour. And I said, if it's other jobs and, you know, they're easy to quantify, then you can just do that as per job. Is that the best way to go, do you think?
I mean, yeah, I think, yeah, it depends on the job, doesn't it? Like you just said that if it's coming to, you know, like my guy's coming to do a door handle, then yeah, it's like, how much are you really going to charge me for a door handle, bro? Like, it's not going to take you any time. Do you know what I mean? If it's a job, you know, at the same time, then, you know, even from your side, you know, you want them to cost you for the job, because if they cost them per hour, it might just end up being a madness.
Yeah. I mean, if it's like the odd couple of like minimal jobs, then it's better just to do it on the hour. But if it's something that's going to be a bit more time consuming, then yeah, just give me a fixed price. But I mean, this guy was just happy with a bottle of Prosecco, so I just gave it to him. He's more of a friend anyway.
Yeah,
So that's quite good.
Sounds like it. Fair enough. But yeah, look, it's but you know, again, if he wasn't there,
yeah,
happens in that situation, it's super important to have, because all of a sudden you got this guest who's paying for 30 days, a long-term guest. All of a sudden, you know, it's panic time, right?
Well, I did have a backup plan, to be honest, but that guy's number's in my old phone. So, but yeah, it would depend on his availability, and you know, it may have been a couple of days, or it might have been a week. So yeah, all the while the guest may get annoyed, but yeah, lesson learned anyway. So I thought I'll quickly make sure I've got two at least on reserve, just in case I can weigh them up against each other.
Well, you solved it, which is good. Which, when I say solved it, I mean you've got his number on your phone now, and he's agreed to, you know, to kind of work with you. So awesome, good stuff. Okay, yeah, look, again, really good example why having a maintenance or handyman is super important. Unless you're that guy or you're that girl and you can go in and do that work, which is not me, then you got to do it. But again, you don't want to be going out to do that work anyway. Like, it's, you know, you got better things to do with your time, like try to actually secure more properties and do things like that. So that's what you want to be doing, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Brian.
Yep.
My question is, at what point do you introduce this cost to the landlord? Is it part of is everything stated in the agreement, and then probably at the end of the month you show the receipts, or how does it work?
100%. Yeah. So you want to be yeah, because don't forget, well, unless you're Michaela at the moment, you know, the money's coming into your bank. The money's coming to your bank. You're doing an income report for the landlords. You know, everything that's coming, all of the bookings. Again, for me, I don't need to do all of that. Like, I get them to tap in. They've got their own access into my channel manager, so they can log in and see all of the income. I'm not trying to hide. You know, in the channel manager, it actually gives me the ability to hide certain things from them. Don't want to hide anything from them. We're running a clean business, so I want them to see everything. So at any given point, they can log in and see everything themselves anyway. But then, yeah, so every month, which is something we're going to come to as well, every month you want to send them like an income report, everything that's come in, all of the cleaning, if there was any maintenance, because this is not something that's going to happen every month, right? If there was anything else, but they'll be aware of this stuff. It's not like they're not going to be aware. It's not like they're just going to get a bill like, oh, what the hell is that? Do you know what I mean? If you're doing a good job, you're managing someone's property, when something happens, you let them know, right? You let, oh, this has happened, but don't worry, we're getting this sorted. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're just keeping them up to date with what's happening. So, yeah, it's not going to come as a surprise to them. Make sense?
Okay, so yeah, so when it happens, I tell them that this happened and someone is coming to fix it, just so they're aware before the income report comes in.
Yeah. I mean, it's not so much because they're aware before the income. You're managing the property. You're keeping them in the loop with what's happened, right? You know, because yes, it is obviously going to be a cost to them. It's coming out of their pocket. So you kind of want them to know this has happened. This was going to, again, if it's something that the guest has damaged, landlord's not worried because that's not coming out of his pocket, it's coming from the guest. Right? You know what I'm saying? But you're just keeping them in the loop with what's happening. That's basically it. So yeah, when that comes out, if it's something like 20 quid, 50 quid or whatever, again, it's kind of up to you. You know, if I need to go and I don't know, if I'm replenishing stuff, for example, because all the replenishes also comes out the landlords, right? If I'm replenishing stuff, I'm not going to send it. Oh yeah, just so you know, I just filled in the soap today. Yes, you've got more soap now. Like it doesn't need to know that stuff, right? But yeah, if you know something happened, there was a damage to the property or something, yeah, you let them know this has gone on, just so you know, we're going in, I've got a handyman, I've got it sorted, you know, just so you know. Yeah. And that's basically it.
Right. I didn't know the replenishing was the landlord's responsibility, but I'm sure we're coming to that, right?
Is it your business? Your money. That's why I said to people, I said, like, what we need to understand now is the beauty with this is the landlords have already been conditioned because currently they're getting their properties managed by estate agents who do nothing near what we do, right? They don't do any of this stuff. So every single expense goes to the landlord. They understand that. This is very, very normal to landlords. So it's not like, you know, but for us, we're not even telling them the money's coming out your pocket. We're generating the income, and that income we're generating is going to sort out. We're just letting you know. Do you know what I'm saying? But we're not coming to ask you for money, saying, "Oh, you need to pay for this. You need to pay for this." It's just so you know, it's gonna be reflected on your balance sheet at the end of the month. Like that's fine. But of course, landlords are going to pay. Like who's going to pay? Is their we're only managing their business. Yeah, that's how you got to see it. We're managing their. Why am I paying for soap for your house? It's not my house. Do you understand?
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, when you get that concept, then you start to understand what I'm talking about. But yeah, it's their business. We're just managing it. So all of the cost, all of the expenses is all on them. We're simply just managing it for them. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, I think Hadoon, just in case, I mean, I'm probably in the same situation as you, but just in case you get confused about it, I guess it's the difference between when you're doing the rent to rent, it's kind of your business, you're running the SA short lets, but when you're doing the management of it, it's the landlord that's actually running the business, and we're managing all the bits to make it sort of run smoothly for him. So
right.
that's why it's different. When it's SA under rent to rent, you're running the business, which includes all the things, all the damages, all of the replacement of things. But when it's the other way around, when he's running the business, it's his expenses, and we're trying to sort of manage the flow of the the occupancy rate to keep that as high as possible by keeping everything like the train on the tracks.
Awesome, guys. Awesome.
Thank you.
Come on. Let's move on from this. We've been on maintenance for a long time. What's going on? We've got more to go. Okay. So the next one is, but does that make sense though? Does that make sense?
Yeah, really it does. And with what Ian said, it really helps differentiating SA from, because I got that mixed up too.
Yeah. Cool. Stages, again, up to you. This is something that I'm now thinking about. I actually wanted to get a stager in for this property that we just had because it's just like it felt to me like it deserved it. But you know, I did it myself. I think I did a good job. But again, it's kind of up to you if you want to get a stager in. That comes with cost. But if you're looking at the luxury high end, unless you're just that person that has just got that eye for it, you know, it could be worth getting a stager in to really maximize the aesthetics of that property. So it appeals, you know, to the market that you're looking to target. So again, that's something. It's not something that I use myself at the moment, you know, but I know it's something that some people do use, and it all depends on, you know, how confident you feel with staging the property. It's not that I don't have the confidence. We've done enough now, but, you know, I kind of feel depending, not all the properties, because now we've actually got like a set look, you know, all our properties, we've got a style, you know, we're branding ourselves. But you know, there's certain properties that I know we're going to be taking on because some of the type of offers we're getting now that I know, okay, I'm probably going to want to bring a stager in, you know, to stage this and, you know, bring it to its full glory, you know. So again, depending on the property, depending on the price, because some of these stages, oh my lord, the price that I heard, someone told me that a stager was charging him. I mean, this property was in a phenomenal location, but it was an ex-council. It looked like an ex-council from the outside. It was a proper one of those proper ex-councils. I mean, inside you can always make any property look great. I mean, we've got an ex-council in Elephant and Castle and it's flying. So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with ex-councils, but this stager was charging him £6,000. I said, what? Are you, yeah, exactly. Are you mental, bruv? That was my response. I said, nah, you need to tell that stager to go and listen. That's a deposit somewhere. That has got to be a deposit somewhere, surely. That is just mental. Exactly, crazy. So, yeah, you got to be careful. There's some charlatans out there. And listen, it's not that they're not going to make the property look grey and blah, 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 and all this crazy stuff, but it's, yeah, you got to be really, really cautious. But, you know, they can be worth it because I have seen some stunning looking properties that stages of stage. So, yeah, they can be worth it. Just, you know, it has to be cost effective, right? And it has to be something that you feel maybe you can actually handle that one yourself. So,
Ibrahim, ultimately, is that something that will come out of the landlord's pocket as it's his business, or is it something that we'd share? I mean, what is it? Is it something that you'd share the cost?
You got to think like all of this cost are like this is not our business. It's all the same thing. All these things that we're looking at here.
So you're just trying to save him money at the end of the day, so that it stays an attractive proposition for him, yeah?
It's not about trying to save him money. It could be worth getting a stager in. It could be worth it because you know they could make the property look more stunning than perhaps you could. So it could be. So I'm just saying I haven't used a stager before. You know, but it doesn't mean I'm going to say, I don't know if he used a stager. Like, no, like I've seen some stages, there's some stunning looking properties that I'm sure is going to add value, you know, in terms of what they can generate from that property. But I would probably personally only use it for the high-end luxury properties that I know, okay, you know what, like this needs to look at its best, you know, to really be able to attract that clientele in that marketplace. So there's going to be context to it. It's not like a blanket answer for any property. Does that make sense, Ian?
Yes, mate. Yeah, it does. Yeah. Thanks.
Awesome stuff. No worries, mate. So yeah, suppliers, furnitures, cleaning products. We, you know, again, this is just to. I mean, one of our suppliers is actually Amazon. All right. I mean, obviously they're not like a supplier, but you get the point I'm making. Is you know we get this like 5 kg tubs of like body wash, hand soap, and shampoo, and we just get them big, and then we get like the little holders to go with them. And then that way, you know, we just know for that property, it's going to take a while before it runs out. And then when it runs out again, we know it's Amazon. We know, bang, we order it today, bam, tomorrow it's here. All right? So it's just like, as much as you can system, I know Don's on the call with us now. So Don's Mr. What's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for, man? The punchline is gone. It's gone. Anyway, he likes systems, Mr. Systems, something like that. Right?
I do the same thing with the big Amazon 5 kilo things.
There you go, my friend. There you go. Absolutely smashed it. So there's just some of those things where you just like, you know what? Here's my linen provider. Here's my this provider. Here's my this provider. And then that way, everything is just, so when you get a property listed now, or you get a property from the landlord, straight away, you know, you can just bang, 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 and get all of those things purchased. So, you know, it's a really cool system to have. So yeah, let's, you know, I would definitely look at certain suppliers and, you know, feel free to ask me in terms of the ones that we use, and I can obviously send them across. But it's good to just have those ones in place. Again, everything is all about speed. So I was speaking to a landlord yesterday who's got another property in Canary Wharf. And he was saying, oh, the tenant comes on this day, how quickly can we move in? I said, what's the property look like? I said, it's cool. I said, well, look, if it's cool and we know when they're moving out and you're telling me this, All we've just got to do is order what we need in preparation for that. And as soon as they move out, we get everything in. We could be up and running in a couple of days. I'm saying it's going to be a graft, but we could be up and running in a couple of days because we've already prepared. Obviously, when you just take a property on, you're not quite sure about this and that. You're not, you know what I mean? You're only getting everything you need once you've actually secured it. If we know ahead of time, because of the system we've already got in place, it's just a case of what does the property need? Bam, 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 all of this, bang, we get it ready. You know, so it is really, really cool to have the suppliers in place because, you know, your speed of movement is a lot quicker. You know, and in this business, every day that the property is not being listed, it's obviously potentially losing money. You know what I'm saying? Which means we're not making money. So yeah, suppliers are really, really important. Photographers, a photographer right now is making me on average £800 a month. A photographer. What do I mean by that? I'm talking about that property that I keep talking about. Already on Airbnb. All we've really done, yeah, we tweaked on the listing a little bit, but all we've really done is taking professional photography. That's it. How mad is that? We've just taken professional photos and bang, turned the listing around, tweaked a little bit on the listing, tweaked a little bit on the pricing, boom. That's how important photography is. Like people eat with their eyes first on Airbnbbooking.com. It's like when we go to a restaurant, we look at the menu. If like the photo doesn't look good, you're like, I don't know, let me order something else. It's the same way when people, like, just think about you. If you're trying to go and stay somewhere, like, you want to have the greatest experience while you're there. Like, I'm spending money on this place. I want it to be nice. I want it to be comfortable. And if anything in those pictures makes you feel like you might not get that experience, you're probably going to look for something else. Unless you can't find anything else and it's just cheap. And then try the photographer's dates, please, Abes. Man quoted silly price. Okay, cool. No worries. I'll get that sorted for you, cool. So yeah, you know, these are the sort of things that you want to have, but this one to me, you know, from my experience, it's not negotiable. Like, you just have to get, and I've never heard a landlord say no, not doing that. Yeah, like, I've never heard, like, they just get it. First of all, you're the professional, so it's like cool, but it's like, oh yeah, we need professional photography. Oh, it's Airbnb. Like, they're just gonna connect it. Like, oh yeah, of course. Like, they're not gonna tell you no. Trust me.
Would you make that?
So go on.
Would you make that kind of thing mandatory because the photography reflects on your brand as well?
It's mandatory, bro. It's mandatory. Like, I can't, bro. You've just hit it there on the head. There. It's about brand. Like, you got to go into these things with confidence. Like, you are the expert, and I understand you're trying to get deals and all these sort of things, but people respect you more when you tell them, like, nah, like, it's not gonna work. I'm telling you. Obviously, you say it with, it's not like with ego, because you want to get a business, right? But you're just telling them, look, like, I would rather not take this property on, Jim. I promise you. It doesn't even make sense, because for me, it's my reputation. You know, obviously, a couple months down the line, you know, whatever happened, we're not getting, it's going to be on me. And I can't, like, trust me. I promise you, just give me the confidence. Yeah, just have the confidence in me, have the trust in me. I promise you, it's going to be worth it. It's 180 quid now, mate. Is whatever it's going to cost you, you know, but the end result, I promise you, yeah, it's going to be worth every penny. Everything he's doing is a sell. You got to sell it to them, but I don't think I've ever had to sell a landlord on professional photography, to be honest. Like, we're running an Airbnb business. They get it. Like, trust me, they get it. It's not really good. It's not going to be a conversation about, I don't know. Nah, they get it. All right? IDs and deposits. Again, you know, for us, we take it. You don't have to, you know, but we take it. We do this through our channel manager. Because again, even the IDs thing, it's, look, Booking.com have already got the ID. Airbnb has already got the ID. But when we ask for the ID when they come into our property, it's a deterrent. For some reason, psychologically, they're like, oh, these people have my ID. They don't think, oh, Booking.com already. I mean, some people do. They ask us, oh, they've already got my ID. I said, no, this is our security measures. That's for them, for data. What I said to them is, for data protection reasons, they cannot share your details with us, right? But for us, our terms and conditions, we need to see your ID for security reasons, right? And people are like, oh yeah, I get that. Like that data protection line is so sick because people get it. Oh yeah, that's true. Actually, booking.com can't just share my deals. So it's almost like, oh yeah, that's a reason that makes sense to them. They're like, okay, yeah, cool, that's fine, right? But it's a deterrent because now they know that you've got the idea. All of a sudden, they feel like they have to behave themselves that little bit more. And then it's the same with the deposit as well. For us, the way that we do the deposit, and you get to decide how you want to do it. But the way that we do the deposit is we do a pre-authorization. Again, don't ask me, I don't know how it works. The system just does it. You don't need to know how it works either. The system just does it, and you get to tick what do you want it to do. So we have a pre-authorization, which means they put in their card details. Nothing actually gets taken out. The system saves their details. 24 hours before it kicks in. I don't know what kicks in mean, but I just know that it means the details are now locked in. But we still don't now. In 24 hours, you get to make a decision. In 24 hours, do I want them to actually take the money? Do I want my system to take the money, right? And then a couple of days after they've checked out, we pay them that money back? Or do we just want the system to pre-authorize it, which is the one that we've gone for? Reason being that there's going to be costing us processing fees. That was the point. So pre-authorization, the system actually kind of has that money. And if anything happens, we can take that money, but we don't actually have to process that transaction. If we process that transaction and take the money out of the bank account, then there's going to be a transaction fee for it. And then obviously we're going to have to send that money back anyway if nothing happens to the property. So for us, that's why we've decided to do it that way. Just give me a thumbs up if that makes sense. Yeah, awesome. Marketing. So you guys know about the OTAs, your Airbnb, Booking.com, Verbos. That's obviously the main source of marketing, and then the direct our direct websites as well. Corporate clients, it's probably a buzzword. I know a lot of you. I know where you've come from. So you'd have heard corporate clients, and look. It is. I know Cool's done, pretty well with corporate clients as well, actually, and trying to, rehash those deals and get them in. But yeah, you want to be looking at people coming from conferences, things like that, short to mid-term contracts. When I say short to mid-term contracts, I'm talking about, for example, doctors, IT contractors, these people who are local doctors, for example, where they come in for like 3-month period. It's a contract for 3 months, for 4 months, 5 months. They can't really get a tenancy agreement. Those are obviously like golden. I think bloody Don's got one of them now. How long they been there? A couple of months or whatever.
They left yesterday. They paid 10K in total for 3 months.
Lord have mercy. Look at that. And just get those big dudes coming. Like, I don't have to do nothing else for 3 months. Like, yes, baby.
It's beautiful, honestly. When you get the long-term bookings, you can just sit back. As long as they're happy, don't have to do anything.
Literally, no cleaning, no, just relax. And it's more profitable. Do you know what I mean? Because you're not paying the cleaning fees and all that stuff. But yeah, contractors, again, places like Canary Wharf, but not even just Canary Wharf. For example, Brentwood, you got a lot of contractors because they've got this long-term regeneration project going on there, right? So you get contractors and you just want to keep rehashing them, keep working that lead. But this is something, again, that Cole was doing, right? Because she's finding out, so when people come, where are you coming from? What are you doing here? Oh, that's brilliant. Who is it that you work for? Who's the main person that does the bookings for you guys? Because next time you can get this discount, what's their details? Give them a call and you build that personal relationship with them. And then you basically start managing the calendar. Oh, when are the next people coming down? Oh, yeah, let me get that blocked off, right? And then you become their go-to. You become that plug, right? So, that's how you really want to cater to these people. You want to become the person that whenever they come into that area, oh, let me give Cole a call and see if she's got any space in the calendar, right? So yeah, it's obviously a good market to target for sure. Direct bookings. I know Don's really good at this stuff. I was looking at your calendar the other day. It was like a lot of direct bookings, which is really, really impressive. So we use channel managers, for this. So our channel manager actually, hosts our website. Direct booking wise, you can use your CRM. Once you start getting data from the guest, a good way to do this We haven't actually implemented this. Obviously you can actually, with our CRM system, we can actually see the guest emails on the portal. But another good way to do this, to collect the data and to get the rights to actually be able to email them, because seeing the details on booking.com doesn't actually give us the right to actually email them. That's data protection. It's a data breach, really. But if they come to our property and they log into our Wi-Fi and they have to tick a box, that says accept terms and conditions, part of those terms and conditions are going to be that we can market to them, which no one's going to look at. Who does that? How many times have you signed into Wi-Fi and all these places? You ever look to the terms and conditions? Same thing, exactly the same thing. They put the email in, the email goes into our system. I'm going to find, there was a company that we were looking into that does that. I can't remember the name now, but yes. So that's something that can be done to collect the details, and then you can start, doing the email marketing, newsletters to them, just giving them information about the location, the areas, and then next time they're coming back, you're the only person, right? So super, super important. Social media, you can do social media advertising. You can do awareness campaigns, which is just, posted in different groups, letting people know about the properties that you've got. Something that we're going to start doing as well is actually having a social media page, for the management company. So that's, putting reviews on there, videos of properties, tours and little things like that, giving, local information as well on there. Because, when it comes to SEO ranking, all of these things matter. Right? And all of these things, your content actually starts coming up when people are looking for certain things. And the next page is going to talk a bit more about that, right? So in terms of the social media, show the journey for the property, right? Show, where the property started from when you first picked it up, all of that, where it is now, and, how it looks once it's actually completed. And that's really, really good. It's going to get people engaged. But also you want to start becoming that person in your local area where everyone, if they've got family members coming, oh yeah, I know this Kudun lady, she does this Airbnb stuff, see if you can book. She does a lot of stuff. She does a lot of content for the area. She hosts a lot of people because they just see your stuff. So they know, oh yeah, well, that company, whatever the company name is, that they see all the time, speak to them, right? Pictures and videos, YouTube presence. The reason YouTube is key, or it's important. I mean, we have got a YouTube page, but at the moment it's unlisted because we just use it to host our guest manuals. But YouTube is an SEO ranking. Do we know that, right? YouTube is literally has SEO ranking. That's YouTube is owned by Google. So when you're typing things down to Google, you see that YouTube videos come up, and that's the best. And really, what do people want to watch when they type it into Google? Do they want to read something, or would they rather watch a video? Most people rather watch a video. So if you're doing like tour guides, things to do in the area, things. All right, my friend, no problem at all. No problem at all. I'll see you later, my friend. Yeah. Well done. Look after yourself, mate. Video tours, things that happen in the area. People are going to be attracted to you. And then, you give them call to actions in the end. If you're coming down, little discount, book this property, we've got this, it's close to this, it's close to that, it's close to that. This is the perfect place for you to stay if you want to do this, if you want to do that. Like YouTube is a really, 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 really good tool. Again, it's something that we're going to be doing. We're not doing that right now. But it's something that we're going to be doing. But you guys know I've got a YouTube channel, which is talking more to host my podcast and talk about more service accommodation content. But it's the same thing. If people are coming down looking for service accommodation content now, they're going to be seeing my stuff, right? So it's exactly the same thing when it comes to trying to attract guests to your properties. If you're doing, property tours, of your properties, you're putting the tools on there. Like Don, you do a lot of this stuff where, you're really good at it actually. Where you're in your property, you're showing around. That stuff can just go on YouTube, bro. That stuff could literally just go on YouTube. You put the tags for your area, the SEO tags, staying away in wherever you bloody live, mate. Where it is. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And all that stuff, right? You put the right tags in there and people are going to start, when they're coming to look for someone to stay in your area, you're going to come up, right? All of the content that you're doing in terms of the blog content at the moment, because you're not shouting camera, just speak it into a camera instead. Right? And just bang that on YouTube And then again, the SEO content, I promise you, people would rather watch your videos than read your blogs, right? And if people are interested in the blogs, they're going to come to your video anyway, yeah? Awesome. And then you tell people what you're doing. Tell everyone what you're doing, on social media. Let people know what it is that you're doing. Again, I can't, I had a consultation call with a guy yesterday. Unfortunately, didn't bring him on, but it's so good. You can't win them all. But like, to be honest, I told him in the end, I said, bro, like, just go and focus on your other thing. Just go and focus on, because he'd got a family member that's got a property. So he's basically just got a property that he can use for SA. But he's been doing e-com for the last 8 years. He's got an Amazon business for the last 8 years that generates like 60K a month, right? Now, okay, in terms of profit, about 5K, and then that's split between him and his cousin. But basically, he says he's probably taking about $1,000 a month home. I was like, but he's doing this course where he can learn how to teach people. He paid for the course a couple of days ago, because I spoke to him yesterday. He paid for the course a couple of days ago, of how he can actually teach people how to do Amazon e-com. And I was like, bro, like, why are you here? Do you know what I mean? Like, you've been doing this for 8 years. You're generating £60,000 a month. You know your shit. Like, because people always chasing the shiny penny. That's what I said to him. Look, do packaging works, service accommodation works, flipping maybe not buy to let. You know what I'm saying? All of these things work, but it's all about focus. You got to focus on one. What are you trying to do service accommodation for when you just paid for a flipping training yesterday on how to teach people how to do something that you've been doing for the last 8 years, and you're generating like £720,000 a year for? What are you doing here? That's literally what I said to him. Like, I'm like, bro, go focus on that course, mate. Yeah, like that's your thing. Go focus on that. But the reason I was bringing up is because at the start of the conversation, he was telling me how, he'd, got a deal from his family members. And I was like, this is the stuff I'm telling people all the time. Because people don't want to keep it quiet and not speak to family and friends, but that's like low-hanging fruit. You know what I'm saying? There's people within family and friends who potentially got opportunities, but people are a little bit embarrassed, a little bit shy, don't want to ask them, and they lose an opportunity. So yeah, make sure you're telling absolutely everyone what you're doing. Networking. You have to have a system for networking. Putting yourself out there. It's going to help you grow your portfolio, but it's also going to, put you in front of corporate clients. And this corporate client stuff, you got to be careful what you think a corporate client is. From my BNI group, this guy's a bloody scaffolder. And it's like, oh yeah, mate, I've got a couple of guys coming down. They need someone for a couple of weeks in Essex. I said, yeah, I've got a place in Brentwood. Boom, that's a corporate client. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, like, that's so let's not be looking for men in black suits thinking like, corporate clients. It's like, do you know what I mean? It's a business owner that's got staff looking to stay somewhere. But going out there networking, this is where you can find these people. Direct bookings, get your website optimized, get some SEO on there. But again, you can get direct bookings from going out to networking events, and you can start to meet people. You never know, you might meet someone who owns a care business or someone who owns an IT consultancy, right? And they're always bringing contractors in. Again, boom, there you go, direct bookings. You can find your power team here, which is what we're talking about earlier on. That's really, really good. Networking genuinely for your power team is because you might not actually find that person there, but if you go there with the intention of this is what I'm looking for, you'll find someone within those networking groups who will be like, oh, yeah, I know a really great plumber. Oh, I know a really great handyman. I know a really good painting decorator, whatever it might be. And now that's a referral. Now you can go and have a conversation with that person. Yeah. And then systems. So we use dynamic pricing. Cole, can you tell us how's the price labs going for you now? Cole, is she gone? Hold on, I've got a message from her here. Oh, sorry, she fell out of Zoom. Please let me in. I can't see her though. Should we just keep her out, guys? She's like, nah,
Let's say in, please.
huh?
Let's say in, please.
There we go.
Sorry about that.
Miss, I didn't even know you, Miss. I just saw the message in the WhatsApp now. But I was just saying, I was just saying, cool. How's Price Labs going for you now?
Oh, it's really good. I need to check actually when the whole trial finishes, because I was meaning to ask you, or Don, in fact, they do send you reminders, don't they? Because I haven't looked at the memberships in terms of going forward with it. So I'll have to touch base with them, I think.
Yeah, definitely touch base with them. I can't say I remember whether they let you know or not, but yeah, I can't say that. But yeah, you know, in terms of dynamic pricing, it really does wonders. Now look, sometimes you gotta keep your eyes on it. But essentially what dynamic pricing is, you know, you got the system. Oh, Mihaela said they do let you know. There you go. There you go, cool. In terms of dynamic pricing, essentially what they're doing is, okay, we've got data from the whole system, from Airbnb. So we see how the market is going. We see that there's a lot of traffic coming here, or there isn't that much traffic going here. So we're going to drop your price a little bit so you can attract more bookings. Or listen, there's a whole volume of traffic coming here. Actually, your property is pretty sexy. Let's boost up the price so we can make more money. And all of that's happening in the background without you having to do anything, right? Again, you know, there's a cost to having the system, but to me, it's like, well, system is paying for itself because it's getting paid off of the revenue that it's generating for me. Do you know what I mean? So it's definitely something that we all want to be looking at for sure. Channel manager, you've heard me use this word so many times now. Like it's just like it's insane. There's so many things that can be done with it. You know, the one that we use Zivu. Now Zivu is definitely one of the more advanced ones. I know Don the other day you was recommending that people can get, you know, some of the maybe less advanced ones. That's cool. I would say for everyone to look at the cost for themselves and then, you know, make a decision on it, because I would recommend Zivu just because of everything that it does. But there is obviously a cost offset that everyone's got to look at. Go on, Don.
Yeah, also if you start off with one and you get 2 or 3 properties and then you want to switch over, it can be quite a hassle to make sure all the systems are transitioned over. So like having a good foundation starting as you mean to go on, even though it might cost more in the start, could be better.
100%. Yeah, I'm definitely an advocate for that. It's like, you know, just give yourself the best shot when you're starting, and it does actually help your business. That's why, you know, again, it depends on how you look at cost. And because for me, I'm very time conscious. You know what I'm saying? I'm also thinking, okay, what could I be doing with my skill set over worrying about all these little things here? And actually, there is a learning curve. But there's going to be a learning curve with all of this, whichever system you go for. But it's a learning curve. But once you understand it, like this stuff is just insane. It just does so much. It frees up so much of your time. It just automates, you know, everything, the message and all of it. Like it's insane, right? But you can do a lot with the channel manager. So, you know, like I said, monitors, you know, controls everything to do with your bookings, right? It connects, and the good thing is it becomes the central hub for your bookings. So in terms of, you know, whether Airbnb bookings are coming in, booking.com, Verb, or all of it, it just connects it all into your calendar, and you can then have like a set automation going out to all of them, irrespective of where they're coming from. So, you know, really, really cool. Again, you know, this is some of the platform that connects to. Automatic confirmation. So as soon as the booking comes on, for example, bam, email goes out. Thanks for using us, all of that sort of stuff. Just so you know, your booking is not yet confirmed because we need this, and this. Sends them a link, bang, like literally the link goes out to them. They fill in the details, they upload their passport in there, they put the flipping banking deal, like everything is done. And once they've done it, boom, email comes out to us saying, hey, these guys have filled this in, confirm the deals. Because again, that's an automation that we've set. You don't have to set the automation, but we've set automation to be notified once they've actually filled in the passport details, because we want to check the passport details to make sure that it's actually, like someone sent me a page the other day that wasn't even, you know, that front page of your picture and stuff. They sent me the other page. Now, what am I going to do with this? Like, what is this? Do you know what I mean? So we've done that, but that is an extra manual step. But again, you don't have to put that step in, right? So, but this is the beauty of it. You can literally automate things however you want. And there's templated emails already, there's templated messages. So you don't have to think of, oh, what should I be sending, right? You can just look through the templates, look at the ones that makes more sense to you and say, okay, well, this is actually how I would like my automations to be. And then you just pick the ones that make sense to you. The other ones, you don't use them. Yeah, go on, Don.
One exciting feature that is going to be rolling out later this year for Zivu, probably uplisting with some others, artificial intelligence responses to guest messages. So for guest messages, hey, what do I do about parking? It will look into all the information you've typed in your property details about parking, and then it would automatically write them a human-like message.
That, like, bro, that needs to be happening right now. I need that today. Today I need that. Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, I can't wait for that. That's definitely easily coming. I was actually looking into some of the best AI tools, and recently I sent it to this new operations girl I just brought in. There's some crazy stuff right now. Like there's one called Ask Brett. So basically, I can get Brett to go through all of these calls that I've been recording. Literally, well, not Brett. I can get all transcribed and then put into Brett, right? Kind of weird. Anyway, put them all into whatever, right? And then now I can then set that as like a Discord chat or whatever chat I want. So we were talking about FAQs the other day, and literally you ask it a question and it will answer it the same way that I've answered the question to you lot today. Like, that's insane. So for any questions that people can have about, Airbnb managing, all of that, once it's gone through all my YouTube content, all my social media content, all of this training I've done on here, I can literally just plug that into, let's say like an autoresponder, like a Facebook bot or whatever it is, and whatever question people ask, bang, will just give it the answer and sound like me. That's mental. The world is going crazy. But yeah, let's move on. Monthly invoicing. Again, like, all I've got to do is, as the bookings are coming in, it's calculating everything. It's calculating, well, obviously how much the bookings are coming in. It's calculating how much the OTAs have been charged. It's calculating how much the transaction fees are. Because just so you guys know as well, it pisses me off. I would just rather they just pour the price into one, right? But they will charge you the OTA fees as well as the booking fees, right? So as well as not the booking fees, but the transaction fees, because when you're using Stripe, there's a transaction fee, right? So, but anyway, the channel manager will literally break all of that down, plus any expenses that you put in. So the cleaning, for example, you put the cleaning in. Any replenishes that you've had to do, you put that in as well, right? And everything, it just collates it, and you can literally just send, like a income sheet to the landlord every single month. Again, this looks very, very professional. You haven't done anything really, right? But it looks very, very professional. The landlord gets it. They can look at that. At the same time, you can even get them to plug into the system. We can talk about that later on as well. Like, our landlords have access to their own portals. They can come and look at anything whenever they want. But just printing this out, sending to them every single month, looks really, really great. Again, this is not really something that you need to worry about, but it's obviously good to be able to tell your landlord, hey, have you sorted out the council tax? The TV license coming off for renewal. Making sure you've got obviously the internet. That's that goes without saying, right? So things that you want to automate. Go on.
One sec. Did you say that you print out the report and post it to them?
No, not post it to them. Bloody hell, mate. It's 2023, mate.
so you print it?
No, download it.
Okay.
Did I say print?
Yeah.
Don's an eco warrior. Don was about to go nuts on me, Why are you doing?
No, I was just confused. Like, posting, really?
No. I went download, and then I'll email it out. But that's more work, unnecessary work. Cool stuff. So, cleaning again. This allows us to automate the cleaning, the gardening, all of these things. So what do I mean by that, right? Our cleaners are plugged into the system. They've got this housekeeping app that they download. And for each property that they're looking after, so we could literally have 4 cleaners looking after 4 different properties. Obviously, we don't. But for each property that they're looking after, we assign them to those properties, and then we assign them the tasks to clean those properties. So as the bookings are coming in and they've been assigned tasks, they're getting that on their app. Right, they're saying, when the people are checking in, when they're checking out, how many people are coming, 2 adults, 2 children, all of that stuff. It's all there. So it's very, very easy to just keep it automated. You know, when they go in there, once someone checks out, the system lets us know the property is dirty, which means the cleaners haven't been in there. Until the cleaners go in, take pictures, you know, old pictures, new pictures, and then click done, then it shows us on the system that the property is now clean, right? All of these things are just happening like automatic. You know, same with the gardening. We've got actually the property we've got in Stratford has got a garden, right? I think I told you guys it was the gardener who actually referred me to the landlord to secure the property. So all of these things can just be completely automated for you.
Would you put the Minute security team on this list?
Say that again?
The Minute security team.
Would I put them on the list?
On this section, yeah.
I guess you would. I mean, like I think you were saying the other day, we haven't really ever used them yet. Yeah, so it's just one of those situations. But yeah, I would, yeah.
I figure that's automatic because it's linked with the Minute.
Exactly. I would for sure. Look at this actually. Where is it? Oh, I was gonna show you. Look, my missus must have done something with it. I got the. Oh, there it is. We're gonna do the unpacking. This is how the Minute. This is how it comes. As the Minute box. So we unpack it. Let's unpack it. It's too long. Anyway, that's how the box looks. So you know. Yeah. But things like insurances and stuff like that. Again, you want to let the landlord know. Look, the insurance is coming to an end. Here it is. Blah. All of that. It's all just little touches that just makes you look professional. So again, like I was saying, in terms of the portal, they can see all the bookings coming in. They can see all the revenues being generated in their own real time. So literally, they've got their own login details to check the system. Again, you can give them as much or limit the access that they get. But for me, it's like, why are we limiting the access that they get? I was speaking to the lady from Ziva, and she said, oh yeah, sometimes some people don't want the investors to see how much money they're making. I'm like, what kind of dirty business is this? Like, if they're not happy for me to make money, then we're working with the wrong people. Like, go find someone else. Are you happy with what you're making? Cool. Why can't I show you what I'm making? It's just like, it's all there. And anyway, if I'm going to be sending you an income report at the end of the month, I'm going to send you an income report with all of your expenses deducted. Part of that expense is going to be my management fee. You know what I mean? So it's like, you might as well look at it anyway. But yeah, it depends on each individual person. Yeah, but for me, I just like to be very, very transparent and let them see everything. But you can restrict the amount of access that they've got and they can see. But this is a sneaky little one. Because when you know that a landlord has got more properties, for me, you should always be working them. Like I said, another landlord just said to me yesterday, now the first property I've actually got with this landlord is a rent to rent, right? That was just what it was. He's had this property forever. He had no mortgage on it. I gave him the whole management page. He just went having it. I said, cool. Just rent it to me then. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just rent it to me. I'll make the money, yeah, and then we'll see how it goes, yeah. So we did that, right? Guess what? Oh yeah. I've got a property coming up in May. So what was this management thing that you were saying last time? Like, because now he knows I'm paying him every single month. There's no problems. He's thinking, hang on, you must be making money. So those numbers you showed me last time must be real. So now he's not talking rent to rent anymore. Now he's going, yeah, let's look at this management stuff, right? but this is the beauty of it. You can start doing like a portfolio performance review for them. Because at the start, if you remember what I was talking about, at the start last week, I was talking about when you're, doing the pitch, looking at what's the current situation, right? Where would they like to be and the new solution? Now, look, sometimes when you're doing that, it doesn't matter where they would like to be. They've got a tenant for 6 months, for 8 months in that property. There's just nothing they can do. But what you can be doing in the meantime is using your performance to say, just remind them, hey, I know that property's coming up in 4 months, but look, if we had done this now, here's what we'll do. We now hear the type of figures we could generate on this property. So you're always showing them how they can be making more money. But also, aside from that as well, is you can actually show them how they can build it. I mean, I guess for me, it's natural because that's what I've done in the past anyway, like help people build their portfolios. So like just giving them that, look, like actually, this wasn't a part of your ambition, but now look how much money you're generating. You know, we can get another property in 6 months, in 8 months. You know what I'm saying? Like you start building their ambition and start showing them what's possible. They might not be thinking, but hang on, that's true. Right, so you're increasing your portfolio by increasing theirs. So it's really important to understand that, like, this is the key part to scaling your portfolios. And if you're doing that to just, 2-3 landlords a year, and they're adding, 2, 3, 4 properties a year, that's 4 extra properties that are coming out of nowhere that maybe they would have never thought of. But now you've got an extra 4 properties in your portfolio, depending where that is, you could be looking at an extra 8,000-9,000 pounds a month. That's another 4 grand a month. Manufactured out of thin air. Do you know what I mean? So it's important to always be thinking about like people. Again, I keep saying it. The amount of money you make is in direct correlation to the amount of value you give. Yes, there's something in it for you, but actually you're educating someone on what's really possible for them, how they can get to their goals a lot quicker as well. And that's also really important, right? But it's also an opportunity, like I said, for another income stream. Because think about it. This is sourcing. Like, bro, I'm not just going to go look for a property for you for free. Like, yeah, I want to help you build a portfolio, but like, you can go find another property, but I could actually source a property for you because I've got a connection of people, whatever, right? So now that's an extra 3K coming into your pocket before you even list the property to management. Like that's what we do for investors that we source for. When they sign that sourcing contract, they also sign a management contract simultaneously. We're not just sourcing for them to then change their mind and go somewhere else. We're saying sourcing this property, here's the fee, but in the back end, you're going to allow us to manage this as an Airbnb. Right? So that's another sourcing contract, another opportunity for them. And then a CRM. Hold on, someone typed something. Cole's looking to do this 100%. Everyone should be looking to do this for sure. For sure. It's a no-brainer. It's easy money, right? Oh, I've gone. How did I go to the end? Yeah, so we're talking about CRMs, right? Just pick one that works for you. Pick one that works for you. We've spoken about this before. Podio, whatever it might be, HubSpot, Zoho, you pick one that works for you. And this is where you keep your information, all right? And that's it. This is the end. Implementation. I'll send to these guys. There's so much more that we could have gone into, for example, like, listing, optimization, all of these sort of things. But I think those are probably things that, as and when you get the ball, but also a lot of these platforms really help and guide you through that. Like they're actually really good at that, to be fair to them. So in terms of what information you need to put in now, sometimes people are just lazy and they just put the bare minimum in there. It's like, what's going to make your property stand out? You got to describe it. You got to use sexy language that makes people want to book it. And when I say trust, it's really like reinforcing a relationship, re-solidifying it. And there's a few different people within the business structure that you've really got to be doing this with in terms of like really building and consolidating that trust. Each of them can really add something different to your business. And we're going to be going through exactly what that means now. So, you've got the landlords, you've got the investors, you've got guests, and then neighbors, right? So let's go for the first one first. So in terms of like landlords, like building trust with landlords, really, to be honest, a lot of that is done on the front end, right? A lot of that is done. I was going to say they don't trust us, they won't do business with us in the first place. That's not so much true, especially in this model, because, the money just makes sense. So a lot of times, obviously, we're pushing that in their face anyway. So they kind of see the value in working with us because of the profitability. But in terms of building trust, it's really about showing them complete transparency. So I'll give you an example of what I mean by this. I was on Zivo the other day, or was it the other week? And Zivo's just, it's so brilliant but so complicated as well. And I'm not that techie guy, right? But I jumped on the phone with them. The one good thing with Zivo is they've got really, really, really good customer service. As in, I've literally got my own person who I message whenever there's any problems. I've got her on WhatsApp. I've got a link to her calendar, so I can message her on WhatsApp. If there's something quick, she'll just literally voice note me, message me back, and then otherwise, I can just book in a call with my link in the calendar, and we can have 30 minutes or we can have an hour, like anytime I want, right? So it's really, really good. But I jumped in the call and she was saying, so it was to do with giving one of our new landlords like access to the portal. But they weren't receiving because I didn't used to do this stuff before. I mean, I still don't basically. I've given to the operations lady now, but I wanted to learn how to actually do that myself for you guys, to be honest. So I said, okay, cool. Let's jump on and get that done, right? So I kept doing. I'm like, the landlord's not getting this information. Like, they're not getting it. And then I jumped on with her because I kept checking the landlord. Have you received the email? Have you received the email? No, I haven't. Don, you probably know what I'm talking about. Don's probably thinking, what are you talking about, mate? The landlords don't get the emails. But what I didn't realize is I was setting the flipping login details. I was setting the password. I had to just call the landlord and give them the information, right? But I'm used to, you set up something and then that person gets the email. See, like with Airbnb, if you're going to give someone access, you set it up and then they just get the email and then they log in their end. So I was expecting it to be the same, but it's not the same with Zivo. You set it up and then you have to physically give it to that person and then they can log in, all right? So, but I jumped on with her and she was walking me through it. She's going, you do this, you do that. I was kind of thinking, I know how to do all this stuff already. I don't care about that. They're not getting the bloody emails, right? But she was then saying, in terms of the access you can give to the landlord, you can make it so they just see the bookings or they just see this stuff and they don't see that stuff and you can keep the finance away from them. You can keep this. I was like, no, why? Why do I not want them to see all of that stuff? Now, we're running a legitimate business. We're not trying to, shaft our landlords. Like, we want them to see everything that's coming. So there's no need for cloaks and daggers, right? It's like I want them to see everything that's happening. It's their business. It's their property. I'm only here as a managing agent to facilitate that, right? So, like, all of these things, though, builds trust of landlords because they don't have this level of access over places in other parts of their life. Right, even when it comes to investments, they don't. If you invest with a fund, you don't see everywhere the funds put. They just tells you, okay, cool, we're going to allocate your funds. If you want to allocate them in low risk, medium risk, high risk, or whatever it is, you kind of give them those parameters, and then they just put the money wherever they want to put the money. Right, so they don't typically with estate agencies, they don't typically have all of this access. But what you're doing with this, opening the books to them, is you're building trust with them. But then you're also allowing them, but that trust. Sorry, I got hay fever, so I might be sneezing. I just caught one a second, then it was about to come. But this is opening up opportunities for them to be able to also show to other people, because they send to other people, have a look. This is basically everything. I get to see all the bookings coming in. I get to see the money. I get to see the expenses, all of that sort of stuff. So it makes it easier for them to refer people because they really understand their business as well. They can see everything. Like it's really, really weird for me. I had a conversation with someone the other day and I couldn't believe what I was hearing. They've made an investment with someone, who's doing, whatever, rent to rent or whatever, but they made an investment as an investor. Till today, they haven't seen one booking in terms of they don't know what's happening. This is like about 4 months ago. They don't know what's happening with bookings. They haven't seen a penny in terms of money coming back into the bank. They're still paying the bills because it's a rent to rent. They're still paying the bills for this property, but they're not seeing anything. I was flabbergasted. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Right? And this is just, I'm like, how's this even possible? Now, what's the likelihood of that person ever doing business with that other person again? I would say probably slim to none. especially for the fact that they're calling this person and the person is not picking up. They can't get hold of them. I'm like, this is insane, right? So these little touches that we do, like giving landlords access. Now, I know, again, if you haven't got things like Ziva, this is why, I'm a big proponent for these sort of things, because these are the little ways that you can build trust with landlords. So, okay, it's £30 a month. But what does that £30 a month allow you to do? As well as all of the normal automations and all that stuff that we're kind of spoken about, it also allows you to do things like this. And actually, that could even be like a little marketing expense, because the likelihood is you can get more deals coming from that, from the landlords. Right. So for me, complete exposure and building that trust with landlords is very, very, very important. And it comes down to every little thing. So again, today was pretty cool actually, because I don't know how it works. Maybe it's because of the Easter bank holiday, but all of our properties had people checking out today, and there was no one checking in today. So you got people checking in tomorrow, but no one checking in today, which was awesome. So I just literally, from like 12 o'clock, I just drove around, not all of them actually, a few of them. I just drove around to a few of them, and it was good. But in one of the properties, there was like this, I'm not sure what's happening, but it's almost like a stain, but it's almost like there was a splash of water or something, and it was like dripping down on the walls. Now, that's very, very simple. I've just taken pictures of it, sent it to the landlord. This is what's happened. We're going to do the work. Like, we're going to do it because we're the managing company. We understand what needs to be done. We can't leave the property. I don't care. He's not going to tell me no, because I'm like, nah, we have to do that. But it's letting him know. It's not a case of me just doing it and then go, oh yeah, by the way, we painted the property, we've taken X amount out of it. I'm like, what the hell? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, what's the evidence now? We've got a really good relationship with this landlord. Like, he wouldn't even question it. But that's irrelevant. Right? That's irrelevant. The point is, every little thing that you do, the reason why he already trusts us and would do anything with us is because of all of these little things that were done to start with. Does that make sense? Oh, I muted everyone, didn't I?
Yes.
I didn't mute everyone. That's cool. Okay. So that's the thing. Like, trust is very, very important. I think even like Mihaela the other day when she's saying the landlord wants all the money coming into his account, like all of that. Okay, cool. Like, when you're starting off in a relationship, it's like, cool. If that's what he needs to get that trust, fine. But then as a result of that, he was willing to bring over about 3 or 4 properties at the same time. It just goes to show how important trust is, because now he knows, okay, cool. I know she's not trying to, when I proposed this, she didn't make it like a big deal. So I know there's not really something untowards that she might be trying to hide. So you know what? I trust her. I'll give her an extra 3 or 4 properties, right? Like, that's what trust does. So that's the first people that we need to really, really build that trust with. But the beauty, again, about building trust with landlords is you can say to them, hey, do you know what? Another opportunity just come up, and I think it'll be perfect for you. You should look at it. I don't know, what sort of resources have you got at the moment, because there's a deal that I think will be right for you. And they'll listen to you and they'll trust you, because you've been making the money and because of the way you've already built a relationship with them. Like, the way we've got to start looking at our landlords is they're also leads. They're leads, they're sourcing leads. Because trust me, once we open these people's eyes to the amount of money that they can make, trust me, they're going to want to expand. It's a no-brainer. Why would they not want to expand? Yeah? Hold on, Mihaela has raised her hand. Yep, go ahead, Mihaela.
So basically, I got in touch with a guy who can help landlords to get, when you buy the property, there is that tax that you have to pay.
Stamp
What's called?
duty.
Stamp duty. Okay. He can claim some money back from the stamp duty if the property has come with certain things that the landlord had to kind of fix, let's say like that. So I was like, oh, that's great. I'm going to send it to my landlord to see if he knows if he already came across this thing. And I sent the paper to him. He was like, oh, I didn't know that. So he was like, thank you so much. I'll look into this, and then I would like to have a chat with that guy. And okay, I'm not doing nothing. I'm just telling him, look, there is this guy can help you to save more money or to get back someone that you put into this deal, and he was like, that's good. So
Yeah, that is amazing, because the truth is, again, is you've built another level of credibility with him. You're saying you're not getting anything out of that, but I mean, you really should. Not that you should. I mean, you really could, but you should also be thinking about that, because look, if you're saving him money, it's not up to you how he spends that money. But I feel like I've got a prerogative, because like that's the background I come from, like helping people build their portfolios, investing, and like, so I'm always thinking like that. Like, you've got free money now, bro. Like, invest it. Let's get you to your goal quicker. And remember, you always, when you're pitching landlords at the start, we did negotiations last week, right? You know, in the fact find, no, 2 weeks ago, in the fact find element, we're talking about where they are now, where they're trying to get to, and the new opportunity for them. So if you know that, every single thing you're doing, you can use that, you can leverage that information. Hey, do you know what? Here's a bit of extra money. This is a really, really good chance. I can have a look, right? I don't know what else you've got on the side, but we've just saved you 10 grand. You know, let's put that 10 grand towards another deposit. You know, there's another opportunity here. Or maybe there's another rent-to-rent deal, potentially, and you're going to manage it for them. And let's get that 10 grand working for you, quick. So you want to be planting those ideas into their minds before they start thinking of other ways of spending that money, because trust me, they could be coming up with ways of spending that money quickly, right? So you've got to be in the air to actually show them different opportunities of how they can get that money working for them, and they will respect it. Like, people want to make money. And if you're the person who's always giving them more opportunities to make more money, you're going to become the trusted person. Yeah. So yes, it's a good thing. Yes, you're not doing that to make money out of it, but it's an opportunity to secure another property for yourself, or to secure another deal for yourself, right? While at the same time helping them. Does that make sense?
exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome stuff. Awesome. So that's landlords. Next one is investors, which is, you know, pretty much coming here now. Like with the investor thing, it's really easy to build trust with investors. Just pay them back their money. You know, that's the first thing. Pay them back what you've told them you're going to pay them back. Again, completely full transparency. But the way that we can work with investors is so unique and so different. So, for example, Don, you've got a couple of deals essentially doing this, right? You've got someone who's invested in the property, and then you're managing it for them. Like, it's insane. The different ways that we can get properties is crazy. We can work with renters. Like, think about that.
I met the landlord of my first property at the weekend. Haven't seen him in over a year. Just been talking on WhatsApp, and he said he's very happy with this new management arrangement as he switched from rent to management. So he's a very happy landlord, and he said the communication and transparency was also like a really big part of why he wants to stay with us.
Wow, you see that? So that was an opportunity that was actually about to be lost. So first of all, the management model smashed it, saved the deal, great. But secondly, forget the management module. If you had been a terrible person, not terrible person, but terrible business, you hadn't done things right, you hadn't communicated right, you hadn't been transparent, you hadn't just been open. And even when it came to that, to say, hey, well, look, I get it, but actually we're happy to do this for, like, all of those things is why he decided to stay with you. That trust, he had that trust with you. Do you know what I'm saying? Because when someone kind of gets to that point, is ready to go, really, right? But because of the trust, because of how you've dealt with him in the past, it kind of had the confidence, well, actually, on this model, like, it makes sense to just keep working with this person, because, yeah, I'm going to make my money, but I'm also really comfortable working with these people, right? So that's incredible, because, you know, he could be thinking, well, they've got less of an incentive now. Can I really trust them to look after my property the same way they looked after it before? He could have had that concern, but he didn't have that concern because of the way you'd already dealt with them. So yeah, that's super, super valuable. But again, we build enough trust with these investors that we can get them to reinvest in other properties and buy more units, right? And say, hey, here's this location. All you just go do is invest in this location and we can make it happen for you. So like that's sort of a key element of building trust, particularly with investors. Like we can really accelerate our portfolio at the same time as accelerating theirs, like really, really quickly, because we don't have any restrictions when it comes to investors. We can work with people, cash investors that want to buy assets, and we can actually work with renters. Doesn't make a difference to us, right? But these people have to actually trust us for them to keep scaling. And the only way to do that is to deliver on what we told them. Don't overpromise, just to try and get it do over the line. And then, once they get into a relationship, they start feeling sour because you're not really delivering. Yes, they must have been making more money, but this is not really what you kind of pitch to them. Do you know what I mean? Like all of those little things makes a difference. It leaves a sour taste in people's mouths. So once we can deliver on the things we told them we're going to deliver, and the beauty is we've got margin with what we do. We've got margin to kind of undersell it a little bit. If it's like an 85% occupancy, we can do it at 80. We can do it at 75. Look at what the numbers look like. Oh, this is still a great deal for him. Cool, we keep it at that. But guess what? When we're hitting the 85, he's thinking, bloody hell, this is even better than I thought. Do you know what I mean? Instead of giving them like a 90% occupancy, and then we're like, just to make the numbers look great, and then we're like 85, 80, and it's like, yeah, it's good, but it's not, do you know what I'm saying? It's not kind of what they told me it was going to be. So they're always going to be kind of anxious. What way if we get into a back period and all of this sort of stuff. So yeah, it's really important. If you can, I'm not saying undersell it sometimes, because sometimes if you do undersell it, then the numbers don't look great. Do you know what I mean? So I'm not saying just undersell it all the time, but I'm just saying when you can, it actually makes more sense to undersell if the numbers look good anyway. Make sense? Awesome.
Yes.
And then guests. Like this is so important. I can't stress it enough. One of the reasons why I went around to all the properties today is because one of our guests left a review. It wasn't actually the greatest review, to be honest. I wasn't happy. Gave us a 7. Couldn't believe it, mate. Cheeky, mate. But it's a studio. It sleeps 4 people, but obviously one of them is a sofa bed. So technically it's free. Technically, do you know what I mean? But look, we're stretching the truth a little bit, all right? 2 people can sleep on a double, but obviously they have to be like a couple or whatever. But we've had this property for months. Like this is probably one of our busiest properties. Like it's always booked. No one has ever complained. So it's kind of been something that we've said, okay, cool. Like it's an Elephant and Castle. So like in that area, for the price of what you're getting that property for, it's like, come on, right? And it's not as if we've never had 4 guests in there. 9 times out of 10, we always have 4 guests in there because of the value for money. It makes it even more. Those typically is groups that book that property. So no one's ever complained. So left in the 7 review anyway. It wasn't great, but they mentioned something about the leg of the sofa bed. It was kind of falling off, all of that sort of stuff. So I thought, okay. The rest of the review's been kind of nonsense. But fine, like, obviously I give like a really nice reply. I'm really sorry to hear that. We're going to look into it, make sure it's perfect for the next guest or whatever, and all that sort of crap. Even though I want to tell him to get fucked. But we did that. But I still had to go to the property to check it. Right? I still had to go to the property to check it because the last thing I wanted to say, you're talking rubbish, leave it there, another guest comes in, and then they actually find out. And then I'm like, oh crap, now that's 2 bad reviews, right? So I went there, checked it, perfect. Legs are solid as hell. There's nothing wrong with it. Whatever. Do you know what I mean? But guests are super, super important. Especially in this business. They can make or break. Listen, let's be real. If any of us read a review that was terrible on Amazon, bro, I've got another 10,000 options. Why am I going to risk? Why am I going to risk it? It's not worth it. I'm spending my money to go and enjoy myself. I'm not going to risk going into this environment where someone has warned me, and then now what? And then I've got there and I face trouble. I'll just go somewhere else, right? So super, super important. That's the first thing. The second thing is, first of all, how we're making them feel. So, for example, we've got a guest coming, not tomorrow, it's Wednesday. She's coming on Wednesday. Now, just in communication with her, she said that they're coming for her daughter's 21st. And, she's obviously these people, when they're not from London, like theatre is like a big thing in it. For us, it's just like, it's theatre in it. Do you know what I'm saying? It's cool. But then, like, yeah, we're going theatre, we're going to see this. I'm like, oh my God, it's amazing. Cool stuff. But what we're going to do is we're gonna get them a card. We're gonna get like some flowers for the daughter or someone to get there. We say happy 21st birthday, you know, from the team. Hope you have a great time in London, right? Now that's going to be a great experience for her, right? Because I know them coming to London is an experience already. Do you know what I'm saying? Them staying over here is going to be an experience. Them going to the theatre is an experience. So the first experience when they get to London to put their stuff down, to get changed, to go out, again, is going to be a great, it's going to add to everything for them, right? Like, that is super important. You're building that trust with them. The likelihood is they're going to leave a really good review, and ultimately that's going to help our business. That's going to help other guests when they're looking at that property say, you know what, we're going to go for this property. Like, this host are really caring. The people that care about what they do. Everyone says the property is great, but we know they actually care about people as well. All of these little things, right? But it's not that difficult to build relationship with guests, but when you do it, it makes a massive difference. But the other thing is you can break the relationships really, really quickly, right? Like, if, you know, for example, I mean, we've actually had a couple of times, which was terrible, but we dealt with it really quickly. So one of that same Elephant and Castle property, actually, it's the only one that we've got that hasn't got a lockbox, but it's got a keypad entry. So they just actually tap in the keypad and it lets them in. But for some reason, the connection with Zivu is messed up at the moment. So it's not reading the codes and sending it. So it's still sending codes, but it's stuck on one code, like an old code, which obviously doesn't work anymore, because after every guest checks out, new code goes out to the new guest. It's all automated before, but for some reason it's stuck on this one code that's not working. So when the guests got there, they couldn't get in, and we couldn't figure out. So we've had to like remotely let them in, because you can also remotely open the door, which was great, because this was like 12:30 in the morning. Imagine having to drive there that time. But so that happened. But the way we dealt with it, the speed of how we dealt with it, that was cool, but that could have been disastrous. That could have been disastrous. That was a bad review waiting to happen, right? Because they've got to the property at 12 o'clock at night, which is obviously not our fault. That's when they got there, but they can't get into the property. Not great. Do you know what I mean? So all of these little things, so sending out automation. So now what we're doing, even before they get there, because we know we've got this issue, they've got another automated email going out, giving them this one new code that all guests can use, because we've just made it like a hard code that everyone can use. So now that message goes out to everyone that comes for that particular property to say, no, this is the code that overrides whatever code you've had before. But all of those automations are really, really important. They're really, really important. Like so for example, if you're connected with Verbal, VRBO, and you're the one taking the payments, like if you haven't taken the payments, and then it's like one day or something before the guest arrives, now, yeah, it's fine because you're entitled to it and they need to pay. But imagine how you might, because some people can't afford it. Maybe they thought you've already taken the money out, but you haven't taken the money out. Now they haven't got the money. They just got the holiday money. And now you're telling them, if you don't pay this holiday money, then you ain't coming to my house tomorrow. Right? Now, although you deserve that money, it's your money, that's going to leave a bad taste in their mouth. Right? So having automation that does this. So for example, when we get bookings from Verbal, it automatically sends them a link, because we literally, like Airbnb will take the money, Booking.com will take the money. On Verbal, we have to be the ones that take the money. So our account is connected to Stripe. So automatically an email goes out to them with a link from Zivu, and then they click on that link, they enter the details, they make the payments. Now there's no issues. Now, if that doesn't happen, there could be problems. So everything that you're doing with guests, like all of these automations really, really matter, right? They really, really do matter. Another tip I would give as well is the guest reviews. I'm not sure if you guys know how it works, but when, let's say Airbnb, for example, when, a guest leaves and you leave them a review, it lets them know that you've left them a review. And for them to see the review, they need to leave you a review. Or up until like 14 days when they expire, and then they can see anywhere, whatever, right? Do you know what I mean? But for them to actually see your review, they need to leave a review. So it's almost like, what did this motherfucker write about me? I need to see what they wrote about me. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, and then it's almost like a prompt. Sorry, cool, go on.
Sorry, Ibs, what platform did you say that's for?
Airbnb.
Oh, Airbnb. Yeah, I've got a situation like that actually at the moment. So they can't see our review until they leave one. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
I'm wondering which way round. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. So so it's like a nice little prompt. Do you know what I'm saying? So I think it's a nice little gamification that Airbnb got going on there, which is actually great for us as hosts. So that's something that we can use. So always leave the guest reviews when they leave them a review. So then they want to know exactly what it is that we've said, and obviously it can prompt for them to leave a review as well. So yeah, that's a good one. Okay. Neighbours. Now, this one is a tricky one because, especially with what we do, actually, we don't want to trigger the neighbours, because the less they know sometimes, the better it is for everyone, because you can go and alert them, and the next thing you know, they're alerting the buildings manager, they're saying this is happening. We've got one nightmare one at the moment. Like, nightmare to the point where we might actually have to give the property back. Like, that kind of a nightmare. Like, it is just like, this is getting to the point where it's not even worth it anymore. But with neighbours, it's important to build that trust and build that relationship, because when you do get good neighbours, it's really easy for you to police the place. Right? Police the place. Obviously, you want to have your own systems in place, like the cameras and the noise detectors and all that sort of stuff anyway. But if there's someone there, like, actually just looking after them, someone there who, you know, might kind of say like a nice little hello to them and say, oh yeah, I know the owners and all that sort of stuff, will make them think, oh shit, like, we've got to be on our best behaviors. Right? But the beauty with neighbours is they will let you know about any potential issues that actually happen in that property before the issues do arise. But if there are nosy neighbours, which there are as well, it's also good to actually have a relationship with them, so they will come to you before they go and say anything to, whether it's like a managing company or like a leasing agent of that development. You kind of want them to come to you first. So even though there might be just these busy people who always just want to talk rubbish, what I would say, in my experience, is don't go and instigate the conversation, because you could be putting yourself into hot trouble. Now, this neighbours one is a really, really tricky one. You could be putting yourself into hot trouble because it's none of their business. That's the truth. It is none of their business. And those people who are nosy, who want to know everything, they're probably going to be the first ones to snitch on you. Right? If let's say you can't actually do what you're doing in that building, because we know, listen, there's a lot of buildings that we operate in that we shouldn't be operating in. That's just how it is. But no one cares. We're not the only ones operating in it, and everyone's doing business. And that's just how it is. But if you get that one neighbor who now you've gone and told, oh yeah, this is what we're doing. Now you've told them. Now they have something against you, right? But then the other neighbors who are just really lovely, right? Who know what you're doing, they're cool with it, they're gonna keep an eye out for you. And also I think you've just got to read the energy of the people. You've got to read the energy of the person, of the people, before you decide how you want to build that relationship and exactly what it is that you want to, disclose to them. You can just tell them that, it's your property, you're moving in or whatever it might be, right? Or it's your company or whatever it might be. It's your company's property. But, specifically saying Airbnb or Booking.com, that could be problematic until you really get to know that person. So that's something I'll be cautious of. Mihaela?
Or you do like me, you take them a bottle of wine to kind of shut up and just enjoy themselves.
Yeah, well, you might need more than one, maybe 2 or 3 bottles if you want them to shut up.
I have the guy. He's in a shop, so he's not that bothered about who is living in the property. But he's very nice. So the first time when I went there, he was out the door, and I was like, "Oh, hello, who are you? What are you doing?" I was like, "Oh, yeah, nothing. I'm looking after the property, and yeah, that's it." And he actually helped me once, because I had some clients, some guests that I couldn't understand if they left the property or not. I was like, "Sorry, can you just double check? Can you knock on the door?" to see if there is someone in there. He knocked on the door, nobody was in there. So the day after, I was like, I got him a bottle of wine to kind of say thank you.
Nice. Yeah, it's important, and that's the beauty of what I'm talking about in terms of building that trust with them, right? Because they will help you. They will help you. It's a business. People generally like to see people succeed. Generally, look, there is also the other side of it as well. But generally people like to see people succeed. But yeah, you've just got to be careful who it is, what the intentions are. You can typically tell, once you spend some time and you get to actually know them a little bit before you start telling them more about what you do and really building that relationship. And then also what they can do, the positive side of this is, if there are no other landlords in that building, they can tell those landlords what you're doing. So before you know it, you can have a couple of properties like in that same location and really start to scale like that. So there's definitely a lot of pros to build relationship with your neighbors. They can help you keep an eyes out, but they can also help you scale, your portfolio as well. They could have a landlord, that they live in the property and they send you like, oh yeah, do you know, the neighbors, this is actually what they're doing. Apparently they're working with landlords and they're helping them make money. I mean, obviously don't use my flat, but don't kick me out. But yeah, if you go over properties, then this is, maybe they can help you with that. Tenants are always telling the landlords all good stuff about what they can do with the property and stuff like that. Like they know, but they just do anyway. But yeah, man, that is it. Congratulations. If you have made it here, you have made it through to the end, you got to the other side. And I promise you right now, this information is out there for free. But if you've made it here, you are the 1% of the 1%. Not a lot of people would have done that. This is just the statistics. It's crazy, I know, but that's just the way it is. That even when the information is there, is curated, a lot of people still do not go through to the end. So the fact that you've made it here tells me that you are a certain type of person and that you're really committed to achieving the things that you want to achieve. So look, what I would like to do now is welcome you, to our community. I'd like to give you an invite to our community of like-minded entrepreneurs just like yourself, people who are going through the journey, people who have been through the journey, who are not on the other side and are having incredible results and have created an incredible life for themselves, and they've gone through the exact same training that you have. The only difference is, they had the support, they had the accountability, they had me every single week for them to be able to bounce ideas off and also to ask whatever questions, that they may have as well, because that's the most important thing when you're completely brand new. Is just to be able to bounce ideas and to be able to say, hey, well, this is what the landlord said to me in response to this thing that I said to them. What should I say back to them? Because those nuances are things that simply cannot be covered in a course. So I'd like to invite you now to come and check out the community. It's a 14-day free trial. If for whatever reason, you feel like you're not getting the value that you want, that's fine. You just cancel and you're gone, right? You're going to be able to tell that pretty much straight away. But I'm telling you right now, the community is incredible. People are doing absolutely amazing things. And we just want to keep bringing more amazing people on there. So the fact that you've made it to this stage tells me that you are amazing and tells me that there's something about you. So come and join us. Have a look. Come and give us a little test. Just have a look, see what we're about, speak to other people in the community, see what their journey has been like, and see what results they're getting. And if you feel like that's something that you can do for yourself as well, then obviously we would love to have you become a part of us as well. But aside from that, even if you don't decide to join us, the fact that you've got through to the end, I know you're an implementer, I know you're a go-getter, so you're able to actually use the information that's in here already and go out there and try to get the results that you desire and that you deserve in your life. Either way, I'm going to wish you all the best. I hope to see you in the community, but if not, God bless and good luck with everything. I will see you all on the other side.